累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
My name is Bailey. I'm from the team KZG, and my in-game name is Estate. I think the biggest thing about our team is that we're a group of mates. Like, we do this for fun. I would say our team strength would be our bond as friends. Like, we get along as friends. It's not just like a CS team. This is like a friendship group in a sense. We embody that because we don't really get tilted at each other. We do it for the love and the joy of it, so getting upset's not really a big thing. Recently, we added 2 new people, so we've been a team for about 2 to 3 years now. Me, Hassie and Sam have only been playing together for about 2-3 years, but Jaden and Kraz are new additions to our team. I think getting the experience against all these different professional teams is really good for us. We don't really get much variation in Australia, so versing these international teams is a great experience and it helps us learn a lot. I think qualifying for EWC would be a huge achievement for us, like for a team that we've been together playing for 2 to 3 years, and being able to achieve something that big would be absolutely crazy for us. I would like to say our chances are good. To play in front of a crowd, it would be amazing, but we'll have to see when we get out there. I know there is a lot of good teams here, there's a lot of good competition, there's a lot of teams who've been playing for a very long time and have a good structured team. For us coming into us, I think we've been a core 5 for maybe 3 to 4 months now, so it's going to be a bit of a struggle for us, but I think we can hopefully do a bit of damage.
So my name is Eddie Azzi, my alias is Viridian, and I represent only one word. Our team, it's an interesting team. It's a bit of a mix with a couple of Hong Kong players and some Australian players, and even one being Portuguese. We all enjoy being around each other and have a lot of fun. You know, we're good mates outside of the server. inside the server we have that synergy and teamwork. It's more like a group of mates playing together, enjoying the game, and sharing the passion. The weakness that we have in comparison to those teams is the lack of time we've had to practice, and having to shift roles around, that type of thing is like definitely something that can draw us back. But if we're on, then we can definitely make it competitive and get an upset. It's really exciting being able to compete against overseas teams. You very rarely get the opportunity, especially in Australia, to actually fly out and compete against Asia teams. It's just like a huge honor to be able to get that extra experience. You represent your region, so when you come here, you're kind of like here for your community and to achieve deep results that they can be happy about. I wouldn't say there's pressure because we're pretty confident in our gameplay. It's just having to get it done. So if we want to get that experience, we have to just hop in the server and do it. Why should they cheer for our team? Our teammates are cracked. Like, they are super sharp. If they bring in the energy on the day, then you can expect 30 bomb from anyone. With our team, action's always happening, so you can always stay engaged and keep up with the gameplay we're showing.
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，动如雷震。硝烟散去，16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发。 架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧？这种机会应该是比较难得的。
You're here for your community and to achieve deep results.
Striker
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。 当时机到来，他绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手，让他永远猜不透你的真实意图。在这场游戏里，欺骗不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves.
我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后一舞了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone.
带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。 这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术。现在，破烟而出。
Hello and welcome to the Asian Champions League. My name is America and I'm going to be your host for the next month of action out here in China. We're starting in the salt city of Yancheng before we then move on to the finals in Shanghai. And I'm not alone on this venture. I'm joined by these two lovely gentlemen for the next 30 days of action. Tea Time and Yumi. Fellas, Tea Time, I'll start with you. How are we feeling? How are we liking China so far? First time for you guys
It felt amazing until you reminded me it's 30 days of us together and I feel like, listen, I love you guys, but I might have to dip out for a bit bit in between. Maybe that's why we've got all the breaks. But obviously, feeling great. China's been fantastic, and I can't wait for it to get even better.
There will probably be complaints filed at some point against each other. But yeah, I mean, Yancheng has been great. I mean, it's kind of a voyage we had to take to get here in the first place. Quite far away from the central cities of Shanghai, but it is beautiful. I mean, we've encountered basically just nice buildings and nice streets and just some really lovely people as well.
Beautiful flowers everywhere as well, by the way. Spring is in the air right now, and that means there's life everywhere, and hopefully on the server too.
Exactly, and that's what we're looking for. Let's run through some format stuff, the old details before we get into the action, of course, behind us. It's a pretty simple format, all things are double elimination, so you're not dead on the first, as the kind of the video said, right? You know,
it sounded a lot cooler when the video said it, I won't lie.
I will say, what is it? You're not dead in the first chance, but the second chance you'll get buried. That's kind of bars. I will throw that out there. An incredible video done right there, but it's pretty simple stuff, right? We're starting the best of ones in the opening rounds. For the upper bracket, it's going to be best ones for the first 2 rounds. In the lower bracket, it's the first 3, then best of 3s all the way throughout. And then, of course, then we head on over towards Shanghai for the finals there in arena. Multiple different games going on at the same time as well. It's going to be it's basically a festival of esports.
It's fantastic.
How many TOs can you look at and think, you know, close qualifiers, stage games? If you're thinking, you know, this is one of the situations as well where there's not going to be as many people in the crowd maybe, but that's getting used to the environment, especially for these teams that have very little experience. This is the type of place you want to get your jump start.
I mean, this is absolutely incredible, right? And you have to remember, everything is all about creating the impossible. And I do love the fact that that is there, because now, you know, I've been around Asian Counter-Strike for a very long time, and the fact that we can have a tournament like this is incredible. Just to put into context, from Pro League Season 7 to 10, that was called like the golden era of Asian Counter-Strike, which was 2018 and 19. The entire prize pool for those 4 seasons of Pro League was about $130,000.
Wow.
Right now we've got 300K on the line here at this tournament, and it's all land. This is genuinely, it's boggling my mind that I'm even here.
Exactly, and it's as good as it gets as well. Not only are we talking about prize pool, 300K, 100K goes to first place, but on top of that, Yumi, we're talking about an EWC spot, and that, you know, if we are just going down to pure numbers, and we're talking about money, that's where the money is, right? There is a big prize pool on offer at EWC. Big prize pool here. If one of these teams is making through, especially if it's a bit of an upset team, that's a huge opportunity for VRS.
Not to mention, this is a VRS ranked tournament.
Exactly.
So if we're thinking about prize money and as well getting a springboard in terms of these teams, that some of these teams coming from the open Chinese qualifier are unranked.
Exactly.
Like, they don't play online officials, they don't have those opportunities. So if you're thinking, oh, first event you go to, if you know, that's the dream for them. It's first event you go to, you play against some of the big dogs and you fry them like a fish. That would be crazy to think about.
Exactly. Running through some of the bracket here, of course, as we mentioned, it's pretty simple stuff. We start with a double elim bracket. Of course, this is the loser's side, but you can still make it through. It's just a little bit of a harder task. But I broke it down nice and simply. Essentially, win 3 games, you make it through to the finals, right? You'll make it through to the finals in Shanghai, which will hopefully be some spicy teams if we get some of them through. There is real chances for some upsets here, but I think the simple way for teams to approach this, you don't want to be going to loser bracket. It's actually a much longer road to making it all the way to the playoffs, because playoffs in Yancheng, then finals in Shanghai. You win 3 games though, you lock in your spot, and then actually that's where T-Time, if we're talking about VRS points, there's some pretty heavy scalps to be taken there. There's some big teams.
It's also important to remember that whenever there is a LAN tournament with good prize money, VRS points, even if you might not have the top teams of the region, right? You're looking at your Mongols, obviously not going to be there. You're looking at Team Liquid, the second best Asian team, obviously not going to be there either. But the point still is that you still get so many fantastic you get so many fantastic opportunities to really climb up in the VRS rankings for next year as well.
Exactly. Let's break it down. Let's jump in towards our teams as they come up on our screen. Of course, we've got 2 teams from a similar region. They know each other very, very well. We've got Mantra taking on only one world. We're starting with Mantra as well. Talk to me about these guys, Yumi. How are you feeling? What's the vibe check getting in towards this one?
They're a weird team because I almost feel like they should be good enough to actually start punching up a little bit. I think structurally they actually seem to have some pretty good ideas, but I mean, they even have expressed this themselves, that they're almost like a team that plays as mates. And part of that is because some of them have played on teams together, and they've sort of all brung each other into this Mantra project. So I feel like structurally they can do it, but I think sometimes mechanically they are let down a little bit.
Fair enough. Then we got the other side, T-Time, got only one world as well. And like I said, these guys know each other very, very well. They've played each other domestically a hell of a lot recently, and funnily enough, Mantra have actually been slightly doing a little bit better in that sense. But these guys are ranked higher. What's the feeling coming in for this
Look,
team?
the
You'll have a lot to
difference,
say.
I think the difference is very clearly Freeman for me, right? The experience that you're able to bring from, you know, years in the Chinese scene and whatnot, the firepower that he has, it's a clear reminder that even if on the very uppity up levels of, you know, China, he maybe wasn't able to frag with the best of them anymore, but even if he goes even half a rung down, he's still insane. Terry's right there next to him. Terry's been one of the players who've been playing from different Hong Kong teams for a very long time as well. And it feels like this duo just elevates OOW to the point where they could actually be relevant in the oceanic upper echelons with, you know, a tournament like this to push them forward.
There we go. Yumi, another thing that we've kind of had a little bit of a talk about off cam is actually about the voices within Only One World. They have a couple of different callers in a sense, and actually a couple of different points of experience. So obviously Freeman's the first name we come towards. Terry's recent sort of form has been actually pretty incredible. They're actually averaging the same rating right now. But then also you've got Viridian, as you kind of talked about before in terms of vlogs. He also does a bit of calling too. So talk me through this.
Yeah, it seems as though they are kind of like a win by committee type team. I think officially it is Freeman calling, but he's also kind of the everything player on this team. Like he's entry fragging, he's winning clutches, he's you know, kind of doing whatever he needs to win. But in one of the videos that Viridian uploaded in their qualification to, I forget the tournament now, but they had a qualification game. It was mainly Viridian calling for the most part. Like, I think they're a team that are very conceptual, like they know what they want to do and how they're going to adapt, but they don't have like hard line executes that they're going to fall into from the start.
Sure. And would you say then, T-Time, in this sort of a game where they do know each other very well, they obviously played a lot domestically, is it actually in sort of Only One World's benefit to sort of have this ability to adapt on the fly and be able to have a bit of more of a looser calling system, let's say?
Look, I don't know, because for me personally, I think the major benefit they're going to have is LAN experience overall, right? I mean, Freeman comes in, he's a really big stabilizing voice, and even for the other players who don't really have the same kind of international, well, straightforward right there. Viridian's calling coming in. This is on the vlog, guys, I can guarantee it.
He's spitting true.
All right, let me see what else he's saying. Shoot.
It's got to be win.
Oh, god damn it, Viridian.
Genius.
There you go. Secrets of Counter-Strike revealed right there and
That's why he quit being an observer to play. He knows the formulas.
He's kind of got it like locked in. But T, talk to me about Freeman, right? This is a guy, if we actually talk about this stage, he's got to be considered one of the most experienced, but also one of the most talented players we've got here. This is a name who has been around the Asian scene for quite a big while, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Freeman is sort of that discarded element of the Counter-Strike scene for China. I've talked to a few of the coaches that he's had over the years as well, and everyone said the same thing. This is the guy who's willing to do everything for your team. He's going to be on the server looking for smokes. He's going to be making sure that he can fill in positions his other teammates can't. This is your fill guy.
Wow. We're going to throw it over towards the stage. Let's introduce the teams.
And now, our first matchup of the day. Please welcome on stage, Mantra. And next up on stage, Only One Word. Mantra versus Only One Word. Good luck. Have fun.
Alrighty, teams are out and I would say looking pretty confident, right? It's a big thing to step out on an international stage, and I think now as we get in towards the game, the one good thing, they know each other very well, but it also makes this next step quite interesting, guys. Veto time. Do we want to ever talk about this, T-Time? What are we feeling?
Look, listen, at the end of the day, for Only One Word and for Mantra, both of these are teams that have struggled a little bit domestically to get into the upper echelon. So neither one of them really have a super comfortable sort of set of 3 maps. So they're very fortunate to be meeting over here in the best of 1 stage. It does feel like it's likely just going to end up on like an Inferno or Dust 2 handshake to me. Other than that, might be a bit tough to see, you know, variety come through.
Yeah, especially when we looked at those opening bits, where they're talking about, you know, one of the weaknesses that they might have on the Only One Word side is that they don't have as much practice, perhaps. I think even both these teams, like, they've tried floating different maps, they've tried picking different maps, and they just haven't been successful. Like Mantra, for example, love picking Train, but they lose it a lot as well. So it's very clearly sort of testing the waters. I think the map pools are a little bit weaker for these teams. But I am expected to see the likely culprits. You know, Ancient is most likely what I would look towards. I maybe would have said a Mirage. That could have been a possibility, but
Mantra got the ideas.
That is the permaban of Mantra.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So we've got Mirage Dust 2 out the way nice and early. We've got Nuke and Train coming through. You just spoke about that Train pick. It's picked but lost, but Only One World don't want to risk it, which I think is probably the smart pick. Anubis then going to get banned out here. We've still got that Ancient in play. We've also, we've got the Inferno. Is it going to be the Inferno? Okay, we're going to go for something a little bit more, I guess, fundamentally simple here. Inferno is the pick. Ancient, of course, was that one that we were talking about. Mantra don't want to head there. So, T, talk me through your feelings. Inferno, where we're heading for this first best of 1.
I'm really surprised, actually, the fact that Mantra has the ability to decide between Ancient and Inferno, and they end up going in for the Inferno instead, because, you know, for me personally, Viridian in general, whenever I've seen him play, even in before, Inferno's always been one of those maps where he's been very good at setting up little pocket strats and whatnot as well, right? He's always been good at making set pieces in general. So when you look at Inferno, Ancient is obviously the one that you can call from spawn, but Inferno feels like there's a lot more mid-round set pieces that you can set yourself up for, and it feels like that plays into his strengths, in my opinion, and the team's strengths overall. Freeman's also always been really good on that map. I really felt like this was going to go to Ancient because Mantra had that decision-making ability.
Yeah, no, I thought so as well, especially because these guys have played against each other a couple times before, but in best of 1s as well. I think with the ECL Australia format, they are playing best of 1s, but 2 back-to-back ones. And so when they played the first time, I think Only One Word, or the Art of War as they were called at the time, they did win that first outing, and then it was on that rematch that they struggled against Mantra on the inverse. So we're not seeing any of those maps in play today. We're going into an Inferno, which is uncharted territory, and so maybe Only One Word could come back.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a feeling of a new land, a new environment. Fellas, I'm going to throw it over towards you. Take it away.
Let's get this started. The Asia Champions League to begin. A momentous occasion, a momentous tournament. And let's see whether one of these teams is going to have a momentous loss over here. Well, technically, they're always going to have one, but let's find out.
Yeah, somebody has to lose in the opening game, funnily
enough. Why
enough.
can't they all just win, Michael?
Yeah, I know. We can only hope so. But a very domestic derby in Yancheng, China to start things off. And we already have Mantra on the CT side trying to probe in towards middle, but Only One Word have already established that control. So it's a much more defensive setup already from the get-go.
A lot of this is going to come down to Skull Hunter over here. If he can actually make sure he can find the crossover, if this is going to be a full wrap around Arches. Reckon starts things off strong though. First kill's found, Freeman's down, Cheeseball's been gooshed, and suddenly the world is their oyster. But they're going back to the B bomb site. It won't be the easiest to be able to get on here. Reckon is there, gets himself another one. And with that, Only One Word have been cordoned off by a smoke. They're going to be funneled back through coffins.
Extremely key kills from Reckons in this round, and they've made some great adaptations to the way that they're playing out this defense. Even Cookie, just completely unchecked, unfazed, were the Mantra players, but Only One Word, now only with 2 players remain, they're going to be allowed space to plant this bomb.
A chance has been given over, but Mantra are going to take their time to recollect, perhaps with that CT player. No, they've just gone in. Skull Hunter to break blood with Oath going down. It's all down to Banana, and although he might be on the map living up to his name, he's not going to be quite the right one.
I mean, this is the type of round that I feel like Mantra do the best work at. You know, play defensive, fall back, you know, they fall within their system a little bit, and it just felt like every call that they were making was they were rejigging the setup so well. Whether it was the importance of understanding they had to take banana control, Reckon's got that opening kill, and then they played off each other and played off the limited information Only One Word had coming into this B-bomb site. So a really nice set of decisions, and the communication seemed to be starting off really well for Mantra.
Hopefully it's something they can keep up. Of course, Only One Word. Probably, I mean, you know, they're the slight favorites when it comes to matchup and whatnot. But in my head, coming into a stage like this one, I was just thinking, yeah, they're going to be the heavy favorites. Absolutely. There's no chance that they lose this one over here. But a pistol round on Inferno, always a good way to start. Viridian with the scout, has been a bit of a madman with it sometimes.
Crazy though, right? You think about the idea of taking this flight to China, and the first game you encounter, you're like, wait, we're playing an Aussie team?
Not again.
Reminds me of home.
Well, maybe he's going to feel at home right now because Freeman's fragging. Oath has come through with one of his own as well, and now suddenly they've got everything to do.
Yeah, really wasn't expecting them to get that much room at the mouth of Banana, but they were trying to play a sort of bait setup between them and hope that Spawn would take contact first, but they just missed that timing. Only one word, diving straight in, getting a man advantage, and the capacity to get this bomb down as well. Still, this will be very complicated to retake if you're Mantra, even if you know you have the better guns, just because you don't have util, and there's a fresh smoke CT now as well.
Viridian and Terry has got a bit more utility on top of that as well. Molotovs apiece, it does feel like this is going to be completely impossible. It's all down to Winnie. He's moving into the site. He wants to be first contact, but in the meanwhile, Viridian's already found Skull Hunter. That's a kit down, so if Winnie gets this kill, it still might not matter. Banana's got space as well, and in the one-on-one, he takes it home. That early advantage given to them by Freeman and Oath paying off very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, a very heads-up play there from Banana as well, just playing close to that smoke and spawn. If someone is going to charge through it, you're anticipating they won't have a whole lot of util to re-entry into this bomb site. And because that smoke CT was so fresh, he knew that if there was going to be someone diving through it, he could even slide himself back through to CT spawn if he wanted to, but also just providing a little bit of support after getting smoked off at the mouth of B. So a really good way to answer back there for only one word, but capitalizing on a very quick mistake that Mantra made in their CT setup.
Early timeouts called out. Listen, there's going to be a few of these. Listen, first few days, right, and all that good stuff, so that's perfectly fine. We don't mind it at all. But I am also starting to wonder that is this going to be a bit of a trend, right? Because one of the things that we always have to keep in mind about teams that have that extra experience on LAN and whatnot is you always see these veterans talk about, hey, good luck with dealing with force buys on LAN, right? You might be very, very confident about these things, but then when you've got a Tech9 running at you and you're not at home, you're getting confused, comms are getting messy, it's a lot harder to actually take care of those kind of rounds.
It's also, I mean, when you think about the type of volume that a stage offers, you know, there's the projected voices, the sounds are exacerbated, you know, it becomes a little bit more complicated to push through and hear the voices that are important to you in that moment.
Not to mention, lights are really annoying to have inside your eyes when you're playing CS, right? I mean, in general.
Wait. I see all these streamers playing in pitch dark, and I have RGBs flashing on them all the time.
Well, listen, it's not stage lights, all right? Spotlights in your eyes. I'm not made for the theater. I was made for my bedroom.
Yeah, they're also not playing for anything usually.
True.
So
That's true. That is true. Right now, it might be double elimination, but you don't want to be going down to the lower bracket at all. You want to have the chance to go up against what is likely going to be Rare Atom up next, but you have to get past this opponent first. Fortunately, not too long of a pause. Mantra will be firing back right with a couple of MP9s and upgraded pistols.
We had the players fill out sheets about what their role and what their favorite weapon was.
Right.
And Cheeseball put down P250 Sand Dune. So I need to know whether he has that skin or if that is just simply his favorite skin of all time. Reckons with the MP9 though, I mean, no surprises. Players love this gun and hate it at the same time. A great opening kill, and he siphons that over to another player with full HP. So we don't even get to see that P250 in work.
Come on, Cheeseball, make the MP9 work. Terry's still just hovering behind. He knows that this is likely going to be a re-aggressive. No utility for the CTs. It has to be dry swings. Terry knows it as well. They're making their way over, but it's a team kill. Not pretty, and it might not get prettier because Oath's got another one in the back of Viridian. Oath doesn't realize he's playing on the T side. He thinks he's just won it for his team.
Everything that came onto his screen, he killed it. You know, he did a great job of destroying everyone on his monitor.
Indiscriminate. Maybe not the best of things.
I wonder what oath he took.
The Oath of Blood. Winnie and Skull Hunter are putting their heads together, and they're hoping to put their guns together over here as well. MP9 apiece. Skull Hunter is creeping forward, but now they'll be forced to rush out. They know they've been revealed. Skull Hunter spots out the bomb and is firing at it. Can't make it a quick one. Oath is the one who's low. Remember, Banana down to 55. Those not in the best of positions. There's time for the defuse, and once again, the force by Wars will bounce right back.
Yeah, and that's largely predicated off of the early aggression that they took towards Banana. Reckons getting that opening aggressive move to work in their favor, and then it was that repush that they decided to go for at the perfect time. Only one word when we're just about to approach the half wall and get past it to Car, only to be met with a significant amount of firepower. So
yeah, and all of it was in oath, actually.
Yeah, well, that's...
My God, okay, that's actually a little bit egregious as well, to be fair.
It's just the unfortunate... it's an unfortunate circumstance, but, you know, I don't think I've seen in the opening 3 rounds, hell, even in 1 round where a player is team killed twice. But players ran into the line of fire.
Yeah.
He did have a bit
It's
of
also a Galil, which is like low fire rate. He had time to stop and everything. But
yeah,
listen,
no.
this is where the nerves come in, right? This is where you're scared. This is where you're on a stage and you're like, oh my God, everything's going wrong. This could be one of those things that ends up in disaster for him for the rest of the game.
It's also something that's kind of under talked about or underappreciated is that, you know, the person that goes second in on entries actually very much so has to think that the player in front of him is going to die. Like if you effectively wait for your first player to win a duel or lose the duel in front of you before you start shooting, you can actually just end up in basically another raw 1v1 for the opponent to take. And sure, your aim should be more measured, but you know, who's to say they don't just hold down the spray and still kill you? So early spacing issues, I think, is the main thing here for only one word, but yeah, just getting a jump start to the tournament. I think everyone's trying to nestle in as best they can.
It's like the worst possible start you can have.
Yeah, it's like, no, it wasn't me, it was the mouse.
It's a technical issue. Guys, my mouse button, it just
kept holding down the mouse 1. I couldn't do anything about it.
The referee just standing there like, it seems fine. Are you sure? Yeah, you think I would kill 2 of my own teammates? You think I'm gonna do that? No.
What would gravity say in this moment, you know? You need to let go of mouse 1.
Well, he'll be given lots of time to contemplate his mistakes as well, on top of that. Sit and stew. Think about what you've done.
Yeah, I mean, these are the types of things, though, like, when we're thinking about technical timeouts and just getting familiar with the environment, the longer you have to sort of soak it all in, the better it gets for you. You know, the body is very good at adapting to circumstances. It's just, you know, whether
or you just have adrenaline, your fight or flight is kicked in, and you're just exhausted after 5 minutes of stopping.
But adrenaline is a double-edged sword.
That's the point. You just get exhausted because, like, oh my God, I'm stopped for 5 minutes, I'm shaking, my hands are going, oh no.
Yeah, not everybody has the same come down from that, but I mean, these players, we heard about as much of it from them as well. You know, getting opportunities like this are so fleeting to have chances to play teams from across the pond and even just get to play them out on LAN. Like, I really do want to emphasize this. This is a closed qualifier portion of the tournament. They were running Chinese offline qualifiers in the very same setup as well, and we have 5 teams that made it through into the closed qualifier as a result. So when we're thinking about experience, when we're thinking about opportunity, this is, I mean, a fantastic way to get that springboard that you need. And you know, we've had many different eras of Asian Counter-Strike. You referenced one before with, you know, EPL when it was in Asia for a few seasons. But if you're really thinking about like the rise and fall of certain teams, we've had what, Tyloo?
Yeah.
We had
Rare Atom.
A bit of Rare Atom, and now we currently live in the shadow of the Mongols.
Yeah.
And you know, when we think about where these teams all get their start, it's usually at these smaller level lands. This provides a much bigger spring to that board.
But only one word coming right back into it with, you guessed it, another force buy.
Yeah, neither are going to let up until they win 2 rounds straight, and it's as we expect. No one wants to give the ground at the start.
Oh, that nade is looking good.
Second one that falls a little late. Freeman still probing at the top of Banana, but they've got 3 that have set themselves up here, and it's once again Reckons that gets the action started early.
Early incendiary as well. They want to make sure that they are not rushed down at all, even if they have the numbers to try and defend. Commitment over to the B bomb side is going to be maintained by only one word. They inch forward. They're testing the water. They don't want to just rush in. They don't have the util for that. They only have a couple of smokes and a Molotov left, basically. Rather, flashbang.
Yeah, they actually don't have any smokes, and that's why they're kind of in trouble here. They're even worried about the fact that there could be somebody that's boxed them in, but they're starting to find that out now. Bomb starting to make its way back towards the bottom of Banana just to check that they weren't being contained. And so with 30 seconds left, they're still going to commit forward into this bomb site. In fact, no, you were right. There was a smoker on the ground, I guess, somewhere.
Well, Cookie's now got the MP9. He doesn't need anything beyond that. Lots of money made. 4 players killed, each by the MP9. It's just not just perfection.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a lack of pace, a lack of really knowing what they wanted to do in that round. They were hoping that something would happen towards the mouth of B, but Mantra started with 3 on this bomb site, and they knew that they had that extra man to play with. They weren't concerned about, you know, this creep and crawl that Only One Word have tried towards the mouth of B a couple of times now. And they got good blocking util at the right time. So, again, one of those circumstances where if Mantra are aware of what's happening and being able to sort of adapt and rejig their setup, they're doing a fantastic job of executing on it. Well, that's a missed incendiary,
that's
but
not great. One of the things to keep in mind as well, though, is that whenever you do have a domestic matchup like this one, and you are escalating it to another scale, the pressure you feel once you start losing is a little bit strange, right? Especially if you're a team like Only One Word. Internally, you're probably thinking, yeah, we are at least probably slightly better than Mantra going into this one. We have to take them seriously, and then in the process of trying to get everything right, you're overcorrecting, you're making more mistakes, comms are getting messy, people are trying to do too much. Hopefully that doesn't happen to them over here, but down what is likely going to be 4-1 with CTs having farmed up cash. That's a difficult place to be.
Getting a few opportunities to do some damage here, but yeah, Cookie's had enough. SMG out and able to lap up some more kills as well. I don't think his favorite weapon is the P250. I think he might have lied.
Damn, I trusted him. Wasn't there someone you said had an incendiary listed?
Yes, I mean, there were a few oddball answers being given. I think there was like smoke grenade.
But see, with smokes, I can believe it, right? Smokes are great. Incendiaries, CT side incendiaries, no one in Counter-Strike says
I think it was
Controles
from one of the Mongolian teams. Yeah, I think he was saying that it was his favorite.
Liar.
And it's probably ironic, right? He's saying like, yeah, it's my favorite thing to talk about.
Well, flashbang through, and Freeman's the man we're talking about because he's dead. Burned to a crisp, peppered with MP9. That sounds like a nicely seasoned meal.
Yeah, I mean, kind of perplexing that they decided that they wanted Freeman to try and get ahead of that smoke, considering they were kind of late to the timing in the first place. They even go past the bottom B smoke again. They're expecting Mantra to have pulled that rotate away from the B bomb site, but just because of that gunfire being ushered out towards the bottom of B, back to a 2 and 3 setup.
Mantra also have plenty of utility out still towards that B bomb site in the hands of Reckons. So they can feel very comfortable with this one, and with how Only One Word are split across the map, you're likely going to see no sort of executions until about that 40 seconds or so, and that's going to be a lot of time to wait. Terry starts to move back, regrouping. Only One Word don't look like they have the answers. They don't even look like they're asking the right questions. Perhaps they're going into the B bomb site with 3 players in tow. Cookie has started to rotate in. He's got a grenade as well. So if there is a smoke, which there is, it could be popped open soon, and in they go. Cheeseball gets himself the first. Cookie pumps that smoke, and Cheeseball's come in with the second as well. Once again, Mantra come through with 5 alive.
Yeah, and it's looking fairly uninspirational for Only One Word at the start of this map. I mean, we've seen some brute force attempts towards this B bomb site. Once again, it's another B finish. And, you know, even with them trying to venture towards the bottom of Banana, this was the first time Mantra actually wanted to fight for that position. You know, this is one of the rare opportunities that you actually could have seen Only One Word start trying to take brackets instead of starting it at the bottom of B. So, yeah, I think just a very on-the-fly decision being made. They had a flash lined up as well. It just didn't do enough to stop Reckons, who is off to a bit of a heater. You know, finding a lot of openers for Mantra.
He's been very impressive. And look, I can tell why Mantra have gone for Inferno now. It feels like they've made the right decision so far. Maybe Only One Word can still make them regret it though, but something to wait and see. Now, side of attack seems to be closer to A. Brackets control will be free should they actually elect to ask for its price.
Yeah, they're, you know, on these low buy rounds, once again, they're sort of walking through middle and trying to see what Mantra are getting up to in this side of the map. I think this is an information gathering type play.
You have to win one of these low buy rounds now if you want to make this a more convincing half, but Winnie's already found the head. Looks for more. Only one up top in the apartments. Winnie looking for a little bit more aggression as he will find Freeman. And as Oath starts to push through, Skull Hunter's gone. So at least they can hope to make this an isolated fight. Cookie's not involved just quite yet. And as he starts to rotate over, now it's his time to finish off a round that Winnie has started so incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, even these kills we're getting, like these openers have been really quite quick, but we're not seeing, you know, crazy sharp aim from the get-go. You know, that first kill from Winnie was probably the best one of the round. But we just see positionally, they're out-calling them. They're outclassing them, just getting those rotates in on time. Right now there's that hesitation to only one word about what their next move is going to be. Do they commit? I think it's just a bit more decisive from Mantra at the start. And, you know, we're going to have to refinagle our internal power rankings of these teams as we go through this stage. Because a lot of them are going to be coming in a lot more prepared than others. They're going to be players that are hungrier, but there are also going to be some that will think that they can play on that fundamental CS that they've practiced many a time before instead of catering to their opponent. You know, we're going to have to gauge who's coming in with anti-strats and who's actually capitalizing on some weaknesses of other teams.
And if we were going to see anti-strats, this would be the matchup to do it, right? Where you already know so many tendencies, you've already been scrimming these guys and whatnot. But in goes Freeman and out goes Freeman. We've become a little bit used to that story. Yeah. Reckons is the one putting him down very often.
And if we're going to talk about him as the everything man, right now he's getting absolutely nothing from these early probes that he's going for.
The nothing man doesn't have the same ring to it.
Is that why he's free?
Ah, I didn't know he was American.
Liberation Day.
Well, let's find out whether they can liberate a bomb site. Smoke out back to Moto. If there's going to be a fight, it'll be against Cookie, but he wants very little of it, just trying to play around the edge of the smoke. Flashed up, backs up. And regrouping back to the B bomb site seems to be the intention, but you have to be careful about Reckons. Cookie's been found. Do they change their minds? No. It's going to be a 2-2 split, and with Oath finding Reckons, that makes things very dicey for Cheeseball. He's nestled back in quad. Are there Molotovs? Well, there are grenades. And now a Molotov picked up by Viridian as well.
Oh, it didn't make it to the back of the bomb site. And with 15 seconds, I mean, they're going to have to try and face check this, but he'll take the time to catch the bomb and find Terry as well. They need to get that plant in fast, but no one's run towards that package. And now Banana finally picking it up, but no time. Just simply not enough time to play with. Once again, even if they get access to CT spawn, Mantra in the right positions to capitalize.
I mean, the fact that the Molotov is missing after that, they're not able to actually clear out New Books before they're planting the bomb, pulling it out and whatnot. That is very unfortunate to see from only one word. You can really see the shakes and shivers, but what a hold from Cheeseball. These 2 kills are everything. It gives his teammates time to be able to push through the A side and try and get onto the tails of the terrorists.
But it's also very one-track mind. Only one word. As soon as they got the rotate player, the Archers player, they immediately barrel through spawn, they kill Reckons, and then they just assume B's weakened. Yeah. And what did both the Mantra players do? They ran down middle to flank bottom B so that they had Banana to hold the bomb site from by the time only one word got there.
Well, Banana now in apartments has been naded up early on as well. 85 on him. Mantra feel very comfortable. So far, we haven't even really needed to see the AWP come into play in any real shape or form. It's been excellent rifling all the way, great utility, and honestly, fantastic reads.
Yeah, I mean, why would you need the AWP if you're already winning so hard with rifles, right? Why give them that out as well? Because I'm sure Viridian would love to afford one himself.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Early incendiary from Skull. They have used a lot of utility on this A bomb site, so if only one would want to try and see if they can poke and prod and force out some CT aggression, this would be the place to do it. CTs, however, are playing 2-1-2. Cookie with the AWP is only covering off Archers. That's all he's been tasked with. But time's running low, Michael.
Yeah, listen, after all the probing you've done towards middle, I'm kind of not surprised with how little success they found on B, that this time they start to walk brackets. This has been the weak point. This has been, if we're looking at the entire map, probably the most capitalization, this is the area where you could have capitalized the most so far in this game.
Time's running out, though, and with this AWP that's trained over here, a single kill would have been all he needed. Cookie puts it away. Bananas found Skull Hunter. That was his cue, and with that, suddenly, the A-bomb site is taken over, and this looks like a second round for only one word.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of money. It's not like they can't afford to go for this retake, but they also could see this as an opportunity. Like, they just had the misread in this one moment, you know? Even just having that ult posted on Archers, only for him to unscope as they start going for the wrap. They weren't expecting this play to be so late, and so, yeah, they'll call it quits. They'll make sure that ult doesn't fall into enemy hands. and they'll preserve their cash. They have been scarred, as many have, by CT side economies, I'm sure.
Very easy way to end up in a 7-5 if you just have your money broken around from now.
Yeah. But after this round, they should be contesting for every retake. I'm pretty sure they'd have enough reserve to see them out the rest of of this half, rather.
And the question is, Mantra at this point, will they maybe overcorrect? Will they maybe start to change up what they've been doing a little bit more to try and reinforce that bracket? I mean, maybe that is corrected, not even overcorrect, but let's find out. Time out for Mantra to discuss that very same thing, because like you said, bracket has been exploitable at least.
Yeah, they just haven't been playing these, you know, more traditional short and long crossfires. They haven't really been that aggro or active inside of Boiler. They've been leaving a lot of open territory, a lot of open runway to play with on that A bomb site. And really, it's only really been in low buy rounds that only one word have been exploring that as an option. And so now for them to capitalize, now with full guns, get a clean double entry. I mean, that round's all on Banana.
Yeah.
All on Banana the player.
Yeah. Sorry, fair. Good clarification, actually. Yeah.
It's just one of the rare instances where we have to make that clarification.
I'm not going to lie, I started to think, what happened on Banana?
Yeah,
what?
But if he didn't get that opener, then Cookie wouldn't have unzoomed, probably, right? There's a domino effect.
Makes a big difference. Look at this setup, though, this time over a hyper-defensive 3B setup with slightly aggro short-long hold. They're really expecting this to be a change-up with Freeman going in again, but Viridian's the one who's been taken down. Cheeseball, the one to guarantee death, and immediately retreat backwards. Advantage has been gained. A side has retreated. B side will also move back to reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, they just really have not come out ahead in any of these Banana or B-centric duels. How many times are you going to have to be taught this lesson?
It's going to be a faster move onto the A site, but Winnie again is just fantastic. Banana's been taken down. Is he cycling his utility? That's not great, but a deep grenade is. Terry's down to 49. Winnie's holding on for it. Freeman gets the better of him. Finally, a second kill. One after 8 rounds, and Skull Hunter is going to be given a chance for 2. Will not take advantage of it. Cookie through the smoke. Will not find the AWP, and Terry's double gives them another access point to this A site. Still a 1-on-2 for Reckons.
Oh, a chunk of damage being dealt to him through the smoke. You know, even in this 1 versus 2, it's still very hard for him to piece this one together. I mean, Oath, his position would have been known, but because he's taking this long walk, it could leave it completely unbeknownst to him that Oath is still sat in that same position. Yeah, even being face-checked, he'll dodge out that Molotov, and a crossfire now built instantly. Only one word should have this round in the bag, and Reckons, I think, has realized that this is no longer contestable. So a really nice job there from Only One Word, this time, once again, breaking into this A-bomb site, and it just able to immediately read that they have not gone in with enough pace to stop the rotates from happening in time. They were guns out, ready to fight the next players jumping through smokes.
I think that was a 3v5 that they actually ended up winning as well over there, because Winnie finds that kill over there on short. And the problem is that then they don't actually have a crossfire in the site itself between the 2 players. And when you're only 2 players, that's where you're asking for trouble. Cookie tries to come in. Cookie's trying to help, but he's too late to the party. And when he does move through the smoke, he's got an AWP, and you're pushing through the smoke into a close angle versus Terry. It's not an easy fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chancer's move.
Yeah.
It's, you know, just trying to take a risk and hope that the other team is as caught off by this crazy decision you've made as perhaps maybe even you are.
Now Viridian with the AWP is hoping to be given up some meat. Chance to hunt. No one will be offering, though, as has largely been the case. Once again, Mantra retreating back, very defensive. But again, the B-bomb site has been tested, or rather the B area has been tested. Freeman will be traded, but he's happy to at least find his one.
I almost feel like Freeman, when he sees that bottom banana smoke, he's just changing his timing as to when he runs through it. At the moment, that seems to be the method behind his madness. And this time he does come away with his kill, so it's more fruitful than some of the prior outings.
There is no reinforcements being sent back to the B-bomb site because of the Archer smoke that Only One would have thrown. Mantra are going to be very late to actually defend unless Reckons is able to put up a show, and as good as he has been, it's not an easy place to put yourself in. It's very defensive. You can't try and play behind the smoke or anything like it either. He's got an incendiary, so maybe that could buy the time, but no one is moving from Only One Word, not so far. Incendiary goes down, they go through it, they're taking damage, plenty of it, but they're not being killed.
That Incendiary doesn't really do that much damage, actually. I mean, it was mainly his spam that managed to connect and get these players a little lower. A little awkward there, some damage being sent towards Oath, but Cookie's found a kill through the smoke, just as they were about to rehash it into a new one. It's a man advantage here for Mantra, and it's not like they don't have kits, they just severely lack util.
Dry fights all over the shop, and with Viridian on the other side, you can't come through Banana, not easily at least. Banana, in the meanwhile, looks to take the peak. While Winnie is waiting for the smoke and coffins to dissipate, this is going to be the time for the CTs to push. Reckons is down, there is no kills being found, and Banana with the double will seal the deal. Only one word are up to 4.
Yeah, and a great way for them to potentially recover this half. We had so many struggles for them getting into the Banana fight and coming away with even an advantage or even even kill. Oh, they blew the smoke, and then he caught just a little whiff. That's why Cookie was able to get that one through CT. But yeah, it's been so terrible for them, really, in these experiences over towards Banana, that all it took was for them to get some early success over in that A-bomb site. And once they crack into the site, they're finding a lot more success. I mean, they're far more familiar with being in that post plant. It's just they couldn't even get past that first hurdle at the start of this game.
Mantra has like the coolest logo in all of CS for me.
It's different. And I don't mean that in a bad way. But I also hadn't seen the Mantra logo prior to this, so I don't know.
It's just a question mark on HLTV,
yeah, so I just
yeah.
didn't know where it came from, and I'm just thinking, yeah, but why the bunny?
I don't know, it looks baller.
I mean, that's fair. If you just want that to be your mascot, I'm with it. It's just, I need to know.
How else do mascots start?
I need to know why.
Someone just likes bunnies, man. It's like the least threatening thing in Australia, even though it did completely decimate all of their Greenland. Which maybe is something you can say about Mantra.
Is that their mantra?
They might not have looked threatening, but right now, Mantra aren't threatening. 2 immediate deaths. Winnie and Skullhunter taken down as they try and change things up with early aggression coming in from second middle. Cookie's got problems, and calories aren't one of them, because he has been left hungry. I think 1 kill on this AWP ever since he's actually bought it. That was the one through the pop smoke in the retake.
Yeah, there's just been some great difficulties here for Mantra, and now that only one word have started to put more focus on towards the brackets and that A-bomb site, it's having to sort of pull attention away. It's not like they've neglected resources on Banana, but they're starting to think about it more like, oh, they might be walking up brackets and they have to make those considerations, but right now, they're making a pretty brazen call. Last round of the half, and they have gravitated that third man over towards the B bomb site, which only one word are headed to take.
Molotov might be early over here. Cheeseball will be able to adjust back to the pillar, and as they're starting to move through, Cheeseball misses his first few. Flashbang's not enough.
Yeah, the bomb is making its way back to A, though. Thankfully, they kept that lurk in Banana, and he cleared the entire A bomb site. And Cookie, yeah, completely caught off guard by this advanced position. They almost walked into a trap there. But if Banana must have been screaming for them to come back, because he went through the entire site, got to Moto before that bomb started to make its way back.
Please, guys, come A. I'm telling you, please.
There's nobody here.
And there's no chance of a hair for Mantra either. Both players coming in from B side, they know it's going to be an Archer's hit. They have Banana covered, and with Cheeseball down, Reckons is only here to pick up some numbers. Those numbers are not going to be the one on top of the scoreboard, though. 1 versus 4 to try and complete the ace, and it will not happen. Oath takes him down. It's 7-5 after 7-1 in the lead for Mantra.
Yeah, I mean, a solid game so far. I mean, we had an early jump start of Mantra. They played really, I mean, reasonable CS. You know, played defensive, worked off each other, played positionally. But then things start getting a little hectic, and they start to change up what was working for them at the start of this game. A little bit of confidence maybe lost in all the snap decisions, the fast reactions, and instead start to falter to some of the explosive nature that only one word offers.
I mean, you're also just looking out towards the adjustments that, you know, Neo sort of referred to in the desk as well. The adaptability that only one word have with both Freeman and Verdun being here. the fact that they exploit the A site and the bracket's weaknesses like that to get their first few rounds, that's what even gets them relevant. After that, Mantra double guessing themselves like, oh, maybe we should get aggro on A. Maybe we should try and make a play through A instead of B, this, that, all the other. But at the end of the day, yeah, very nicely done.
And it was that one round from Banana getting a double entry out towards that A bomb site that really sparked the whole thing. That was the one round where defensively their setup looked pretty solid. It was indecisive. You know, Cookie being deep inside of the arches as a fast rotate, or rather in speedway holding the arches with the AWP. And from then on out, it just felt like they had a misread on how Only One Word were approaching these rounds.
Not to mention the 5 versus 3 that they end up losing as well on the A-bomb side, right? It's rounds like that which are going to come back and haunt you if you end up being knocked out of the lower bracket. Of course, they are still in a lead. They did still have a fantastic beginning to that half, and they could try and turn things around. They've got time to have a chat in the halftime break as well. Let's see what they have to say.
It's also easier to win against Only One Word when Freeman is just not fragging.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah,
that does help.
We talk a big game about him very justifiably. You know, this guy will entry like it's nothing. He should be calling. He literally is doing it all bar AWPing. You know, that's the one thing he's letting Viridian have.
Give him some time.
Yeah.
Give him some time. Well, I'm sure he'll get there. Like, give him another 8 months. If he's playing like this, he'll be making Viridian's YouTube videos for him too.
He can only have so many hats.
Oh, well.
His head's not that big.
Not yet. If we keep praising him, he might get there. No, but really, honestly, the impressive players on the Mantra side as well, when you're looking out towards Reckons, I do ask the question about that maintaining that form into that second half on the T side, where he's playing a lot of this defensive, peek back in, play off of info, sort of trade some frags. Of course, you can do that on the T side. A little bit harder, though.
It is quite funny to me, though, watching this, because, you know, this is how I characterize Mantra in my head anyway, just as a concept. They're just this team that love to play very by the book, and they do a great job of it most of the time, but there are these moments where, like, mechanically, they do get outclassed by some of the other competition within the region, or sometimes outside of it as well. You know, in the very limited opportunities that those would have come by these players, they know that they almost have to win off of, you know, game planning, I think, and I think I mean, they play to that strength, but this resurgence from Only One Word is the edge we give them coming into this matchup anyway, is that they do have these heavy hitters that can just kind of spring to life at certain moments.
If game planning is their strength, though, you feel like the T side first few rounds is exactly where you hope to see those game plans come into action. And when you're on 7 rounds, if you get to 11, you're in a pretty good place.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely true. And if you have to bounce back multiple times in one map, you know, that could be quite tiring in and of itself. Like, why are we always starting on the back foot, guys?
Look at how much util they've bought over on the Mantra side. 2 smokes, Molotov, 3 flashbangs. Freeman, though, doesn't care about utility. He cares about one thing and one thing only, the W key, and he's been pressing it all the way. Winnie, however, his name's with W. Man, that's the only W he's getting. God, he's missing everything.
Yeah, he has not had a good time with that engagement. And oh my goodness, they tried to get past this smoke right into the dualies of Terry, but his safe haven is no longer. Skull Hunter breaks into B, and even with all these players flanking behind them, they're very aware. It's just about whether or not Winnie can actually join them at all.
How is he planning on getting there in time? They're going to be moving through the smoke right now. Freeman's not one to wait, is he? Now he displays patience,
but they're both hovering around, looking to see if he rotates through the arches or it comes through Banana. They know this guy's behind them, but he hasn't actually shown himself yet.
It's just buying so much time. And now the CTs don't have a choice. They have to start moving in. The flashbang is deployed. Skull Hunter is isolated, but he's fine with that. 1-1 apiece between him and Mr. Ball. First name Cheese.
That's quite a cheeky play that ended up happening. I mean, Winnie did miss his opportunity to get kills, but just by existing, he was allowed to just way into the back of the minds of Only One Word for this entire retake. Yeah, there was also a smoke at the mouth of B as well, so they took that time to check to see if they were getting flanked. It just never happened, so it's a strange way to contribute, but it's a contribution nonetheless.
I wish I could be useful just by existing.
Yeah, I mean, he saw what was happening.
Yeah.
He told that to the team and just said, guys, I can't do anything about it, so take it from there.
Guys, trust me. There's so much pressure on them right now.
Yeah, they don't know whether or not I'm going to be flanking them or if I'm just going to chill. And he opted for the latter.
Only one word are not going to shell. They are going to force buy. We've got 5-7s, 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 and more 5-7s.
I love this gun.
It really is great. The grenades are greater, perhaps.
Yeah,
So
first one was on the money. Second one bounced. Wasn't sure if they were going for the exact same lineup. If they did, it would have been a lot of damage onto 2 players.
well, still pretty decent. Reckons down to 52 is a good place to have him.
Yeah, but you add another nade on top of that, you know.
Yeah, well, that's true.
It's just double the damage, isn't it?
Well, they've got firepower at the very least if this is not going to be a flashed off angle. Smoke is down, but the CTs respond with one of their own.
I do love that coming into this matchup, we were like, Freeman, Viridian, Terry, and all of them sit at like 3 or 4 kills.
I'll have you know, I'm a fruity man.
Yeah.
Banana.
I mean, this would be his map.
It's true. Oh. The air. Win is gone. There's no way he was ready for that one. And now suddenly you have to deal with these 5-7s. It's going to be a second swing. Banana given an opportunity. And once again, he shines. My king of fruits comes in once again.
How has he been able to get away with that? First player sees him shooting at him. Second player blind as a bat, doesn't know where he is. And the fact that he's able to stabilize his aim, you know, often we see these 5-7 clips where they're just getting rushed down and you're firing as fast as humanly possible. But he was, you know, he was just tapping away and Cheeseball just couldn't get to come to grips with that kill. And if he'd done so, they might have actually been able to crack into the site. But yeah, ask and you shall receive. Banana with the 5-7, getting it done.
There's also a 5-7 Banana.
That's true, the monkey business.
Yeah.
Big fan.
There you go. Not quite the P250 Sandian, but hey.
Yeah, well, you know,
some
things have massive cultural impact and others don't.
Wait, so you're saying simple is like the P250 Sand Dune?
What? that is not what I'm saying.
Oat on the gun with very little cultural impact, but maybe it can have some actual impact. Freeman's been put down, all the more for Oates to do. Winnie, the one to deliver death, Viridian to remind them that he can do the same. And as Oates is going to be cornered in, it is going to be 3 players running down at him. Viridian helps out, makes it isolated. What a quick little spray down from Oates. It's going to be 2, and Cheeseball will at least have a bomb plant, sure, but his chances of taking this round are next to non-existent.
Yeah, high flash. And he's going to try and greet those players around the back of the smoke, but because there's hesitation from the CTs, he's now starting to piece it together. But yeah, didn't really stand much of a chance. A nice stable hold there from Oath on that MP5, but getting that bomb plant does at least help fuel the Mantra economy. Potential as well for them to even reinvest into this, because I'm going to be honest, Freeman fighting into the apartments from Modo, losing to the Tech 9 when he's got an M4,
yeah,
he should not lose that fight. 99% of the time he should win that fight.
That and many others.
Yeah.
Look, maybe it's not about the veterancy. Maybe it's about the pressure that the veterancy adds, because everyone's probably thinking, yeah, Freeman, you've got this. You'll back us up. And Freeman just thinking, well, who's going to back me up?
Why doesn't nobody ask how I'm doing instead of what we're doing? I do think, you know, when we think about him as a player and we're thinking about like calling as well as being a fragger, a lot of players that are in that position kind of struggle when they are having a struggling game themselves. You know, a lot of their calling methodology revolves around how much information they attain or how much space they acquire, and they piece the puzzles very quickly. I don't imagine there's much of like a philosophy behind it, more just a feeling of knowing what comes next. And so when you're feeling an off game, you know, that's where you want other voices like Terry, like Oath, like Banana or Viridian to just step in and be like, let's do something else. Let's try this instead, because right now what we're doing is not working. Whereas the hierarchy on the other side for Mantra is pretty zen as far as I'm aware. It's Cheeseball as this guy who calls and will take a lot of the poor weaponry and kind of, you know, he's the normal depiction of an in-game leader.
He's Sanji with a voice.
Yeah, he's the normal depiction of an in-game leader, just like self-sacrifice left and right. Well, this went from a tactical into a bit of a technical. We had a rehearsal day yesterday where people were being ushered and told where to stand, how to be. That's also part of the experience behind stage work, and I think it's something that's maybe not
overlooked.
Yeah, maybe not talked about so much, because understanding how to walk out on stage and look like a normal human being, because I think there's a lot of people when they jump on camera for the first time, pretty robotic, pretty stiff. I'll put my hand up. That was me the first time I ever tried to do something on camera. So knowing that they're getting that experience even still,
God, I will say.
And then there's all the technical stuff as well.
Some of the most fun parts about working with you in the very beginning was, because anyone who's watching, you obviously don't see it, but Michael's a very expressive person, but in the beginning, because he was a little bit more stiff, just seeing him explode into some sort of, laughing at me, making fun at me, something like that, was just like, yes, I've done it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, I find it difficult to hide how I'm feeling in moments.
Well, I don't think anyone's hiding how they're feeling right now. Their bombs are back, their backs are forward. I think this might be time to resume very soon, hopefully. I will say, I love these shares, because you've got the little Power Ranger wings on the side coming out like, the Megazord is assembling.
It only helps you with the immersion, You're not seeing as much in your peripheries, maybe.
7-8. Only one word, hoping to close the distance. Mantra feeling the pressure. A bit more of an eco this time over, a few Deagles, well, just the one. And a couple of P250s.
And no direct urgency from either squad.
Does everyone just not want to play brackets? Is that just a thing? I mean, it's understandable when you're up against the pistols and whatnot, right? It's difficult angles. Deagles can take you down very quickly as well.
I think it's also something that you probably learn from kind of online games, I'll be honest. Especially if you're thinking about swinging. Those fights in brackets and mid can just be, T sides kind of dictate when they swing.
Right.
And in online Counter-Strike, that's a far more sort of dangerous set of duels than when you're playing on LAN, for example.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Oh. That's not very nice.
It's a problem I think that's exacerbated by CS2.
Well, Banana's feeling happy right now, and so is Oat. What a spray down. It might be pistols, but I do love to see it.
Yeah, not a whole lot giving here for Mantra, but a bomb plant they will be very pleased with. Yeah.
Has that been allowed in a 4 versus 1?
He just tucked himself away like a tiny cheese ball, planted that bomb.
Just like, how'd you plant the bomb? I just dialed the digits, to be honest.
Yeah,
easy.
I just rocked up and they were chill with it.
8-8 though, and from 7-1 down, this is going to be only one word's first equalization since 1-1.
Nice.
Should they win another round over here, it'll be their first lead.
Yeah, a very solid resurgence from this squad, because from 7-1 it did look like the things were going to get really dicey for
like, wait,
only
are we saying goodbye to Freeman already?
Yeah, I mean, it's a double elimination bracket, so he would have had a chance to come back.
If you're in the lower bracket, you're pretty much gone to me. Do it unbeaten.
Well, we've seen some good stuff from Mantra
Oh my
at the
goodness.
start.
Skull Hunters through the smoke. They're not ready for it, but Oat still collects.
So sharp.
He's been fantastic on the A4.
I think he's got 16 kills, but he killed 2 of his teammates along his scoreline as well.
18 kills.
I'll count him if you do.
Aye. It's the only way I get frags.
To be honest, if he had won the round, I would count them.
What was that? Round win score on ESEA once upon a time.
Do you get your opponent's RWS? Do you get to steal that?
Maybe. Well, right now, Oates will have to steal a few more kills away. It is going to be 3 players likely coming in through short and apartments combined. Time's ticking down low. Freeman is nearby at least, so he can provide some support. He's had a struggle of a game, though. And now, a freebie delivered. Oates just keeps on collecting. Another one found. Freeman stole the one in between. And now suddenly, Oates is now comforted by Banana. He's got Freeman, and he's got a 5 versus 1 with only Cheeseball on the other side.
Yeah, it's a fight you don't really want to give Cheeseball a hairline angle where he controls the fight, and so Oath just continues to collect on frags. Had a bit of a mare at the start of this game and has really done a great job of bouncing back, where some of the other fragging firepower has maybe not shown up in the way that is more traditional for this team.
Oat's kind of popping, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's strange though, because you see all the flags next to only one word. We're thinking like Australia, we're seeing Hong Kong, we're seeing Portugal, but all of them live in Oz, as far as I'm aware. And I think the majority of the team speak Cantonese.
It's like divided by passports, united by student visas.
Yeah, well, they're just having a good time, and I think both these teams did have that air about them of being more just friends playing the game. But I think we see just in the approach from only one word that they're a little bit more comfortable being isolated in just their independent spots, and maybe playing off each other is kind of the secondary priority. They've got a better autonomy maybe than Mantra, but it can also lead to mistakes like this. Freeman overpeaking and losing his life. Banana makes up for it by getting the kills through towards spawn, but Viridian's so high on that box, he can't escape. And now if Oath gets overran, this is a bomb plant down.
Give him the A4 back. Give him the A4 back, please. The AK-47, though, still able to at least find the one. Winnie with the R picked up. Skull Hunter's P250 as well. It's all down to Winnie. It has to be a close range shot. It's nicely done by the Deagle as well. Reminding me of the push through the smoke he had in the first half, but this time over, he has a better sidearm to finish things out as well.
Yeah, and giving it immediately afterwards as well, just telling them to sit. And this was one of those rounds I wasn't expecting this to sort of cascade out of control, but it's that first kill attempt from Freeman. He saw them making his way up the arches, and he kept challenging. He just kept repeaking, knowing that they were on pistols, and he got punished by Winnie, not only in the fact that he managed to, Winnie got that kill on the arches, but then he contributes later to clutch.
Freeman has been a difficult player in the past to get past. Right now he's a difficult player to get over, unfortunately. First game jitters are a thing, but in best of ones you really don't want to have them. Terry re-smoking up. No, he's going to be caught with the smoke up, perhaps not quite the full push through. Reckons decides against it.
Yeah, I don't think they had the flash ready. I think Reckons was looking like he was primed to get flashed through that smoke, but yeah, player's not in position. So they call it quits, especially as that smoke re-bloomed in their face.
Reckons finds him. Terry's taken down. Guess who's alone? Banana on Banana. Calls over for Freeman as well, but this softens up the A site. It's going to be a commitment on B, though. At least that's what it seems like. There is utility aplenty. Was
there a gap around the edge of the Banana smoke? Because it didn't seem like he got that kill through it, but...
They're pushing through now, and with Freeman unable to assist, no grenades to do it. Banana has to perform. He finds himself one, but it is still going to be Cookie covering off Freeman, trying to push that smoke, and with that, it might just be a 10th round in for Mantra.
Yeah, no way. Only one word of going back in for this. Really deep positions on that A-bomb site in the apartments, and yeah, just clamoring away to save. I do think there must have been some kind of gap around that smoke, because Reckons didn't look like he got boosted. It just seemed like he got a fair duel around the top of B, and they just weren't in good positions to be in a fight-or-flight scenario. It just seemed like they were waiting out that smoke and maybe going to set up for a play, and then they got caught on a weird timing. So, I mean, once again, shout out to Reckons. He's been doing a fantastic job on both CT and T in finding opening kills, and this one is not without its merit.
And he's only 10 and 12, but that's also because of the positions he's been playing, right? It just feels like on the CT side, once the A side, and once the A side started being attacked, he was literally just given no chances to have like a good duel.
Yeah, it's never as fun rotating in unless you're ahead of the play by a couple of seconds, perhaps.
Lead reclaimed by Mantra. This is going to be a close affair. Only one where they're not going to be able to momentum their way out of this. Deep B smoke is going to be pushed through. Terry will be challenged. He's moving back from the Molotov, but he's still cinching away. So much damage taken before the smoke finally comes through. Now to 68. Our grenade as well to follow up. That could have been his death, but a flashbang provides him with assistance to move back. It's into another Molotov. Skull Hunter takes him down.
Yeah, they wanted to try and flash him out and back into the site, and unfortunately that Molotov was just there at the exit. And I think it was just the last couple ticks as well, but he'd already taken so much damage. So it's a kill that goes their way that, Mantra didn't even really have to work that hard for. Just a good amount of controlling utility, and they're gifted an opener. But it's a 2-2 split.
And honestly, Freeman's position, if he kept pushing through, it would have been good to potentially
Yeah, they're moving a third player over now.
Oath is very strong over here, but he misses out the first head. Now he'll have to rely on Freeman to cover off his cross. Freeman's blind. Freeman's completely blind. Oath can't find a kill either. He's going to be stabbed in the back by a dropping Winnie. 5 versus 2. And once again, a position where it feels like saving is the only tenable option.
I mean, fantastic flashes. Both players on that A bomb site get caught by the flashes that Mantra are throwing as they're running up through to short. I mean, Oath caught first, sure, but Freeman as the help was supposed to bail him out, and he was caught even more blind than Oath was. So who was really helping who?
And this early affair, the setup on the B bomb side to punish Terry's tendency to go back into sandbags as well is so nice to see.
It is just, I mean, not only was the util great, but also just the amount of restraint shown by the players as they were coming up to the bomb site. They understood that once Oath was inside of mini pit, they actually didn't need to face him from short. You know, they could wait until the apartments players came out and then overwhelm him. Even after getting the entry, sometimes, you know, we see with less experienced teams, in fact, when they get on big stages, they start to be a little bit more irrational. They don't think things through, perhaps. They just go, we found this, we have to just keep going, you know, keep pushing. But just showing that extra little bit of restraint is actually a good sign of some class there from Mantra.
Banana has quietly found himself on 20 kills as well, by the way, and Oath on 19. That is a very impressive showing for the first game of the closed qualifiers here at the Asia Champions League. Terry now decides to go even further ahead. Offense is the best defense, or at least that's what someone said. I don't know if they were really telling the truth. Reckons is waiting. He is going to find a freebie. Terry just doesn't clear it. Banana at least trades, so it's not a completely lost cause. But that is concerning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really worrying sign for only one word. Missing some critical steps. Oh, inside of smokes is both Oath and Winnie. And so this is a complete fade duel.
Oath with the MP9 might have the advantage in this one as well, though. And indeed he does. Takes down one. Is not prepared for the orb, but it's only going to clap him through what? Never mind. Skylander just pushes forward. Takes him down with the AK as well. Freeman's found 2 with the MP9. Viridian nestled away is there to close.
Yeah, okay. I mean, perfect timing there from Freeman. I was really not expecting him to come away with those 2 kills in the arches. I mean, so much attention being drawn towards those apartments because of that first kill by Oath. And they even had a player nestled at the back of the bomb site. But as soon as Freeman came away with that double, immediately this hit kind of lost a lot of its bite. So 11-10. Mantra have been able to get a lead and get some distance a couple of times already in this map. But only one word don't seem to die when they're down.
They might die if they lose over here. Money is going to be in the bin. Viridian hoping to put Skullhunter down there, right next to the potential money. 5 versus 4, comfortably maintained. Viridian allowed to recede. Terry's got himself 1, he's got 2. Finally, the impact on Banana that we've been waiting for.
And this time coupled with the flash, and it was very well placed. 2 players there. Cookie able to get his kill in the arches, so it does alleviate some strain. Even gives him access towards spawn if he so desires it, but that bomb being dropped over towards Banana, to be honest, I think that's probably his best chance of trying to recover this round in any capacity.
It's cute from Oath as well, the fact that he smokes off arches, so there's no way for Cookie to start coming back. Oath will then move back over to the second middle and start to look for any sort of information he can get. Lingering players of the sort. Reckons, though, will be forced back.
I mean, listen, I know these Banana players understand their circumstance and they know spawn is accessible and the B-bomb site could be compromised, but it's still uncomfortable. Like, they still want help. 2 players versus these 2 that are going to probably attack from both sides. They are not going to be that confident, so they have to make moves elsewhere, and that's where Oath will contribute.
21 kills on Oath now. Tied with Banana. And a Cookie at this point might just want to save, to be honest. Money is... it's iffy on the T side, so you aren't going to be able to get a full buy around the AWP, but if you have any intentions of buying into 11-11, this would be a critical time, not just to save the weapon, but the amount of utility he has as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to clear out some areas. They're not really hunting that hard, though, because CT economy is not exactly in a very, I guess, profitable place right now. They're having to expend a lot of utility just to take control. They want to set up more plays like that for Terry as well, if they can get some kind of activation from what have been effectively dormant players on Only One Word. You know, if we're thinking about fragging, it's been Banana, it's been Oath. And so if you can get some extra capacity out of Freeman, Terry, Viridian in any way that you can, then you'll be very satisfied with that. I do believe when we cut to those player cams, by the way, we're almost getting like a direct in with the player voice comms, because I'm seeing people that are not on camera, and I'm hearing them real well.
It's time to decide how you actually run this one. If Mantra have all that preparation, if they have a set strat, this would be the time to pull it out. The problem is saving that AWP of Cookie. It's really not a good set-piece weapon unless you're going to be having a player, you know, like a Monazi or whatever, or the equivalent in the region, maybe an Annihilation or something like it, right?
Yeah.
Someone who can get aggressive with it, take control, and then guarantee a kill on re-aggression. They're going to stay sober. They will maintain relatively low purchases. Still an AK and an AWP, still enough to be able to get a kill perhaps. Banana, however, has found one with the grenade. Boosts up and he doesn't expect someone close by. Cookie is blindsided.
I mean, that's a desperate looking move. I mean, to lose your opening player at the bottom of Banana to nades, sure, that can happen, but Cookie forcing the fight so hard over with that AWP, yeah, he was just praying someone overstepped and came in a little lackadaisical into those Banana fights.
Trying to pull a Zao. Oh, Rackens will be able to find Banana at the very least. Look, this is still a round where you have the pieces, right? Yeah. 3-on-2 on either side. Sure, utility's not there, but you've got time. So if the CTs at any point want to re-aggress, they have to do it in fear of the AWP. So most likely what you're going to see is gambles. Gambles on stacking, and this time it will be that maintenance. Viridian needs to get this kill. If he doesn't, this round could very much be flipped on its head.
Yeah, they're going to run him down.
Oh, the boost up as well. Viridian is going to be spotted, but he sees the barrel. It's going to be baiting out. His shot does deliver the incendiary, so he won't be rushed down too easily. Terry's trying to give him backup. He's got an incendiary of his own. Nice flashbang, by the way. Keeps him blinded out in secret. Viridian still hits the shot, and now Terry is going to be waiting for the push to come through. They're trying to spray him down through the wall, but Terry's still going to be insurance policy. Cheeseball is now a dead ball.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but that nice flash you were talking about, Viridian threw it. he was trying to flash so that he could keep fighting from the first...
Listen, if Oath can deliver team kills, Viridian can deliver team flashes, I mean, right? It's all right.
That's true, and it didn't seem to really affect them that bad. You know, Terry was able to find some good timing out there, but yeah, they really thought after they applied that early pressure Banana that Only One Word would just fall back, and it kind of just made the problems worse. But, I mean, a good amount of fight still offered up in that round, considering it was a clamored together buy. But it still means that coming into the last round of regulation, Cookie's going to be shortchanged, because he survived with the ult one round and only now has that one little bit of loss bonus to bounce back on. So he's on a tech.
It's a defensive double amp setup coming out from Only One Word. That can be something that Tech does well against Viridian. However, with the AWP is ready. Incendiary deployed. Maybe not needed, but we know that he doesn't.
Yeah, finding it a lot easier to play on CT is Viridian, I think. You know, just with the way that the AWP can sort of traditionally move around, he's been able to contribute in getting that, at least that one kill that does spark that deficit.
He's going to be able to maintain this angle as well. If Skull Hunter shift walks forward even slightly, this is going to be a guaranteed death. Even if he doesn't, it still might be.
It's a very, very hard angle to clear. You have to basically wide swing it if you don't want to die. And it doesn't look like he'll be pre-aiming it anytime soon.
Yeah.
They're grouping inside of the apartments.
This could be a double. No, it's through the wall.
It's a lot of damage still.
Damage is fantastic, and Viridian is as well. Continues to perform, and with the smoke down, there is not going to be a trade attempt. Cookie is gray screened, and Reckons is tagged up as well, but Oath is going to be the one left to play cleanup. Freeman's providing him cover. Oath gets one. Oath will not find the second. Reckons alone in a 1-on-2. It's good position, and he'll have time, however, to play a post round however he wants to.
I mean, they've got kits, they have a Molotov available, a couple flashes as well, and being able to couple up together and use that man advantage is how they'll try and play this. But Reckons is already cutting off some of the potential rotates and could even attempt to reflank it in some capacity. But if they don't put that Molotov down towards the apartments, they could be in a real world of hurt, actually.
Even if they do, remember, it is an incendiary. Now it hasn't been used. Like you mentioned, this is a problem. Terry's trying to play an elevated position. Terry will be taken down. Reckons does not have time, though, to stop the bomb from being defused. It's 13, and it's the first win for only one word.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic game in terms of recovery for this team. They started at 7-1 deficit. We weren't sure if it was going to be a complete write-off coming into this map. Hell, even just because it's the start of the tournament, we don't know if these teams are going to come in ready and rearing to go. But there was only one word, finding some solutions towards the end, and they started to dictate that flow of combat that much better.
Great adjustments coming through over there, absolutely.
Well, some pleasantries, of course, being exchanged. Two teams that come from the same region, continuing to fight against each other. And, you know, it's gone a couple of different ways. In two best of ones, it was only one word, or the Art of War, once upon a time, that won. And then Mantra fight back. And now in the opening of this tournament, it goes the other way. But it was a really toughly fought game for both sides. Neither of them had control.
It also just hurts a little more when it's on land, international, you are up 7-1, you lose 13-11, right? Like, it really is all the air markers of something to forget. And for only one word, it is something to remember. Their first big international win on land.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's against familiar opponents, but at least they're going to be pleased that they didn't completely screw the pooch in their opening game, because there was a real possibility of that happening. But we see some of that firepower. We're maybe even seeing an absence of it from the pieces that we thought were going to be the heaviest hitters. Instead, we got the emergence of players like Banana and Oath that really did step into that limelight quite well.
And this is always where players come through to tell their story, really, to be discovered in a lot of ways. And as much as we've talked about the connotations for the teams and how important VRS this for individual players looking to make the jump up within their region, this is exactly where you want to perform under the highest pressure, where things are going wrong. It's things like this that, you know, maybe get you invited personally onto a level up, even if the rest of your team might not be going there with you.
I think one of the tough things for Mantra to stomach in this loss is that, you know, from an ideas point of view and from a conceptual point of view, I think they did a lot of things right. I mean, for like the whole game, pretty much, you know, if you start to lose rounds, a lot of teams will change their setups and go a bit more aggressive. And you don't always want to just sit back on your laurels and think, what we're doing is fine and it's working and we should just always do the same thing. They did actually do a great job of trying to come up with new ideas, but it almost dug them deeper into a hole, weirdly. Even though they were still leading, it just opened up that gate for only one word again.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is also one of the issues that you sometimes have with teams that rely so much on planning and strategizing before the game, that when you get to the game, you're trying to make adjustments. Sometimes you need to throw the strat book out the window and come up with something then and there, and that's hard to do, man. That's hard to do at any time, let alone when there's this much pressure on you.
Yeah, I don't know whether to think about this as like an off game for only one word, or if this is just how they're going to be.
Be down 7-1 and then start to win?
It just, you know, these rough Freeman starts, these rough Terry
if
rounds.
I'm getting Banana and Oaths looking like this, I don't care what Freeman and Terry are like. I want my Banana, I want my Oaths.
The problem is Freeman didn't get Banana very often.
Well, we've got a man who does get Banana very often. It's Neokai with us.
Big fan of potassium, I've heard.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, we are loving this, right? What a game to start off. I was really worried. I was sitting here just behind you guys in the crowd. It was pretty cool, right? And, you know, myself and Gavin, we were kind of watching and we were saying, damn, like, this is, first of all, not the sort of dominant display we expected. Mantra out the gates looked unstoppable. And I think what you've got to look at is the word you guys have thrown around a lot, recovery. It was excellent. I really think they did a good job at kind of bringing themselves back into it. You have to look. I think maybe the worrying signs at times is just not getting your two-star players, Terry and Freeman, playing to the level they can. But like you mentioned, T, who cares, right? If you win, you win. And that's what matters. And now, T-Dam, they're only 2 wins away from making it to the big stages.
It's going to be hard to win. I've seen their bracket. They might have Rear Adam in front of them. I'm not really saying they're there yet. I'm sorry now.
It's true. It's true. But, Yumi, what now is the feeling in the Mantra camp? How do we bounce back from actually what is... It's got to be heartbreaking, especially, I want to say as well, because I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can hear it singing in the crowd. They were giving it loud as well, and they weren't really the kindest of words, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you know you're against someone from your own region as well,
Yes.
you have to play to that advantage. Like, when UK teams go up against each other, there is a lot of screaming, and there's a lot of cultural similarities between the two regions, I'll tell you that much. So, I mean, yeah, they're going to feel a little shaken, maybe the fact that they didn't capitalize on this win. They got a weakened version of only one word in a lot of ways. But I don't think they can look back at their game and just think, oh, we played all these situations terribly. I think they did so much right that all it comes down to is maybe just even more like aim crack, because I think that the aim did look like it faltered them in a few moments, and they got terried, they got bananaed, they got oathed.
Michael just hit him with the just shoot better. Like, this is a Viridian calling coming out right here.
But Titan, one thing worth mentioning, and this is something that again that me and Gavin kind of have a conversation about, is that when you look at maybe let's talk about like the open qualifier Chinese teams, right? Guys who maybe are a little bit more unknown internationally, similarities to these guys in a sense, right? Would you say that firepower might actually be one of the things that potentially holds back like a mantra or only one word in terms of the grandiose scale of this tournament? Because it seems like they actually have nice ideas, but at times it felt like they really just weren't hitting their shots. It's such an awkward and quite simple thing to say, but at times it was true.
I think firepower might even hold them back versus some of the lower bracket teams, to be honest. I mean, obviously we're thinking about your THR House, your Rare Adams and everything as well, but even if you're going up against some of these Chinese teams in the open qualifiers, these guys are gonna drag. And ideas are nice and all, but you know, game plans go out of the window when you get punched in the face.
This would also be the most familiar team they face, right?
True.
If we're thinking about, you know, making all the right calls and the right reads, this would be the team that happens against.
I mean, you can probably say, don't worry guys, we played them 100 times before. You're not saying that against, you know, XSCI, who don't have HLTV profiles before this, right?
Exactly. So that makes it all the more funky. One thing that was a little bit funky coming into the series, the Veto as well. We all sort of thought it was going to go to an Ancient. Mantra went with the curveball of Inferno. T, you feeling that was a gamble maybe not worth going for?
No, I mean, look, they did start off 7-1, right? They did have the right game plan and set. They did neutralize Freeman and Terry, but you can't really prepare for two players who really aren't known as those performers showing up the way that they did. It was an incredible series from Oath and Banana, and both of them, I mean, in a lot of different ways perform, right? It's not just this unidimensional thing where you're maybe seeing someone just be really good at taking entries on B or something, right? So I will say, I think the decision was fine. It's just, sometimes you just lose.
Yeah, and it's like, these are effectively anchor players that found a lot of success on both bomb sites. So it's like, we go one way, we get destroyed by Oath a couple times, we go the other way, Banana seems to be messing us up with a 5-7. It didn't feel like there was a real major out that they could find.
Okay, so Yumi, if you're now the coach of Mantra, what's the sort of post... Yeah, first of all, unlucky. But then secondly, what's sort of the post-game talk now in terms of trying to reignite the spirits a little bit? What are you trying to say to these guys? Obviously, you know, the first thing that will come to my mind is, guys, we started well, right? And that's the sort of way, you know, there's nothing worse than starting a game slow. So starting well is good, but then like, what are you saying to sort of now reignite them heading into the lower bracket? Because now they're on the last life.
Yeah, I mean, if the advice was to be given, it would just be probably like an urgency of communication. It did seem like it got very hectic in these sort of bursting plays or when they were losing opening fights in their defaults. I think it was just maybe about keeping a clear head on that T side, but also maybe not to go too deep into the bag too quickly, because it was like they lost one round and then their entire identity shifted on that CT side, and it could have been like a 9-3 half, 10-2 if they'd maybe even stuck to those guns.
Is it something you agree with, T?
Absolutely. I mean, listen, what Michael's talking about obviously is the fact that they had zero control over brackets, and then there's like, you know what, things are going wrong. Push brackets.
Yeah,
this is fine, right? It's really just diametric opposites, and just because something isn't working, small adjustments are a thing, right? Or even if no adjustments might be a thing, it's just one of those things where it did kind of feel like when they're up 7-1 and they lose these two rounds, they're like, oh my god, we're the underdogs, we need to do something different. It did feel like they had much more pressure internally than maybe even we're putting on them.
Now, Yumi, we spoke about the flip side of where we said we're actually maybe a little bit concerned for these guys when it comes towards playing against maybe some of the Chinese Open qualifier teams because they hit hard and firepower's thing. But what do you think's now maybe the advantage for the Australian teams or the Oceania teams when it comes towards playing against what is such a puggy style here for a lot of these Chinese and actually Mongolian teams too?
Yeah, I think the main advantage is the fact that they almost get like a greater exposure to the world of Counter-Strike. I think there are sometimes limitations, and I think this has maybe been a problem for sort of the emerging Asian markets for a while, is that you actually don't have as much sort of like trickle down of players that you can look at or that even represent you or what kind of game plan you like to play. I mean, Tai Lu was the best maybe representative of like Chinese Counter-Strike at the time, but it didn't really emerge or grow from there. It was only really with like Vici, Rare Adam that we started to see a bit more of that tactical prowess as well, that there was this measured style that you could use. I think the fact that the Australian teams have a lot of that to reflect on in the pro circuit and can do that a little bit easier, knowing that all these guys are speaking English and it's a little bit more direct to them in a way.
There's a lot more YouTube content to watch in English.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, got the round history from this game, and we've already touched on that 7-1 start. Incredible work from Mancha, and then it just sort of fell apart. But I think the biggest thing, I think for both sides, CTs is where they did a lot of their best work. I think you really saw only one word really step up a lot on that side. And I guess for T, when you look towards them, and if you're trying to improve upon this Inferno, what are you saying? Obviously, those last few rounds for only one word in the first half were great, but to really fix that T side, where were the glaring issues for you?
God, I mean, listen, to be honest, the fact that Oath was continually getting away with that much on the A side, it felt like they'd used so much of their utility early on that they didn't have the ability to flash him out, to molo him out, or anything like it, right? So if your anchor players are going to be given that much comfort in re-peaking and fighting again, Oath did a wonderful job, don't get me wrong, but he can't be given that kind of comfort, man.
Sure. So would it actually then be said, is it maybe worth throwing out there, at times it felt like both these teams kind of maybe overcomplicated the situations they were in?
Listen, if we're thinking about Counter-Strike right now, we are in the age and the era of firepower. Yeah. I think that it is sometimes maybe under-respected. We love talking about the tactical game. We think about, you know, oh, let's think about all these cool flashes we can throw and all the cute ways we can actually like build chemistry as a team together. But we're right now in an age where firepower is king, and we're seeing a lot of big level teams, tier 1 teams that are making active moves in that direction right now.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we're going to be throwing it over towards the stage as well. We've got an interview off the back of an incredible game, and I think you're all going to be wanting to hear what these guys have got to say. Of course, bit of a rivalry. So I'll throw it over to the stage. See you guys soon.
All right, we got Freeman here with us, obviously a legend in the Chinese Counter-Strike scene. And you still have a lot of fans in China who are wondering, just what are you up to nowadays? 好的，Freeman 现在已经作为这个 CNCS 的灵魂人物、元老级人物，那么你在中国仍然还有很多的粉丝，大家都非常关心你，所以跟大家讲一下，最近生活上有什么，就在忙什么呢？
最近就去了澳洲1-2个月，然后就顺便在澳洲打比赛嘛，然后一起打，然后就边之外就是跟他们一起去打比赛。
Yeah, so recently I'm just touring around Australia for like a month or two, and then Terry reached out to me, and then he was like, okay, do you want to practice with us and play some matches with us? And that's basically it. All right, so during map BP, it came down to Ancient and Infernal. So did you guys maybe get caught off guard a little bit when they picked Infernal instead of Ancient? 就我们刚才在 BP 的时候啊，最后是遗迹和小镇。那么对方选了小镇，你们是不是就会觉得有一点惊讶呢？因为感觉小镇 BOE 就是很难会选出来。
预选的是遗迹还有阿鲁比，然后我觉得他们会选遗迹，然后最后面他们选了一个都没有选。
Yeah, so we were caught off guard a little bit because we anticipated them picking either Anubis or Ancient, but they ended up picking Inferno, so we were caught off guard a little bit in the beginning. So you got anything to say to your fans in China? 有什么想跟中国的粉丝们说的？
谢谢中国的粉丝一直以来对我的支持啦。只要我对这个游戏还没热情散退的话，我会一直在 CS 这里。
Thank you, all the fans in China, for your continued support. And as long as I'm still passionate about the game, and I'm going to be keep playing it. Yeah, so you guys are going to go up against some really tough opponents in this stage. So what are your expectations for your team? 你们接下来的对手也都会比较强。那么你们队伍的在这次比赛的预期是什么呢？
本来我们是个业余队嘛，所以就是能赢就赢，赢不了也还好，就是放松心态，就是。
As well, since we're an amateur team, and obviously if a win comes by, then it's a win. But if we lose, it doesn't really matter because we're an amateur team, and we just stay loose and we stay relaxed. Okay, so is it true that Cantonese is like a secondary language during team comps？听说这个咱们队的这个第二语言是粤语啊，是这样的吗？
确实是的。当然我们5个人都在存活的时候，我们会说英语，然后那2个老外也能听懂。那当老外都死完了，我们打3局，我们就会用粤语，比较交流更加清晰。
Yeah, it is true. So when all 5 are alive, we use English. But if the 2 white guys died, then we switch to Cantonese. Yeah. So last question, how do you say banana in Cantonese? 最后问一下，这个粤语里香蕉道怎么说？
香蕉道。
Okay, so if you're wondering what Cantonese is for banana. 好了 all right, thanks Freeman for joining us on stage, and we're going to take a short break, and up next we have Just Wing versus CTG. 好，我们感谢 Freeman 接受我们的采访，稍后我们为大家带来 Just Wing 和 CTG 的比赛，不要走开，马上回来。
out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome. Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. My hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny.
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头。我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过剑魔，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留判断。不 FPS 当我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打在了对面10秒钟摇头。我想要 You can you got no BB no time， 不停地扫妹，滴滴答答到地地道道，滴滴的刀飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已被，刚满几岁，变到屎柜，却被以色列对你还洗肺，一般玩个几位，怕是晚上的什么情味，不为别问，我在暗里出几位，不梦但不红问，老子自己见不自追，想到图我的游戏，慢慢的听到法律记录，怎么你的某会。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天就点击酒店，大到来是黄家店头晕母穴，厕所美制人的那么每次歪歪里的腿，就像每次最后他都没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
消息开了，我呆了，闹掰了，碰面火车站和兵场都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他妈在搜查呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，青楼带头，半百 C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，收拾什么关口，什么标的招楼，纯夸我太熟。
有种来考我，我就唱你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我。我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的，
不想赢的。
我是想赢的，
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
他心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢。
要上分，
但我是那个漏洞。
我跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
套上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶啊！
保持我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎你屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我虽然 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，连个说了，都是疯了。脑中的微潮就特产不空抗，只把需要我这种没病的人，全跟对立的稿子们进行一个重合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞入框架，不能欠费的网费，等着记忆管我当下。我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法，我是付出的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿走我的 S5杀，不要接触外卖和洗澡水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，不敌的游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我不是这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了 ，OK？You
can you are, no can no baby。
So my name is Eddie Azzi, my alias is Viridian, and I represent only one word. Our team, it's an interesting team. It's a bit of a mix with a couple of Hong Kong players and some Australian players, and even one being Portuguese. We all enjoy being around each other and have a lot of fun. You know, we're good mates outside of the server. Inside the server, we have that synergy and teamwork. It's more like a group of mates playing together, enjoying the game, and sharing the passion. The weakness that we have in comparison to those teams is the lack of time we've had to practice, and having to shift roles around, that type of thing is like definitely something that can draw us back. But if we're on, then we can definitely make it competitive and get an upset. It's really exciting being able to compete against overseas teams. You very rarely get the opportunity, especially in Australia, to actually fly out and compete against Asia teams. It's just like a huge honor to be able to get that extra experience. You represent your region, so when you come here, you're kind of like here for your community and to achieve deep results that they can be happy about. I wouldn't say there's pressure because we're pretty confident in our gameplay. It's just having to get it done. So if we want to get that experience, we have to just hop in the server and do it. Why should they cheer for our team? Our teammates are racked, like they are super sharp. If they bring in the energy on the day, then you can expect 30 bomb from anyone. With our team, action's always happening, so you can always stay engaged and keep up with the gameplay we're showing.
My name is Bailey. I'm from the team KZG, and my in-game name is Estate. I think the biggest thing about our team is that we're a group of mates. Like, we do this for fun. I would say our team strength would be our bond as friends. Like, we get along as friends. It's not just like a CS team. This is like a friendship group in a sense. We embody that because we don't really get tilted at each other. We do it for the love and the joy of it, so getting upset's not really a big thing. Recently, we added 2 new people, so we've been a team for about 2 to 3 years now. Me, Hassie and Sam have been playing together for about 2-3 years, but Jaden and Kraz are new additions to our team. I think getting the experience against all these different professional teams is really good for us. We don't really get much variation in Australia, so versing these international teams is a great experience and it helps us learn a lot. I think qualifying for EWC would be a huge achievement for us, like for a team that we've been together playing for 2 to 3 years, and being able to achieve something that big would be absolutely crazy for us. I would like to say our chances are good. To play in front of a crowd, it would be amazing, but we'll have to see when we get out there. I know there is a lot of good teams here, there's a lot of good competition, there's a lot of teams who've been playing for a very long time and have a good structured team. For us coming into us, I think we've been a core 5 for maybe 3 to 4 months now, so it's going to be a bit of a struggle for us, but I think we can hopefully do a bit of damage.
我们和蒙古23哥约训赛的时候，明显能感觉到蒙古人是很喜欢磕枪的啊，他们是很喜欢抢起磕枪，然后进行接触的。那么这跟我们在国内约到的训练赛是不一样的。
We play some Mongolian team in scrims and we do like decent enough to play here. So I think I'm looking forward to play some strong Mongolian teams.
I did watch a bunch of Mongolian demos in the past, and it did influence how we played ourselves, and it was pretty successful.
但是蒙古人就是找你磕找你干啊，他只有不拿分的时候，他才会点个暂停扣个战术，打点道具配合出来，平时是没有的，都是枪法制胜比较多。
They just play very active Counter-Strike. They're very quick at rotations, very quick at their game plan, and even their set strats are very coordinated and strong. So I'm going to assume that carries out throughout the region of theirs.
其实多数都是能预判到蒙古队打法的，因为蒙古队的 demo 样本是很多的。但是蒙古队，你即使知道他们在那个前点站的，你也是磕不过的。人家就是打交叉、打补枪，人家击杀效率高、补枪效率高，我们是即使知道也没有办法去破解。
За монголчууд бидний контр тоглох онцлог гэх юм бол маш өндөр потенциалтай тоглодог. Тэгээд бас буудалтай айгу сайтай гэж өөрсдөө хардаг да монголчуудаа.
Тэгээд ер нь тэгээ монголчууд урдаа тэгээд буудалцсан дээр л тоглодог. Буудалч тоглодог ер нь шууд. Энэ нь бол тэгэхгүй зарим астрал үед бол сонир санагддаг.
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，动如雷震。硝烟散去，16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发。 架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧？这种机会应该是比较难得的。
You're here for your community and to achieve deep results.
Хамгийн зүйлийг үлдээх юм бол стикерээ үлдээхийг маш их хүсэж байгаа.
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。 当时机到来，他绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手，让他永远猜不透你的真实意图。在这场游戏里，欺骗不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves. 我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后义务了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone.
带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。 这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术，现在破烟而出。
Hello and welcome back to the Asian Champions League. We started off with an absolute banger here to kickstart day one, and we're hoping for more of the same as we move into game number 2. It's Just Swing taking on Change the Game. T-Time, how are we feeling heading in towards game number 2? A bit more, I would say, of an unknown identity to most of us.
I'm excited, right? We get to see the Chinese Open qualified teams. If there was going to be any team that we know basically nothing about, this would be one of the few. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a squad that seemed to do quite well going into that Chinese close qualifier, breezed basically through their games.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at them as potentially being one of the ones that can punch up, even though we know the least about them sort of domestically. Like, we're thinking about online competition, we're thinking about experienced players. I feel like we have that in spades in the other parts of like the VRS invitations, for example. But when it comes to these open qualifier teams, we don't know how well they're going to do matched up against harder opponents, because it seemed like everyone could kind of shoot in that qualifier, I won't lie.
They look pretty crispy, man. I'm just going to throw it out there. They might be a bit of a sleeper team to come through, or at least a few of these kind of Chinese qualifier teams who went flawless. They looked unbelievably talented. Let's start, though, on the other side. We've got Just Swing aside, who qualified, of course, through VRS. They've had a relatively middling season within ECL Asia, going 10 wins, 16 losses. But, you know, they've beat some decent teams that are at this event, right? Nomads, The Cube, God's Reign, and there's some decent players on display. Gas has been around for a while, Marek as well. So, Tita, how are we feeling about Just Swing?
I mean, it's funny you don't say QQ God, because QQ God's been one of the players who's been around for the longest in the Asian scene. He's one of the original sort of Eastern Russian COVID converts that was able to actually start making strides into things like the ESL Challenger League and whatnot. And I'm really glad to see him actually making his way into a Chinese team. The last time that I remember a Russian player being able to actually make a significant event with a Chinese team was actually Vadim with Lin Vision, who ended up creating the foundation how Lin Vision basically played completely and utterly, you know, sending them down a very interesting road.
Yeah, I mean, he was coaching, and then he was like, oh, well, we're getting rid of...
He started off as a player first.
Yeah, well, then,
then coach, then player again. There's a lot happening.
It's like the in-game leader decided to step down, shout out X-Per one time, and then it was like, Vadim's in, I guess. So, he did a pretty good job, I have to say.
Yeah, and then, of course, we've got on the other side as well, Change the Game, of course, who looked incredible in the Chinese closed qualifier. 2 dominant wins, a best of 1, and a 2-0 in their best of 3. And they breezed through those games. They made it look so damn easy. So, Tita, when we look at this side as well, we actually probably, if you Just Swing, you have to be actually kind of careful of them.
Look, there's also the thing that you have to remember. They changed the game, I think, from all the open qualified teams are the ones who are actually playing, in my eyes. And I say this only because I saw them at the Mesa qualifiers as well. And they did actually beat the team that is playing as Ninjas over here, which is one of the invited teams and whatnot. They had some good wins. So my point is, going off of that and the fact that they all have matching uniforms, I feel like they're here to play.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate, like, they seem to be quite well structured. And to be honest, I think when we think about these Chinese Open qualifier teams, they even saying it in some of these interviews, saying like, we play like an explosive sort of aggressive style. Sometimes they're maybe not expecting to receive that back. Like, they're scrimming Mongolian teams that love also going for that type of fight. And it's in a different way than they're used to, perhaps. So when they play against the players from outside of that region, it becomes more complicated, but this should be something they're a bit more familiar with.
Yeah, I was going to say, Yumi, when we actually look at this game, in a similar vein of the way we built up match number 1, where it was that bit of a derby, this kind of has similar elements to it. At the very least, yes, sure, Change the Game a little bit more of an unknown element, I can guess, comparably, but in terms of the style of play and probably in terms of scrims, they've got to know about them at least on some sort of level, right?
I mean, what I will say is coming into this matchup, all I'm focused on the fact is like there's 2 ways to react to Counter-Strike 2. Yeah. You can either embrace it or you can ask the developer to change the game. We have both these sort of like open letters effectively to the way that CS2 is playing. But yeah, no, to your point, it is nice for them to almost like break in a way to have that soft entry into, yeah, there is a bigger pond that you have to be able to thrive in outside of just your own sort of small circuit open qualifier bracket.
Okay, we've got some cash stats coming through as well, which we love to see.
He's hopeful,
it's
at least.
Gan La the guy, I'm assuming this is like Mandarin or something, right?
He's writing in Pinyin, which is Mandarin sort of
right.
Romanized.
Okay, so everyone needs to remember, if you're playing Chinese pugs, so just say, "Hey Ganla, hey Ganla."
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we're going to be introducing these teams, of course, to the stage. The first time they get to play here in Yancheng. We're looking forward to it. So, without further ado, let's throw Owen over towards the stage.
First up on stage, introducing Just Swing. And their opponent, Change the Game. Just Swing versus Change the Game. Good luck. Have fun.
Of course, teams look pretty stoic in terms of their approach out on towards the stage. And of course, they want to be kickstarting their run here. We've already spoke about it. 3 wins is all you need if you don't pick up a loss throughout this upper bracket. We've already seen an incredible start T-Time in our first game. 7-1 down, only 1 word, turned it around, 113-11 right at the final steps. This one, what's your feeling coming in? Who do you see as sort of the favorites here?
I mean, you can't not say Just Swing aren't the favorites, right? Considering Change the Game, Chinese Open qualified team and whatnot. But I am very reassured because I won't lie to you guys, I was mentally thinking, is that a render of the jackets? Are the jackets even real? And when I see them coming out, I'm like, okay, this team's here to play. They've got uniforms, I believe.
You just thought they had a really good graphics design.
Yeah, basically, I was like, wow.
No merch designers, nothing else, just somebody, one mate who's like sick of graphics. Yumi, when we're looking in towards this one as well, let's throw you in the steps for the Change the Game coach. What's the approach here, right? I know it's a hard sort of game to go up against and a tough team to try and break down, especially in terms of the experience they've got. So is it more so of just, right, let's stick to our game plan, let's play our style, and let's not worry about them?
I mean, if there's one thing they can try and rely on, it is aim.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when we're thinking about teams without experience, you have to focus on the fundamentals and what you're good at, and they have to try and lean into that to a certain degree.
Yeah.
We do have the Veto available. We shouldn't see Train and Nuke, those are both perma bans for both the teams.
Yes.
But Ancient and Inferno were big reasons as to why Change the Game got here in the first place. I think they would really like to play those maps, and they both still exist in the pool.
Ancient was their played map in the qual. For me, this feels like a guarantee. And yeah, I have no surprises here that we see Ancient come through. And actually, funnily enough, for the majority of the Open Qualifier teams, it went down to basically 1 of 3 maps. It was like an Ancient and Inferno, maybe an Anubis coming through at times. So, T, how are we feeling? Ancient coming up here. We did assume Ancient would be our map in towards the first game. We didn't get it. Now we do. It feels like a good map for both of these sides to thrive. If we look at a structured playstyle as well, good map to play on. But also, if you want to play a Puggy, Ancient's become one of those new playgrounds for that.
It's interesting to see Ancient sort of come forward. Obviously, Just Swing have been doing well on it, and historically as well, a few of these players have been good on it. You think about Gas, you think about QQ God, the styles of play that they have, it really does suit an Ancient. But I am a little bit surprised because, like you guys said, you know, the fact that it comes down to those two in the end is also just a testament to the, you know, Just Swing doesn't really have the best map pool, and even if we don't see that being exploited right now, which is an important note to take forward. Now, they have done reasonably well recently on Ancient, Intermission, but even there, the wins are kind of missing. On paper, they are just a better team, and honestly, even where Michael's saying you have to rely on your aim, the issue is I think Just Swing very often do the same.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, that's true, but you also still have that guidance of Marek, who has been through many different iterations of rosters and has built some very successful Chinese teams. So for him coming into this game, you know, you look at the fact that Change the Game came through and had two pretty stellar wins on Ancient. I don't think he's going to come in underprepared for this game. In fact, I don't think there was anything really outrageous about the way that Change the Game played the map in terms of like making it different, for example, that Just Swing won't be prepared for.
So would you put it this way then, Mike? Would you say that, in a way, it's actually kind of a confidence play for kind of Just Swing, right?
Absolutely.
Saying, like, we know you like this map, and we've seen you play it, and we've seen what you've done. You got a flawless qualifier, brilliantly, and you go to this map a lot, and we think we're better.
It's also just, I mean, when you looked at those Chinese Open qualifier games, a lot of those teams wanted to play Ancient. They wanted to play Dust. They didn't want to play, like, Infernos, or they didn't really want to play Nuke, for example.
Yeah.
You know, so why stray away from that? Let alone the fact that Change the Game, when they got to the best of threes, they picked Inferno. It's a map they wanted to play. So we're leaning into a map that has a lot of demo footage, as well as potential weakness that could be exploited.
Well, fellas, without further ado, enough rambling from us. We're going to kickstart things in towards our second best of one here at the Asian Champions League. It's Ancient coming up next. It's Just Swing taking on Change the Game. Take it away, boys.
I don't like that Neo says enough rambling from us when he's the only one going away. We still get to ramble, Neo. Get lost,
Yeah, we unfortunately get to ramble a lot. So, yeah, coming into this game, I do think that there will be some anti-stratting to a very light degree, but Just Swing have such incredible quality of players that we should see on display, but they get destroyed in this early mid-fight. It's actually Vance KK, the newer, less tested addition to Just Swing that has come up with the goods, and now Lulu in a clutch.
Well, exactly what we thought this game was going to be.
Yeah, extremely explosive.
Fight straight down middle, Lulu left her clutch. Now, one of the interesting things that for Just Swing that I did see is Marek really doesn't like fighting opening duels in general, and he's got a surprisingly high 1v1 percentage. I don't put much stock in those normally, but maybe Lulu can also live up to some percentages that Marek generally has. It is a 1-on-2. Distance to close, smoke is down on the bomb. First Yule given up, but the flashbang is great. Change the game by using every bit and bob they have left. But Lulu, nice shot to the head. He's got time inside the smoke, though. The spam and the knife will not be landing. It's going to be missed somehow. Just Swing win the round.
He was swiping at the box. If he had just taken a step to the right, he does win that round for the squad. And instead, it is Just Swing that steal it out from under them. Lulu, or Purely, as may be listed on his page. Yeah, I mean, really was not expecting he would be able to get away with that type of a moment, but sure enough.
Well, I asked if they can clutch, and they can. But can they beat down Force by Change the Game coming through with a couple of dangerous weapons? It's Khalil's and Tech9's. And it is going to be a B-bomb side focus. I'm curious about whether this ends up being early round hits consistently, but as Gas is putting his pedal to the metal, Zero will be the one to take down Lulu in the meanwhile.
It's a very fast start, and with all this space, the fact they've got this 5-on-3, I mean, this is not how you wanted your potential conversion round to progress. And they're just trapped inside of Cave. They have no way to do anything about this B play. Change the game, just keep it nice and simple, nice and quick. And they Just Swing, ironically enough.
Just Swing are also doing the same, right? Like they're going for that double aggro out of Cheetah, but Change the Game do keep those players in from behind, so you're not going to be pincered up and whatnot as well. It really is just the perfect round call into what Just Swing was doing, honestly. And I'm not going to say, oh my god, that's an amazing anti-strat, while Marek is holding on for dear life. But life is not dear enough, perhaps. Yancher. Flashbang comes out. Is Marek going to stay alive? That's kind of crazy.
Kind of incredible, yeah. I mean, he did a great job. That box is not exactly a complete safe haven. You can get spammed around the edges of it. But yeah, it's kind of an unfortunate scenario to be in for Just Swing because they want to try and play this as conservative as possible. First gun round on CT side, you're not going to have all the incendiaries that you want. Those are a very finite resource, especially when you're going to take mid control and try and ascend ledge. That's why they wanted to set that precedent early. But yeah, if your opponent just rushes and takes that early fight to the B bomb site, it can be very difficult to hold on.
It's going to be Vance to try and intercept with the 5-7 behind the smoke, a deadly weapon as we've already seen in Inferno from earlier on.
However, we had back-to-back games where it has been an early force buy war at the start.
This is a throwback to the good old days of Asian Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Back when international casters could say, oh, they're not playing European enough.
Yeah, now maybe are they playing it? Are they playing maybe too much now? Or at least one of the teams is. This is a really good move here from Just Swing. Got a kill through the smoke on A main, and now they have a flank as well set up. The fact that Vance has been able to push through A main gives him a lot of information, and he's just spotted them starting to diverge into that red room, and so he's going to have a great chance to line up a couple of frags, but only one. It was really expecting more there. Gets whipped back by Zero, but the jig is up. They know what the plan is looking like here for Change the Game. They just don't have anyone actually on the A bomb site, so it's not like they can totally prevent it, but now with Zero dropping the bomb, that's likely the round out of 957's hands.
I believe. He can do it. I don't believe. He can't do it. I believe! I believe!
Oh my god. I don't really believe in manifestation, but that almost came to pass.
Well, at least he gets himself a little bit of extra cash, if nothing else. Great move from Vansa, really was what unlocks the round. QQ got as well, being nearby and being able to provide all of that assistance. Good to see.
I always remember QQ being a bit more of a slower style player, willing to take fights. I think that old GR team were all very good at doing that, but sort of a lot of it revolved around the central in-game leader. But yeah, to see him on a Chinese team, you were sort of right to point that out before. It's kind of nice to see him step away from that for a moment and get that experience with other play styles. Still, it's another force buy here for Change the Game, and they've found kills, and they isolated purely on the bomb site as well. So just like that, once again, they break into this B bomb site on the low buy. And you just don't have position. You don't have great util here for Just Win to come back.
Oh, Vance's might be flanked over here as well. 957's taking him down. That's another weapon to pick up. And hey, man, ain't no war like a force buy war.
This B bomb site is becoming a bit of a liability, even just in these opening couple of rounds. Can't handle the pace.
Newer viewers might not remember Gas from his days in Wings Up. He is trying to go for what looks like a bit of damage. And he will find it, but at the cost of his own weapon. A very risky player he's always been. The old Wings Up lineup was characterized by relentless aggression many times, and also the largest standard deviation of skill that you were going to see.
Yeah, I mean, you see some games where they played such a measured style, great push-pull, you know, really outthinking their opponent, and then other times you'd see them just running into bomb sites with very little util, and, you know, this is the thing, you know, sometimes when you see that massive disparity in play style, it does feel like they're trying to capitalize on something, but then, you know, other times it kind of reached the point where it's like, are these guys like fully locked in? Like, did they prep ahead of this game? Because sometimes it really felt very flat. But we've got a nice mix of players on Just Swing in terms of experience and new breed. QQ, one of those more veteran players on the squad. Yeah, already dealt with very handily.
Gas will be able to recover the AK, goes in for a fair fight, and will be backing off. So with that, he's always got time to potentially reposition. They're going to have to be very careful. Laikaju. Am I pronouncing that right? I'm relying on you for
I
this
am
one,
hesitating for a moment to consider my options.
I'll give you the time.
I think Laikaju. I assume it's supposed to be split up into 3 words. Like
yeah, that's what I'm assuming too.
Laikaju, but
Gas, however, is going to be taken down by the man with a difficult name to pronounce and a difficult duel to win. Vance finds hacking. And in the meanwhile, you also have to keep an eye out for 957. He's all alone. He's going to be stabbed in the back. And this is a recoverable weapon. That would be quite nice with the CT side. Of course, money is going to be kind of questionable in the next round. They've got 2 players who can buy out. So if Marek saves this M4, that could end up into being another force buy around a couple of extra rifles.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way that Marek went in for this retake as well, which is kind of a shame. You could see he was thinking about it if somebody overstepped or gave a duel, but you could see that they had stalling util ready for Marek if he decided to venture out for it. So, yeah, he does opt for that buying route, see if they can do something around the facilitated rifle.
I'm a little bit disappointed in my king, though.
What, hacking?
Yeah. He's had a difficult start so far, and I was really looking forward to be like, he's hacking. He's hacking.
I believe the right terminology is, in fact, cheating. Actually.
Oh, well. Even so, nicely done from Change the Game. Third round on the board, and it should be number 4 coming out soon. Just Swing. So far, their points of aggression have largely been around Cheetah pushing, and QQ God has tried to get aggressive into A main once as well. I'm curious about whether that continues to be the case. Maybe a slower style would end up suiting them more once they have full utility and full weapons.
Good early advancement past that elbow smoke as well. So real hesitation here for Just Swing to take those duels, knowing that it's likely being occupied by this attacking side. Lycasu already creating that space and just a possibility for them to even wrap into an A-side split. But some util also sailing out towards that B-bomb site. So they're trying their best to keep Just Swing guessing, but face-checking it is QQ with that 5-7, and he does get dealt with.
Gets a dink first, but it's just not the right weapon for it. I really thought that Gas would be trying to push out with the P250 over there as well to serve as distraction, but Marek gets a freebie. At least there's that to bring forward. It's only a Mac-10 that's been saved by Lulu, though, so it's not really the best of weapons. Gas starts to move in. Yancha's going to be given his first opportunity to find an easy frag, and he collects.
Still, they're running down the clock very low, and that SMG almost causes them massive problems. Really nicely done from Zero to control the spray. And once again, it will be Marek to try and hold onto this M4, but he's still floating around. He's close by. He wanted to take weapons out of their hands, but will be unsuccessful in even finding one.
Good to see they're able to deal with the Eco plus M4 at the very least, right? That actually looked ridiculous when you see it in from the kill feed. Now comes in the real Counter-Strike, right? Now comes out the gun rounds. Both sides have got themselves the weapons. AWP for Vance has been pulled forward. What is he going to be getting up to with it? It looks like an early donut play, maybe just holding down the A site later on in the round, letting QQ rotate. The T's, however, they want to focus on middle, and as they do so, they will be spotted out on the crossover through Cheetah. And 5-7, caught off Vance's peek in from Donut will give him that guaranteed kill. No one there to refrag. Since the game hadn't scaled up mid far enough to try and do so.
Yeah, I mean, hearing no steps coming out from elbow, he's willing to take that risk. So, I mean, really good heads-up play there from Vance, knowing that there was some presence outside of B at the start.
Flashbang allows one solitary player to cross over. It is Lycasu. Marek back in the cave will be contested by Zero. Now, for Zero so far, he has been one of, if not the main man, for Change the Game. 12-3. Continues through. Mark's not in the best positions for the A1, but Zero will clear it out, takes him down. Don't think it would have mattered what weapon he had.
Yeah, now even revealing the fact they have this red room presence. Lycasu unable to control the spray, but does a lot of damage on one of those players rotating to support this B bomb site. Once again, though, Change the Game are willing to pump the brakes. They've slowed things down while that smoking cave is still active. And there's been no quick movement here from Just Swing to reinforce this B bomb site. Losing gas like this does put them in a terrible spot, though. It's Lulu who's isolated, and a flash that's going to greet him. They go for the double swing, and it's Purely that's able to control it. Zero sits on such low HP, all courtesy of Marek earlier from that duel inside of Cave, and it's the nade that will chase him around the corner. A fantastic hold from Purely to get this round back.
It really looked like it was Gas whose job it was going to be to hold things down. Lulu even tries to play a little bit bait for him, shoots out, reveals his position, allowing Gas to take the duel. Change the game, we're ready for that. They're not ready for the double swing, or rather single swing onto the double swing back. Lulu just gets two beautiful frags. And unfortunately, Laikishu just finding nothing over here back in Red Room when there's so many resources put into him getting there. It is going to be a difficult thing to come back from.
Yeah, if he gets his kill, just even surviving from that point onwards would have provided more than what effectively turned into him chasing after a duel that he knows he missed out on. It's an unfortunate circumstance because it felt like Change the Game had a lot of things going right for them in that round. Just Swing were a little bit unknown. They just didn't know what was coming. They didn't know which site to look at. Great flashes to chase down Yantra, who was trying to probe with that scope.
Everyone was flashed out. There was no one playing anti over here. Laikishu trying to refrag will be taken down by Gas as well. And early duels do not go the way of Change the Game in middle this time over. It is going to be 4-4. The T-side money is enough to potentially flirt with a few force buy situations, but nothing beyond it. They've not been able to build up the cash.
Got deep B lane control though. So if Change the Game want to try and recover this round, it will still be quite trying. Even a jump spot there from QQ, who sees that middle is being explored as an option.
No one's really peeking up from Change the Game. Marek is maybe in the most forward-facing position, but even he's playing it safe. Honestly, might be the best move to save these AKs at this point. Marek is taken down. They're looking for a few more fights over here on the T side, but Change the Game are, again, trying to ski uphill.
Yeah, I mean, CTG already have decided that that B-bomb site is not going to be the play. You know, a player wouldn't be so aggressive like that out from Cave without someone watching out from ramp. So they tried to get themselves some access to red, see if they could split this A-bomb site with the two players they had. But now 957 is just going to try and get this bomb down, plants inside of the smoke, and it will allow him to get the extra money at the very least. But a couple of shots through with that AWP, Vance does at least seal the round fully.
Honestly, if they saved those two AKs, it probably would have been a force buy into the next one. I don't know if Change the Game wanted more of that. But this mid-duel is where things go wrong. Great flash from QQ God keeps all three players blinded, so no one can try and trade either. When Laikishu finally does actually move forward, he also just loses the duel. So critical moments like this is what will allow Just Swing back into the game. Likely an advantage to be projected, but it is in fact a half buy, force buy for Laikishu.
I am worried that CTG's pacing is slowly being adapted to here by Just Swing. I think they understand that low buys, fast plays, bursts, and when they're on these gun rounds, when they're taking control, they're doing a lot of stop, start, and eventually trying to collapse on the bomb site at sort of like that 35-second mark. That's the trend that Just Swing will have been noticing as well. And that's where all that experience of having players like Marek, like Gas, like QQ, that can start to make those calls for you. This is one of the few rounds where they've been on pistols, where they haven't actually tried to go for anything too electrifying.
This would be the right time to call for, you know, just a set piece. Hacking would love a distraction over here. Lulu, however, is going to be moving into clear out Red Room. This comes out to his straight. Oh my god, he's turned around into the door. That isn't great, but Zero finds the one. Laikishu makes it 2. And that saved AK, rather the bot up AK, is going to be allowing a bomb plant and a 2 versus 3. Yancha's got space to recover another weapon as well. The smoke still has some time on them, and in fact, one of them is even refreshed.
They just don't have great post plants. They don't have access to Donut because they smoked it off. So Laikishu getting that one kill was great and allows Yancha an exit path. It's the AWP of Vance that has to try and chase him down. He switched to that 5-7 so that he has that running accuracy. That 5-7, too difficult to deal with. Had he been on the AWP, I think he had a real fighter's chance. But really well read there from Vance.
Very nicely played from Lulu as well, but honestly, it just comes out to the fact that hacking is turned around over there. Looking back, I don't know if he's turning from what he thinks is going to be a flash, or he's worried about a flank and is trying to pre-fire up into middle or something like it, but yeah, still change the game, bring it incredibly close. They don't fully buy into that round either, let's not forget, so they will have a very good buy in this one.
What's ironic is I think because he heard the step, he turned because he thought he would be running with a flash to clear it. He's been sat in that corner so long, thinking someone would walk into him, and then he heard a step, and I think he just kind of freaked out. Not unjustifiably so, but it was the wrong play.
Oh, Yancha misses his chance. That boost was only going to get so many opportunities for a free frag, and Lulu's never going to be missing his. Not the double this time, but Zero will not be able to provide either. It's 957 to close the distance. The smoke being missed will be blooming on top of the site itself, but a Molotov finishes off what Laikashu started. Gas is going to be coming back in, gets himself the first and recedes. Yancha, last one alive with the AWP, no bomb on him either. This is going to be a lost cause.
Good read.
Unless Vance is not able to get that shot.
It's AWP v AWP. Who slow creeps into who?
Does feel like Vance is getting scared. Looks away, peeks back over, elbow spotted. This could be it. This could be everything. Yancha brings it back, and he makes up for that first missed opportunity with a double in the end.
And listen, that first shot that he missed out on, at least it gave information for his team to start getting space on this bomb site. They're trying to brute force into B, and they've been succeeding even on the lower weaponry. But when he's put into the clutch like this, he read them like a book. I mean, was spotted over towards ramp and knew that they were going to try and do what they could to subvert having to walk into his crosshairs, and they ended up doing that exact thing, unfortunately for them, because he was that one step ahead of them.
And guess what happens when you lose out a 1v1 right after you won a 1v1? Your CT side economy gets destroyed. 5-5, this is not the time when you want to be without cash. They are going to be force buying into this round. Just Wing are putting themselves in a position where it could very well, and probably should very well, be a 7 for Change the Game.
There's just a disconnect right now, I think, between the B players, because, you know, if you're thinking about Ancient as a map, the reason middle is explored so much is because, I mean, the B bomb site itself, just getting up that ramp, can be very difficult to do. And right now, it doesn't seem like it's becoming that complicated for Change the Game. It's incendiary into smoke, into taking fights, and it's become a real liability, and it's something that they have to be able to show that they can hold in these last couple of rounds.
Zero might be given a one-on-one versus QQ, which is not the best thing in the world to hope for. Vance, in the meanwhile, has pushed forward. He's taken up Gas's position. Marek is hoping to crossfire with him, but Vance now moves away. A re-smoke that's gone awry, but Zero's found QQ, but the bomb has been spotted. Marek will recognize that. And with Yancha to cover, Marek has to be careful. He starts to move back in. It's going to be Yancha to lead the way, but no, Marek runs out of bullets. Otherwise, that would have been a straight double. Yancha's left on 17 HP.
Will he regret it? Can Yancha bail them out? Guess not, they're winning a clutch. He's at least got a teammate alongside him this time. Ah, hit by a stray as Marek strafes out. It's Lulu still keeping control of this lane, and he will not lose his fight to Laikashu. A nice collection and a good change there from Just Swing. Taking deep B lane control, door smoke, as well as the ledge ascent. You know, this time there wasn't that pace from Change the Game they had to worry about.
I'm honestly just surprised about the fact that Zero continues forward like that rather than just trying to hold on to the A bomb site. They hadn't given over that much information. If he just plays from big box or A main, forces the CTs to aggress or recede, one or the other, it would have maybe allowed the B site to be a bit more exploited. Change the Game, however, are going to be right back down into almost no money. 4 Tech 9s and an AK. It's the A site they go over to, and Incendiary stops them in their tracks, but their tracks are not finished just yet. Vance flashed up, pushed back, right into Donut he goes, and Laikashu moving over the spray is going to be able to guarantee a bomb plant. This is where they want it to be, but where can they go from here?
This is the comparatively easier part here for Change the Game. Holding on to this bomb site when you have very little resources, not great weaponry, is very trying, and Just Swing still have quite a few tools on their belt.
Watch out for 957 coming in for the flank, though, very late in the round. He's going to be looking out to maybe even a mid play, and look at the time, it's really been knocked down low, and as Vance is going to be moving past, there's a backstab that's that's already ready inside the smoke. It's like a shoe. It's going to be backstabs on backstabs. Marek is down. Zero gets another one. And as like a shoe starts to move back over, it is going to be the round lost. Justwing cannot win this any longer. It is going to, however, still be a chance. Like a shoe comes in. He stops them. It's going to be taken down. The bomb will blow.
Why did Lulu get off the bomb? He was defusing, and then he tried to swap with his teammate, and it just in the chaos, they didn't know whether or not they could they could win the round or not. That's a very, very hectic scenario. And likely just losing track of time, but also the comms are probably in absolute disarray.
I don't even know how you sort of move past that one at the end of the half as well. You've got a chance to stew. Marek is going to be having some words with his team right now. Just chill out, guys. It's fine. We were supposed to be winning that round. Really well executed till the last second, basically, right? You see how they're scaling onto the bomb site with in that 3-on-3. They immediately isolate the outside temple flank. They get another kill in Donut as well. But
they were just slow, is I think the problem, and maybe they were even slower than they had projected themselves, because yeah, they didn't have the time to play with. It was actually a very, you know, last minute, oh, we have a smoke, we have to jump on the bomb. And it just didn't really feel like it was all too put together, because getting into that A bomb site, not that difficult a lot of the time, especially on rush plays, because usually it's so middle focused, a lot of B lane, and that's maybe why getting B is so difficult, so you have to worry about mid and B. And so you don't have often the manpower to vehemently hold onto that A bomb site, but yeah, Justwing had problems on both extremities, unfortunately. Even on some of their mid-holds, they were losing some of the opening fights, and when they played more defensive, they were winning more of those rounds, but they were losing a lot of space and often ceding a kill as well in some of those mid-duels. A really, really solid start for Change the Game, considering they are one of our sort of Chinese open qualifier teams where expectations have to be set in a reasonable place when you don't get as many outings to play against regional opponents. You know, you'll get scrim time from some teams, but you're also maybe not to the level where you can, you know, ask for some of the best to really learn and adapt your game to.
Also have to give out love to Lulu, by the way, for that one round where he gets a double kill with the M4 as well. That was what gives Justwing the chance to come back, because, you know, when you're saying, and I'm thinking, wait, Michael just said that they were struggling with the extremities and they struggled with mid sometimes. I'm like, wait, isn't that just the entire map, basically?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it was for like round to round. They just didn't have a good understanding of the tempo that Change the Game were going to be playing at, and I think that's all the credit to them. I mean, from what we can tell, I mean, they're calling a pretty measured game outside of these rush plays on low buys, which is, I mean, why wouldn't you do it when you've basically won every single one of them?
The nice thing about Change the Game, though, I will say, is it didn't feel like it was all spawn-based calling either, right? You're not really saying, hey, guys, rush A, rush B, you've got this set strat, right? It's not Astralis Counter-Strike being played over there. And it's going to be good when you start going over to the CT side as well, right? Being able to play those mid rounds, having promise for those late rounds as well. That's going to be incredibly important for Change the Game, as Marek will now be really in the proper driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, T-sides can be both a blessing and a curse. When we think about teams and their struggles on T-sides, we think like tactically maybe they're not all put together. But I think in general, you actually are able to dictate the flow of combat so much better. And in an environment where your opponent doesn't have, you know, they have a couple of tapes of you playing this map, but, you know, from matchup to matchup, you can very quickly dive into different areas of your strat book. And in a way, I'd like to think that that works to Change the Game's advantage. But on CT, when you're battling the economy, where you're battling, you know, the potential of you know, great util sets from Justwing as well as the caliber of players they have, this will be a bigger trial.
Hacking spotted out that first player. 957 wants to aggress. They know utils coming overhead, but 957's taken down. Hacking is as well. Answer all alone. He's got problems, but he's dealt with one of them, only the one. 4 problems remain, even if Gas is not 1. 0. And Laikaju might even be tempted to move back and save at this point. Not really a fan of it, but it would make sense still. Zero for ace forward, finds himself the first skull. It's already paid pretty much for whatever he'd be saving. On the bomb he goes, taps it out, but then he and his teammate are tapped out instead.
Yeah, I mean, basically nothing you can really do. I mean, you don't want to get double entry'd at the start of a pistol round, especially when they're your dedicated B site players. I mean, losing long as well as close, yeah, a very, very difficult retake to come in for, especially when the absence of kits was palpable. You know, if you're in a deficit, you want some util, at least to help bridge the gap. So a pretty electrifying start, some of that firepower on display. And
look at this, we've got an eco.
Ah, I know, a save. It's
surprising.
A rarity already. So quite long into the Aussie derby, would you even call it that?
I don't know,
Yeah,
man. Like, it's two players from Hong Kong, one from Portugal.
It's kind of
right?
culturally confused.
Yeah. They've even got the Hong Kong flag in general, right? So, yeah. Marek is all right. That's fine.
Inhuman reactions.
Well, fairly human reactions here, but it's okay. All good.
Yeah, Marek's been pretty human his whole career, I will say. But as an in-game leader, you're not expected to be.
He was a 16-year-old prodigy at one point.
Well, was he?
I'm assuming, man. He's old.
What? I mean,
he must have been good 15 years ago.
Some people start much earlier than others.
Some people start bad? Is that what you're saying?
No, just people start their careers at different ventures.
Listen, if you're 31 and you're playing on a LAN, you've been playing since you were 10. Probably not.
There's no way that's a blanket rule.
Now comes contest in the hands of these M4s. It is going to be 957 and Hacking, who have gotten full B lane control. That's allowed Zero to swing back over to middle, and it is a fortified A site in general, having 2.5 players there. Reclaim out into mid, though, is the call from Just Swing. They will be smoking off Red Room. A couple of flashes would not be terrible, but they will not need it. It's revealed as though they're only one player. So, like as you will want to move forward for information, he's jiggling out with smoke, and with a flashbang in, he could have just missed a couple of players. He just backs off, and Gas has been given the space to move.
That molly definitely did not go where he wanted it to. It didn't get into the corner, and also didn't go far enough inside of cave to start threatening these closer positions. It's a double setup here for Change the Game. They've got quick response rotates available here for CTG. They're even starting to lean fully over towards that B bomb side. They sense a presence.
There's a murmur in the wind, and Marek is the one hearing it. 957 whispers auras of death into him. Vance will, however, have a shout right back. 3 on the entry, but 0 still on site. He gives to Lulu what he himself received in that first half.
Yeah, that kill against Gas as well was the real swinging moment. I mean, Vance did a great job of bringing this one back, but a great double set of kills there from 957. This round could have gone completely out of hand for the Just Swing attack. But CTG, with that quick response, having those players gravitated towards B, just works to their favor. They had a great read on the finishing objective.
But the White is almost better on the Just Swing side even now, though. Lulu's not feeling happy about this one, though. 19 HP is all he's got left. Tees are looking to recollect. It will be an A-sided finish. But what are Lulu and Gas going to be up to? Yantra is playing with the scout, just watching out for anyone who's trying to hover through A main.
Just going to contact out.
But this could be troublesome. If they're slow at all, if they are giving up anything, another body tag or two would be really difficult to deal with in the late round. But QQ God's found like a shoe. He knows he can't put forward past his box. It's all he's going to be holding on to. Yantra is waiting for an opportunity that will never be afforded to him. It has to be Zero to make a move.
He'll be forced to. I mean, have a kit available, but it's about being able to dive onto that bomb in the first place, and they need kills to get there. Zero making his move and finally dealing with QQ on that low HP, but there's still one floating around in Lulu. It's in fact Yantra that gets taken down. Hacking, it does get the kill right back, but 2-on-2, a Molotov will definitely make it more uncomfortable here for these two players inside of the donut, but they are not sticking that bomb as of yet. Hacking has to dive onto it. There's a smoke that fades just as they dive on, and Gas will answer with 2. A very, honestly, a bit of a chaotic retake again, but they're very fortunate that smoke fades in time.
Great entry from QQ God is what allows them access onto the bomb site like it, but yeah. Yancha might be regretting the purchase of the Scout. Would have loved to have an MP9 or something that can allow him to fight more effectively.
I have to say, I think Yantra actually probably plays that spot poorly. You know, as the solitary A-man, as you have a player inside of Donut that's ready to respond to what information you're giving up. Playing defensive from Temple like that, if they're going to play that way, it's either him or the Donut player that's made the mistake there. Because if you're playing that defensive, you should be playing defensive holistically instead of one trying to cheekily get a kill around the smoke.
Laikashu will be given that chance to play defensive. Yancha's already found the head. Laikashu will get another one. So suddenly Just Swing, who were hoping to start building the coffin for change the game, are suddenly finding out that maybe it's not needed yet.
It's still going to be difficult to convert this round, even with the opening kills they find. A couple of missed shots. Those Deeks need to be precise, but once those are dealt with, it's fully automatics. MP9s and M4s, and yeah, I mean, they know it's A. They just have to wait for all these smokes to fade.
Molotov forces Yancher back as well into the fight that Marek takes. It's a great sequence and brings it back to a 2-on-3. Now, both of these players are into Temple. This is not going to be something that knowledge has been given over about. 957 is worried and waiting. But Marek has to swing. He has to swing, otherwise 957 will have every advantage. And Gas on the other side is going to shore trade, but the problem is he's got the bomb and he can take it to B. Laikashu is already moving there. He's expecting this, so it will be a fast rotate, but even so, it will not be faster than the bomb itself.
This should be read into by Gas. Didn't hear a thunder of footsteps behind him, but he's just trying to transition to long and he gets caught in the back. They know exactly where he is. One angle terribly smoked off. And then, in fact, the SMG lets them down. Gas could once again come in. It's so huge here for Just Swing. They're trying to stick the bomb out from under his nose, and he doesn't blink. He counted seconds, and even if that was a full defuse on a kit, he was going to probably be there milliseconds before the defuse hit.
I mean, this is just where Laikashu just kicks himself, but at the same time, all of Change the Game does that as well. That is a 5-on-2 that you've missed. And Michael, I know you said that, hey, the round's not over and whatnot, but it really felt like it was. Yancha's chased down, Marek gives that great call, Temple's taken control of it, but then when Marek dies as well on top of it, to win the 1-on-3 as Gas, that's great.
When it gets to the 1-on-3, that's where it becomes a problem. You know, I understood that there was always a way out to win that round, but I thought it would be because maybe they overswing facing into Donut or trying to keep them at bay on that A bomb site. But as soon as they realized Temple was accessible, they knew, they were aware, 957 was ready to greet him. I agree. As soon as it ends up in the 1vx, it shouldn't be winnable from there, but Gas showing a bit of class.
Once again, last round was a 1v2, now it's a 1v3. Gas is on 20 kills in all of these 1vs.
Yeah, really, really solid performance from him. Put all the pieces together as well, even when he got caught on a weird timing.
I mean, this really does look like a class difference from him overall. Still, Change the Game have showed themselves to be a damn good hand with these 4 spies as well. And with 3 players hovering on the B-bomb set, one of them rotating away, this could be another opportunity to prove it one more time.
I mean, this will be the hardest opponent that Hacking has probably ever had to call against. So, even with 0 on 24 kills, it's very complicated to try and get everyone in the right place and make sure everyone's making the right decisions.
Oh, Hacking's taken down as he tries to aggress forward out towards B lane. It's going to be aggression from 957 as well. That goes unpunished for now. Marek once again giving him the business. Last time he lost in that business, but hey.
You win some, you lose some.
And that's generally how business goes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
0, all alone. And what Lulu delivered with an M4A10 will only have a $700 pistol to try and do the same with. It has to be at least a double kill. And survival after it would be nice as well. At this stage, though, it doesn't feel like any of those things are going to actually transpire. More damage being dealt. Yancha and Laikashu are low. Yancha is now down, and it is going to be Just Swing to seal the 11th.
Yeah, I mean, really solid work, even if they're losing a couple of lives to these pistols. It gets a little awkward with the 5-7 there of Laikashu. But yeah, getting themselves up to that 11th round. And listen, when they ended up in that 2 versus 5 before, there were some very fortunate shots being hit by the Change the Game players. You know, really nice shot from Yancher, kill through smoke as well from Zero. This time where things are kept a little bit more simplified, maybe a bit more difficult for the squad to find that man advantage and somehow leverage those lower weapons to pull the wool over Just Swing's eyes, because it feels like, you know, if we take that CT side from Just Swing and we subtract all the rounds they lost to Force Buys, they probably would have had a pretty successful half, but they lost 3 Force Buys, so it was a lot closer than maybe it should have been.
Look, I can go for that if you lost like 1 Force Buy, right? If you lost 3 Force Buys.
I'm not saying they didn't have problems, and they should not be blamed for their mistakes, but it almost feels like, once again, Change the Game are kind of desperate for one of those Force Buys to go their way here on the CT side as well.
Maybe Yancha can deliver with the AWP. That's what he did on the T side as well, to give them a little extra oomph. Since then, he's had very few kills, actually. 6 and 13.
He's had some tops-heavy games today in terms of individual fragging ability. Some players have maybe not adapted to the new environment quite as quickly as others. In some sense, Change the Game have the most experience than all these teams with this setup. Or maybe not the most, because they breezed through the qualifier, but you know what I mean.
The most in the matchup, at least.
Yes. That's a cheesy little off angle there for Hacking to take forward. No real util available, but even with the flash, he has a player inside of Cave that can serve as a bit of a bodyguard. Just Swing are anticipating something different, something more aggressive, more assertive. And they are right in their suspicions. It's just not going as far as their crosshairs are.
I will say, Hacking hasn't really been living up to his name so far, but it's good to see him involved.
Has to try and contest other kings that exist.
True.
King Mezzi.
That's true.
Child King.
Uh-huh.
Hack King.
Mm-hmm. The most famous of all kings in Counter-Strike, actually. Everyone keeps saying his name in my matchmaking.
Again, it's cheating.
957. Another opportunity given over to him, and an op shot that will not be missed. Still, it's Hacking right behind, who's able to trade away. Zero's found gas as well, and the bomb is going to be lost in Cave.
Yeah,
Time's over. Lulu will save the AK.
That was their only out. They needed to win that fight and somehow double up. And listen, the AWP advance seemed like it was actually on the money. It was ready for that following swing, and then he unzoomed as he was about to move up. So yeah, a little awkward there, but some great kills here from Hacking, who's had a very quiet game individually. He was on 3 kills prior to this round. Comes away with almost as many kills as he'd had in the entire map. Providing some extra support and some extra room.
He'll have opportunities and resources to do more now, though. He will be the one wielding the secondary AWP out towards the B bomb site. That will be a bomb site uncontested. Just Swing want to test the waters in A.
Shadow usually provides a bit of support here for players playing up close. Yeah, gives Yancher a little bit of time to adjust to the swing, but he misses on the following, and so Vance has his weapon of choice now in his hands after finding the kill with the Glock.
It's a bit of a takeaway situation, but Zero wants to take away this temple control they've got. Marek taken down, Zero fighting in. There's 2 where that came from. He's not ready, but Laikashu's been given the calm over. He continues to fight forward. It's 957 to provide distraction. Lulu down and Gas far. Trying for change. The game will be found on the back of a good hold down on Temple from Zero, who continues to be kind of the hero for this team.
Yeah, Gas unfortunately was trying to do this thing where, because he only has a Glock, he's trying to get a kill where someone's just not looking at him on a rotate somehow. And because of that, it's just super far away. But yeah, I mean, hell of a game that Zero is having individually, just being able to contribute in so many of these moments with multi-kills and just key frags. Good contribution from 957 as well on that SMG. So yeah, listen, they didn't, the double AWP didn't really serve them much purpose, and so they bought 2, they saved 1. Yantra's back on it. Hacking will be forced to rifle.
This is going to be a late mid contest from what things look like. Zero might be flashed forward, or maybe even just accompanied by Rancher straight up. Dayside Smoke will be crossing soon, will be finishing soon. And with the grenade, they can make it finish even faster. Gas has been taken down. Yancha was set up for success, and now 957 will be called to order. He pushes in from behind. The MP9 will flank out QQ God. And Change the Game will be looking at a comfortable 10. Marek all alone, AK on the other side, 957 to be the one to take him down.
I don't think I've ever seen a round where every single player that dies got timinged. It's like they're starting to walk middle, they're starting to pull Crosshair away from red, they blow the smoke. They start to rethink about, jumping up towards ledge, they re-blow the smoke. Then there's a player coming, the player swinging out from Donut into ledge, also catches a player not aware. Prep for players to start swinging out from red. Like, everyone's Crosshair was pulled away at just the moment where someone was coming to swing them. A really well put together round from Change the Game, but in a way, kind of fortunate they hit all those timings, but some of it was facilitated by their own decisions.
And those decisions are what are going to lead them to being postured for 11. I've seen enough of these rounds go wrong where I'm not going to say destined for it. And with 957 finding the 2 kills, maybe he wants to write his own destiny. The ink has run out, and so has his life, though. And he will be relying on co-author Hacking to come through and finish off what he started. Now, that doesn't work for everyone. Robert Jordan really did regret dying. That's why Sanderson finished the Wheel of Time.
Yeah, I don't understand that reference, but still a great hold over on this B-bomb site. I was kind of surprised 957 got 2 kills for his problems. I mean, waited quite a long time, was off on the mark on the first bullet and sort of carried the spray back round to Marek. But yeah, this kill from Hacking is really what spelled doom and gloom. They were building a boost on long as well, just as that bomb was thrown into chaos and, weapons were being kind of exchanged by courtesy of a player dropping. Just like that, Change the Game have tied things up, and Just Swing are in for a little bit of a... I mean, this is a kind of a do-or-die moment for them. Considering the caliber of players, this will be a massive upset if Change the Game are able to somehow even win a best-of-1 over them.
And knocking them down would be incredible, especially considering what could be their future opponents. Gas, however, does not want to let that happen. He's been the main man so far, but an incendiary makes him feel the pain. Cannot push forward, cannot swing through. And with flashes flying forward, it is Hacking to take him down. A triple swing from CT will collect on Lulu's life. And with Hacking now performing, it feels like life has been breathed back into Change the Game. QQ God looking for a fight that he will not win. And with Van spotted out, it is Yancha to shut him down. The first team to make 12 will be Change the Game.
We talked about this at the start of the series. The idea that they played Ancient twice in that Chinese Open qualifier, and they breezed past the opponents that they face. To find themselves on this map again against, yes, more players from the region, albeit of a different caliber, was there a risk that Just Swing were taking by going into this map? And at the moment, that seems to be the case. There were massive issues for Just Swing on that CT side. There have been some holes poked now here into their attack as well, even though they were starting to pull away. And now Change the Game, find themselves with a lead. An unranked team.
They might be about to put themselves in position for a ranking very soon. Minimum number of matches will be met should they continue forward like this in the ACL.
And they're playing some varied, pretty contained Counter-Strike.
It's been impressive.
Yeah, it's measured.
They're not getting kerfuffled because, you know, oh my god, Hacking's having a bad game. He's not just turtling down, he gets a couple of rounds, but he still has impact. And right now, he's once again going to be the one questioned. Just Wing have been exploiting him, or at least so they think, but these past few rounds have made me think again. I can't say for them, I can't read their mind.
Yeah. Helps when Zero is on 30 kills.
Yeah, it does.
Has been doing the Lord's work here for Change the Game. Late swing here from Gas, trying to catch them rotating and retaking this middle portion of the map, but Gas has been really sharp with that rifle, and Yantra will miss that chance to trade things back. So man advantage that's sustained, as well as a bomb plant on B. It'll be a very long road for Yantra to start making his way over, and they've lost another member all in the interim.
You still have Gas in middle who starts to move through. This needs to be a quick execute onto the bomb site from the CT side. They've got plenty of utility should they want to deploy it, but Zero will be hitting the deck before they even can. Now with Jantra all alone, he knows there's an AK flanking him. He finds himself the first, still looking for contests that he cannot win. It will be our first overtime.
A little bit less direction there from Change the Game. You know, didn't go for mid plays, didn't go for B lane control, sat very stoic on their bomb sites and tried to take a timing in middle, and when they lose that fight, they just feel like they're kind of information starved to a certain degree, because it happened simultaneously with this B play, and there could have been more players than just the one at elbow. There could have been a diversion created just by that opening kill that Gas gets. I think they get a little flustered with the chance to win this potential map. But a great collection there from Just Swing, and making use of some great assets that they have on the squad. Oh, run boost is a little shaky. Take a lot of damage. He's down to 12 just off that incendiary. Or rather, the Molotov.
Yeah. We don't say people take damage from incendiaries.
I know. It was a lot of damage.
The A side is also completely empty. Akashu tries to make his way back over, but remember, he's the one on 4 HP. Yancha's the one on 0 HP, so swapping out those weapons might not have been as useful as they wanted.
Nate chased him for the kill as well, just as they were trying to take space in Donut for the post plant.
They're saving.
Yeah, it sucks to save in an OT.
Yeah, especially because it isn't 10K. Well, maybe they're not all saving. But Zero's bloodthirst will be quenched for now.
The longer games go, the more I will favor teams that have the experience.
Vance as well, by the way, has quietly been climbing up. He's on 23 kills, has exceeded Gas by just a smidgen.
I think it's fair to say, though, like looking at Vance, some of the opportunities he's had, I think, you know, it's justifiable to say he should have more, but he has been, he's been hitting important ones, but he's also missed a few.
Yeah. At the same time, as long as he's able to perform at the very end of the game, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yancher, unfortunately, is still struggling to break past his first bout of double digits. He's still on 10 kills. Hacking is well on 8. You can see that firepower differential, maybe not on the upper levels of each team, but more as you start to climb down the ladder of the scoreboard.
This is why, I mean, it feels maybe a bit reductive to always just say experience, experience, experience. But when we're thinking about teams and maintaining a level, that's where it all comes from, is that, you know, you've been in these positions before. You understand that there's a lot of like inherent self-confidence that has to come with being a professional player. You know, you get past all these mental barriers, and then suddenly, you know, you're playing like you're at home. You know, some players do make the stage their homes, even if it will feel far, far away.
Just Wing are hoping to win in their homes at least. Now, no one starts off on A for the CT side. It is going to be a straight B focus with a quick donut progression made by Laikashu. Now, the only person actually getting aggressive is 957. This isn't a full B control fight. This isn't a full, hey, let's hurl 3 players down. No one coming in from middle or anything like it.
They're going to try and send Hacking down ramp.
It's late into the round, and there isn't really anyone staring out, so even a flashbang won't really help him too much. The AWP is going to be missed. Hacking gets so much damage. The kill feels like a formality.
Yeah, he kind of dinked Marek almost by accident. He was trying to flick to his teammate, and Marek took the brunt of the damage. That is maybe a bit of a shame for him, but I mean, a great information gathering play there for change the game. They spot, what, 3 players at least over towards B lane, as well as knowing that one of those players has taken significant loss of life. So, yeah, I mean, you could see Just Swing understanding that because that information's been gathered, they're starting to change their direction. But Change the Game are pushing down B lane once again. They've even pulled rotates away from that A bomb site. So there is a timing that weirdly can be hit here for Just Swing. They just don't know it.
Marek is going to be caught with utility in his hand. That's a timing that's hit. Not the way he wanted it. Suddenly 3-on-4 becomes a lot more dangerous. CDs are going to be given time of plenty to be able to wait. Remember, they've got grenades as well. Zero's got one of his own, so if they want to push through the smoke, if they want to attack through Donor at the same time, that would theoretically have been a possibility. Now, the bomb is planted. Incendiary does not interrupt it. 957, however, does find gas. And these players inside Temple, inside the site, are feeling claustrophobic. They are being choked out. CTG find 13.
Yeah, Vance is going to feel a little strung out to dry there because Zero's inside of Temple and he's trying to use the big box as cover to try and deal with the A main flank. And he's been shot in the back while Zero's supposed to be covering one of those angles. I mean, it was going to be difficult to make this 2-on-4 work. There was so much information already available for Change the Game. But also, they make it kind of an unconventional rotate in just expecting, oh, well, they saw them all outside of B. They might just sit there and wait. No, they take the fight to them, as well as pull in that second line of defense that could have served as a bit of a safety net for them. So yeah, Just Swing weren't expecting an open A bomb site. How could you?
And while we discuss that, oh no, never mind, there's no time for discussion. Hacking is performing, picks himself up the one. That's all he really wanted, but he needed Yancha to perform behind him. Gas takes him down. The shot's been missed. And with that, Change the Game feel like they are set up for disaster to strike. 14 perhaps already counted in the minds of Just Swing, but they know there are still shots to fire and kills to find. QQ God. The refresh on the Incendiary knows there's no reason to peek. It's Marek and Vance who will do his work for him. Zero left alone. He's done it all so far. 32 kills and he needs 3 more, which he will not find. Just Swing collect on that first half of OT advantage.
Yeah, sometimes all you need to do is keep it simple. I mean, how many times we see that B bomb site get rushed on the side of Just Swing when they were on the defensive portion. Now, you know, they just decide, throw mid-util. Let's just run it down towards B, and Gas comes in with some incredible entries. It's the same way that they kind of ended regulation as well, with just breaking into that B bomb site, and yeah, very difficult for Change the Game to do much of anything. As Just Swing had similar problems when they lost that double entry fight.
I'm surprised to see QQ God playing this angle with the M4A1 defensively in Donut. It's Vance on B, who I thought would be here instead.
Yeah, shifting positions, but still trying to keep that same level of information.
Gas finds Lakashu. That's going to be critical. That leaves only one player in middle and Zero wanted to regroup. We've seen Lakashu try and play that late Red Room lurk consistently. That does handicap them even more as 957 goes down as well. 5 versus 3 and comfortably so. Just Swing have plenty of time to reset.
Yeah, just by shifting that AWP, but you see how much it will slow things down here for Change the Game. They might have to deal with this AWP on the B bomb site. Really having to rotate into the action, and it's not been ideal for them, so just catching them off guard. And they've still got a smoke that they can use to try and bridge the gap in some capacity. Vance missing a shot, and so now Lulu will be put under a bit of pressure, a bit of scrutiny.
Well, he's been performing every single time he's there. Double kill once again with the M4A1. He's no stranger to it. 15 now found. Just Swing set themselves up for the win.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if you have played yourself like long Ancient.
It's really hard.
It gets smoked off like all the time. And I mean, nearly all the time. You know, teams have protocols that are built to, oh, if it's smoked, well, we'll try boosting over it. We'll try breaking the smoke or trying to do something to stop them getting a plant in. I feel like we've seen a few times now where Lulu has just had clear vision on players trying to transition from ramp to site.
Lulu has protocols. Kill 2 people with the M4A1.
Yeah, I mean, shoot them. if don't smoke, shoot.
It's a great flowchart. Works every time. And right now, Lulu's making it work again. It is, however, Marek to collect on the kill, and with the double push being punished, it is back to a 3-on-3. There's still a lurker back in middle who could try and make this interesting for the late round, but Zero doesn't want to wait that long. He also doesn't want to wait long enough to reload. QQ God will punish him on the retreat. Doesn't realize that 957's already come over. He's given over the all clear. What? No, he hasn't. Great comms. Fantastic communication on the Just Wing side. Really recognizing where there are still holes that are unplugged.
And now you have to 1v3 to keep yourself alive in this map. It's not even to win it. Just for a fighting chance. And that bomb's outside of the B doors. Likashu has been lurking through A. Has found nobody, and he has to try and piece this one together. I mean, he's got 50 seconds, but the more he walks, the less time he'll have. He's just flying completely blind. Just Swing seemed to have engaged in a close call with one of our Chinese close qualifier, or open qualifier teams, rather. But here in the close qualifier, maybe too big a fish. Even if they showed a lot of promise, a lot of bite.
Yeah.
This is all going to fizzle up in a moment. Likashu flanked, and it's Gas that will finish off the job. A very, very compelling and competitive game between these two squads, but was not expecting Just Swing to get tested so hard in the opening round.
I mean, it really did look like it should have been a loss for them at so many points. Like you said, they were struggling against the Force Spies very heavily. We also had Zero popping off like that, and whenever you have a Superman performance from an underdog team, that is really all it takes to get a big upset win. And they almost do, right? But unfortunately, shaking hands, fist bump, it's always confusing.
Yeah, there was definitely moments where we thought they could have made it a little bit further. They could have been more compelling or more convincing. And I thought Just Swing were going to have a better read on how they were playing. But from the closed qualifier, or from the open qualifier, sorry, until this point, I think there's, you know, different play styles that we're seeing from Change the Game side. And Just Swing just didn't feel like they were in tempo. They didn't really have an understanding that they were going to play this like stop-start, very methodical, very like thought out late round finishing type of team. Yeah. And maybe we're expecting faster plays akin to the rushes we saw on the low buys.
And it does feel like maybe that letting Ancient through like that would have been an overconfidence thing, you know, in hindsight, as much as we might be saying, hey, oh, they let them pick it because they are confident. Maybe they shouldn't have been this confident.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, that B hold is something that they're going to have to work on, I'm sure, because a lot of teams will look at that and think, we can just rush B. Let's do it. Why not?
Well, they relied on that themselves a couple of times over. A few other mistakes here and there coming through, but overall, it's great to see that Marek is still able to keep control over the troops like that. Great to see Gas being able to turn it on for critical rounds, right? You're thinking back to those 1vx's that he's winning. You're looking over towards his overtime rounds where he's getting kills on kills. He was a critical player in getting them to this point. I mean, as much as we might say, oh, they lost 3 Force Spies, they also won 2 really important clutches as well, right? So it does feel like the karmic debt isn't too heavily weighted against them.
I mean, not even to mention what Just Wing won the pistol off of like Ninja defusing inside the smoke in a 1v1. Like, they definitely came out ahead on some of those clutches, but that is also where we would think, oh yeah, experience clutches, they're familiar with scenarios like that. It did feel like we maybe overplayed the experience angle because they got into some really awkward situations.
I mean, it has to be remembered, it's a comparative experience. Just Wing is still generally kind of a young up-and-coming team in China, right? They also are coming in with a lot of pressure on their shoulders to perform, and they're coming in with a lot more aspirations as well on paper.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players with like good playing experience, and then 2 that are a little bit more unproven and have only played in like a few open qualifier teams and maybe a couple like local tournaments, but never to this type of scale.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, Marek and Gas even have had the opportunities to play in a 10,000-seater stadium potentially, you know, in the very end of things either, right? So you're right, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders regardless of who you are at this stage, and maybe at every stage over here at ACL.
Yeah, I can't start thinking all about the massive arena you could be playing in before you actually get there.
If you're a player, you're sitting down at home, you're lying down in bed like dreaming like, ooh, 10,000 people chanting my name.
Set reasonable expectations.
Marek, he's 31, man. This is the only chance he's gonna get.
Maybe when you're close to the finish line, you can start thinking about the finish line, you know what I mean?
I've got to visualize, got to manifest, just like they manifested this win right here. And I think I can maybe manifest another man in a second. Can I think him into existence? I need a South African who's lived in Britain for a long time. Michael, can you think? Think with me, Michael.
Let's give him a name. Maybe that one for the Matrix, that's the one.
He's the chosen one, and I choose you, Neokai.
Thank you very much, guys. That was very well thought out. But let's get down into the details. What a game, right? And I think it's probably safe to say that Just Swing may have come in towards this game in every sort of facet, a little bit overconfident, a little bit too comfortable, right? I think we spoke about it. You guys touched on it just there right at the end. They maybe breezing the Veto a little bit, thinking, nah, we've seen you guys play Ancient. We'll be fine. We're better, right? We're more experienced, you know, I guess comparatively, right? And then, of course, in the game itself, especially at the start, man, I really thought some of those rounds that were being played by Just Swing, and you were kind of sitting there thinking, what are we actually doing here, guys? This looks very sort of casual in a way. Thankfully, they stepped up and they were able to close it out in the end as expected, but I don't think if we're going into it, Yumi, I don't really think it's in the way that we expected.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, Just Swing even, like, on their defaults looked to, you know, they weren't trying for ideas. They were just like, these guys are going to make a mistake. They'll make a mistake. Don't worry. We got this.
Yeah.
Guys, we've burned 50 seconds off the clock. Wait, a minute 20. They still not made the mistake that we're looking for. I just really feel like they underestimated their opponent, and I understand that's what we're saying when we're saying like, oh yeah, they're overconfident.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between overconfidence and underestimation. You know, you can still be very confident and believe that your opponent has the capabilities to win a game like this. I genuinely think that Just Swing may have just been like, guys, just play like really scrimmy, puggy kind of Counter-Strike, and we can just deal with that individually.
Hey, I mean, let me hold my hands up as well. I caught these guys in the open qualifier, and because they breezed through a lot of the game, they did actually play a lot of their rounds quite quick, right? Because there wasn't that much of a competition for them. So I actually expected it to be pretty similar. It's like, right, you guys are actually just mechanically better than who you're playing against. So maybe change the game and just going to bring that level again, right? Where you're going to play a little quicker, you're going to be able to bring this up. But yeah, it wasn't the case. They actually really showed they have a lot of depth behind them. On the flip side, though, Vance, KK, for him, 28 kills, 17 Fs, 99 ADR. What a performance from him, right?
I mean, absolutely. He was a consistent piece, but really, I think if you're looking at the MVP in terms of like sort of impact and everything else, you might think about Gas, but it has to be one of the two,
Sure.
right? Vance is there consistently, but Gas is the one winning those clutches. Gas is the one getting those incredibly important kills in overtime as well. But you can't take away from Vance, especially when you look at the other side, and Yancher is there, who really was kind of weighing down the team a little bit. He took a while to maybe come into it.
Yeah, we still had Zero kind of popping off.
I was about to say,
yeah.
I kind of feel bad for him a little bit, especially in regulation. It kind of felt like a one-man army. He was really, well, rather than Zero, he was the hero, right? Without him, there wasn't overtime. There wasn't no competition in that game. So it does actually make you feel maybe even worried at times a little bit for Change the Game, that they are actually quite reliant on him, it felt, in a lot of those rounds. If he doesn't get active, it feels like they actually do struggle to actually get these rounds over the line, especially when they leave them late.
But when we got to the overtime, yeah, he didn't have that same influence, and so yeah, they felt maybe a little shortchanged. Like, come on, man, do it again. Like, please, we need you right now.
I think the good news is, T-Time, from what we've just seen from Change the Game, expectations are that they shouldn't just fall flat in the lower bracket.
Dude, whoever's facing up against them in the lower bracket are so unfortunate. I feel so bad for you in a situation like that.
Yeah, exactly that. Either way, we're going to throw it back on over towards the stage. We've got an interview to bring you in just a second. I don't think it'll be a good time as well to check out sort of how we're feeling off the back of that one. So see you guys soon.
All right, we got Gas on Just Swing with us, and so introduce to us a little bit. How does this team come together? You have 2 veterans and 3 young players, including a Russian player. 就是咱们这个队到底是怎么组建的？我们有2位老将，然后带着这个3个新人，对吧？然后还有一个俄罗斯的选手，这个是怎么组建起来？什么机缘巧合？
这队伍就是去年差不多5、6月份的时候，有一个赞助商找到我说他想组建一支战队，然后就是 Marek 是我原来的老队友吧，然后是指挥，我就把他拉过来，然后那边赞助商有两个新人。就是这2个中国人，露露跟Wans，然后毛子的话就是之前我看他在那个 G2 Gaming 打得很不错，我就想叫他来试试，因为他可以说中文。
Yeah, so last year I was approached by a club to make a pro team. So I recruited me and Marek, who is my old teammate, and the 2 young players were actually recommended by the sponsors. And then the Russian player, I saw him play in his previous team, and he's a very good talent, and that's how the team came together. So what are some goals for you guys for this tournament and the future? 那我们队伍在这次比赛有什么样的目标呢？然后在未来有什么样的目标？
我们首先的目标就是先从封闭预选杀到正赛，然后目标。就是进到正赛之后，一步一步往前走，拿到更多的 VRs， 然后以后的话，希望可以，反正在亚洲地区竞争力要更强一点，对比现在。
All right, so we hope to at least qualify for the playoffs, so go through this qualifier stage, and hopefully just win more matches in the future, so we get more VRS points, and just go from there. So you just performed you performed super well. You did some back-to-back clutches. So what are some key factors to know in a clutch? 就是你刚才打的也非常不错，你有2个背靠背的非常惊艳的残局。那么在打残局的时候，你一般都会在想什么呢？
残局的时候先去思考对手的站位吧，因为他们那个时候像第一个残局。他在我们2个在那个 tempo 里面 A 线的 tempo 里面出去，他打死我的队友，然后我把他补掉，剩下2个人我就确定了。确定到对手的站位之后，这个残局就看临场发挥了。
All right, so the most important thing is to determine the enemy's positions. So in the first clutch, I traded the guy in tempo. Then I knew about the other 2 players, and then I just completed the clutch. So what are some of your experience playing against CTG, and who was their standout player? 那么你打 CTG 刚才的这个体验是怎么样的？你觉得他们非常突出的队员是谁？
他们非常突出的队员，灵皇这把发挥的很不错嘛。然后莱克旭，总体来说他们发挥的都挺好的，因为他们都是属于个人能力比较强的选手。然后虽然他们是主播，但是平常也有打训练，也算。非常努力，所以跟他们打也是蛮有压力。
Yeah, so obviously Zero and then also Lai Kequ, I think they both perform super well. And these guys are streamers, but they scrim a lot, they practice a lot, and I think that they play at a very high level. And we felt a lot of pressure playing against them. So last question. So do you have any advices for the young opponents that you guys just had, or just young players in general? 你对这些，比如刚才对面的这些年轻的选手们，还有就是年轻的选手们各个地方的有什么建议吗
？CS2这款游戏的话，就是多去看 demo， 多去学，然后多去练，最后就是一定要动脑子，多去想，那你总会成功的。
All right, so watch a lot of demos and practice a lot, and the most important thing is to think a lot. All right, thanks so much thanks so much to Gaz for our interview, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with XDM versus God's Reign. 好的，非常感谢 Gaz 接受我们的采访啊，不要走开，马上回来，稍后为大家带来 XDM 和 God's Reign 的比赛。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，动如雷震。硝烟散去，16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发。架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧？这种机会应该是比较难得的。
You're here for your community and to achieve deep results.
Хамгийн зүйлийг үлдээх юм бол стикерээ үлдээхийг маш их хүсэж байгаа.
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。当时机到来，他绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手，让他永远猜不透你的真实意图。在这场游戏里，欺骗不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves. 我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后一舞了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone.
带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术。现在破烟而出。
Got to say, it doesn't matter how many times I watch that video, it's always going to kind of get me hyped up. Very well done. We're getting ready for our third game of the day. It's God's Reign taking on XDM. God's Reign, of course, who made it through the VRS. XDM, who looked incredible in that Chinese closed qualifier just before this event. T, let's start with God's Reign, right? Bit of a tough time. Bit of a tough time.
It's a real tough time because on one end, I want to support them because they're South Asian. On the other end, I feel like every Pakistani who's going to ever watch me is going to tell me not to. But honestly, this is an incredible team.
Yes.
Even though they just lost out the MRQ, the fact that they even made it to a major sort of tangential event, a Valve event again as an Indian team. In my opinion, as the first Indian team to do it legitimately, I know that we obviously had direct qualification into a major in the past. I do not count that because the circumstances around it. What God's Reign have done in a region that has been ravaged by Valorant in terms of the talent going away and whatnot is nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, no, it's cool to see regions like that represented, especially when you just effectively don't have like the tournament infrastructure to really try to facilitate players like that, to be able to find 5 core of players or a 4 core that you can actually reliably build upon and actually do solid work competing in these open qualifiers and trying their best to break through. I mean, it's nothing but commendable, and it's very reminiscent of regions that didn't have those types of competitions before. I mean, Brazil a long time ago, Mongolia, the emergence.
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say,
to have a carve-out team is a very good step in the right direction for the region.
It is, and we actually are starting to see that region as a whole start to grow, not only in terms of teams, but actually TOs now as well, right? So it's becoming a big step going forward. But Tiva, looking on the other side, of course, they've just come back of a pretty gut-wrenching loss, right? It was their chance to qual. They weren't able to put it over the line, and now they've got to kind of immediately brushed off. It's not the easiest thing in the world. And sure, these guys are the pros. They've been around a long time, played a lot of Counter-Strike, but no matter the situation, no matter who you are, you can be simple, and that's a tough thing to brush off, missing out on that qualification, having to then immediately go into kind of a different game.
I guess, but they had a stand-in. They're playing in some pretty weird circumstances, and despite everything, they still beat out one of the top teams in the, probably the best team in the bracket. In the Huns, they eliminated them from the tournament as well. Honestly, for me, this is a win at the MRQ for God's Reign. I really think they're going to be very happy coming into this one. And then you just walked into a sick-ass stage, right? Like, if there's anything that's going to pick you up, that'll be it.
Yeah, exactly. Right, Mike, let's start on the other side as well. XDM, these guys came through the closed qualifier, and it has to be said, they looked phenomenal. They did kind of piss me off a little bit because they eliminated my goat's Beer. But aside from that, these guys looked so solid. Didn't drop a map on their opening best of 1 against Beer 13-2. They just didn't even break a sweat, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the only sweat they broke was towards like the second map of the best of 3. I think it was like a 13-11 after they had a 9-3 side, which was a little bit worrying perhaps. But I mean, for them, I mean, feeling very confident as well and more familiar with this stage than God's Reign will be, considering that their attentions have all been focused on the MRQ as of late, not even playing with all 5 of their players. So, you know, getting back into the mindset of like, oh, this is how we played when we had R2B2 with us as well. It's going to be a little bit more trying for these guys, unfortunately, on the server. Even though coming into this matchup, I mean, we consider them the favorites in a lot of different regards. It's just about how they rebound from their current state of affairs.
Yeah, and when we look towards the other side as well, when we look towards God's Reign, I think one thing that I kind of made a little note of is, you know, these guys have actually been climbing up the VRS rank. They've been doing quite well and started to make a place for themselves. The issue is they've been so dominant domestically, but actually internationally, they've not looked great. You know, you look towards the ESL Challenger League, where they've had sort of struggles, right? They won 7 out of 26 in terms of their best of ones. Not the greatest sort of numbers to run by. So now they are in an international tournament again. This is actually a really good chance to sort of shake off that a little bit and start to gain experience against different styles of Counter-Strike.
I will throw in a caveat that will always be relevant whenever you're talking about South Asian players, especially India and Pakistan, which is online's really strange server routing very often, right? So because of that, this is one of the regions that is still kind of tapped out of Asian Counter-Strike, very much so because of everything going on. In fact, a lot of the VRS points that God's Reign have gotten is because of local tournaments more than anything else. So to be honest, I think that this is going to be a chance for me to actually properly evaluate how good they are when they're going up against these sort of, you know, Chinese underdogs, when they're going up against these different kinds of teams. ACL is a really big opportunity for God's Reign to say, yeah, online, that's not the real us.
We also had those moments where, what's it, Aurora that we're going over and, you know, competing in India and facing off against teams like God's Reign. You're thinking like, oh, wow, this could be a great upset for them. And it's just, you know, that's not the caliber of team you want to be playing at. You know, this is more in line with, I guess, you know, the building blocks of trying to, I guess, build up your confidence and knowing that you are better than some of the teams that are beneath you in the rankings, but also like much less far along. Like God's Reign should be further, I guess.
I guess the big thing now is what's the approach by God's Reign coming towards this game? Because we actually touched on this a little bit heading into that previous game where we said at the end, damn, you know, maybe a bit of overconfidence, maybe a little too comfortable, and it nearly bit them in the back. The big hope is that God's Reign coming towards this head screwed on and, yeah, really sort of shut it down. And of course, we're getting a couple of strats here for Nuke.
Look,
that would be spicy.
I mean, I'd be very surprised to see Nuke coming through here. But look, I do think Indian teams in general.
And now let's welcome on stage from China, Team XDM! And their opponent from India, God's Reign! Team XDM versus God's Reign. Good luck. Have fun.
Oh, good luck, have fun indeed. We are just about to get underway in towards this game, but before we get there, of course, we need to touch on the veto. And we did see Nuke being written up on the board, but T, you're telling me that that's unlikely.
Yeah, God's Reign just don't play.
Yeah, they permabanned that map, so it's like, why are we writing strats on the board?
Hey, but how spicy would it be in a best of one if they were like, hey, let's just float it?
Yeah, you know what? This Chinese Open qualifier, yeah, you know, we can take them. Why not?
I hope they don't do that. But listen, look, at the end of the day, I also kind of hope they don't fall onto one of their familiar territory in Dust 2, because I really wouldn't want to test these XDM guys on that. Sure. Stay away from your Dust 2s, your Mirages, your Anubis, and then you're fine pretty much wherever else they go.
So yeah, let's just avoid half of the maps in the pool.
It's a best of one.
In a best of one veto.
It's a BO1.
But at the same time, you know, one map you didn't mention that XDM loved was Ancient, right? And they'd be more than happy to go there. So I do actually wonder where you kind of, I guess more so if you're XDM, what are you trying to sort of maybe tempt a little bit over towards God's Reign? We get the Inferno and Train ban out early. That makes a bit of sense. Inferno, whatever, but I think Train is just XDM. They probably don't have a lot of reps on it, so fair enough. Nuke is going to get banned out as we sort of expected. The meme is out of the way. That Ancient's still floating, and with God's Reign not getting rid of it, you know, we saw a float of a familiar map from the Chinese close qual be risky.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 maps that are available. Dust 2 now taken out, but Ancient and Anubis, and it feels like it's probably going to end up on Ancient, if I'm going to be honest.
No.
Oh, wow, we're going to Anubis. I'm kind of surprised, because like I said, XDM did have that 9-3 half in their close qual game. I was thinking for them, that would be quite advantageous.
But dude, they look so good when they were up, right?
Yeah.
And I really thought they'd just lean into their strengths. But at the same time, you know, Mike, we already touched on this a little bit. When we actually looked towards that Chinese close qual, it was 3 maps. It was basically, and 3 maps and 2 of them were at the end there, Ancient and Anubis.
They're also playing, what, 5 handsome guys? Is that all that threatening?
Yes, they are, all right? Have you been around 5 handsome guys? Yeah. My God, in an elevator?
They were getting mogged from across the stage, but not in the server, apparently, as they, you know, made that one look quite easy. We're heading towards Anubis. First time we get to see it here at this tournament as well. But actually, what has actually seemed like quite a popular map in the region. So I'm interested to see how this pans out. How are you feeling about the Anubis pick, especially on God's Reign
I think this
side?
is a really good pick for XDM. I actually think God's Reign are not good at this map at all. It's one of the maps that they've historically very much struggled on. Even when I'm just thinking on Finn and Bubby in particular, the two bright dominant leaders of this team in terms of the calling, and they have switched between them. Going as far back as the beginning of the map, these guys have never actually been comfortable on the map. It feels like they don't really entirely have a grip over timings of executes very often, and they're not able to get the information out of the map as much as they like. That is a man in Zen, by the way. That is a man who is visualizing victory. And it tastes good.
I rate that a lot. He's getting in the zone here.
He's just like tuning everything out, you know?
And do you know what? I actually think as well, for a side like SDM, who are, especially comparatively to God's Reign, much less experienced, right? Especially when it comes to stages like this, I got to say, granted, they have played on the stage a couple of times, but in the grand scheme, you know what I mean? God's Reign have had plenty more opportunities recently. That's a pretty sick thing. If you're able to actually tune this all out and kind of get into this mindset, Yumi, of where like this is home for me. This is a comfortable setup. This is nothing out of the ordinary. That's a very good space to be in mentally.
It's also, when we compare like the conversation we had with Just Swing and, you know, potential to look at demos and anti-strat, I don't think God's Reign will have had that time to prep. I mean, they would have been focused more likely on the MRQ. They also probably wouldn't have expected to have to play, you know, a team like of this caliber and think, oh yeah, we're gonna have some problems. We might need to like understand their game planning. This is one of those situations where, like, as a favorite, this is a very scary place to be. Like, could you have predicted where this Veto went? Could you have even known what to expect coming into this best of one?
I mean,
I don't think so.
generally speaking, right, there's a real world, and if we're being pretty honest here, God's Reign probably haven't done many, if any, prep, if we're being really honest.
I'd be very surprised.
Exactly, right, because they've obviously had priorities, and that's absolutely fair enough. So there's a real chance, if XDM have capitalized upon this, and no, they've had a good few days off since the Chinese closed qual, and a good chance, well, you know, to kind of at least assume what teams are going to be playing. I was speaking to some of the other teams, they've all figured out which one or two teams they're playing.
I will taper expectations a little bit now, because one thing I will say about Indian teams is just generally, historically speaking, they've always relied much more on structure than anything else. And when you have a team like that, then you're going to do reasonably well, even if you're not fully prepared.
Sure, but yeah, who knows? XDM, I think they potentially could have a better chance if they've just done their research, right? We'll have to see. It looks like we're getting ready to get this show on the road. Players are getting in the server. The skins are on show, which is always a good sign. Fellas, I'm going to push you for a prediction. What are we feeling?
I'm kind of feeling XDM here. I'm kind of, mainly because I love rooting for an underdog.
Look, I think God's Reign should win under any circumstance, but the problem is, I don't like their Anubis. I really, really don't like their Anubis.
Yeah.
I'm kind of 50-50. I'll side on them because I do just think they're honestly a much better team at being able to take care of random underdogs for them, but I'm iffy.
Yeah, it's a weird. It's
they
definitely
don't get the choice to start either. Looks like SDM are going to be on that start, so that'll help.
Yeah, they'll start T side almost certainly.
Yeah, T, are you a little concerned? I feel like I'm actually really concerned.
No, I'm really concerned for this one, especially because, I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is that R2B2 wasn't playing in the MRQs as well, so you are having a slightly different situation with your 5 players coming into this one. And that swap is what has me concerned much more than the idea of, oh, we just lost in the MRQs, right?
Yes,
He's going to be playing his first official match in quite a while. You know, the rest of his team also had Pokemon on their side who, listen, I'm obviously biased, but he is a very, very good individual player, very veteran player as well in terms of the voices he adds to the team. That's a different dynamic entirely. So it's strange.
Yeah, it's safe to say we've built up a narrative of maybe concerns. You've just come off the back of a loss in the major qualification. You probably haven't had a lot of time to prepare, and you're playing on a map you don't normally love. So God's Reign, as much as the favourites, in a way, it might not be the case. But let's get this show on the road. Yumi Tea Time, take it away.
Thank you very much, Neo. And yeah, I think one of the other angles we maybe didn't even talk about was that if you're R2B2, if anyone was going to prep, it's probably you. You are playing the MRQs, so let's see if they have something up their sleeve or not. It will be a severe test. XDM had a very impressive Anubis, a 9-3 half that almost they didn't win in their best of threes, but they did pull through in the end. And a very measured approach here in the pistol as well.
And for God's Reign, it starts off with Finn being spotlighted, perhaps out towards Dark, a player who has really, really gone up in the world for himself. He won't be getting aggressive at all for now. It is going to come down to the IGL of Bubby.
I'm really liking this sort of slow crawl that XDM are doing. They've got space in through middle, but it's a 3A setup that God's Reign are ready to sort of react to. A smoke that will greet them inside of camera, and this is going to immediately call them to start taking Temple instead.
It still is going to be Rossi who has to cover off the backside. Rossi, though, peeks into Shadow, who's already taken him down. And with Shadow circling around, River Lake will be finding a free Finn. Daidao also does the same, and it feels like XDM, just off the back of that one slow push through middle, have completely unraveled the God's Reign defense.
Yeah, I mean, that was clinical. Complete understanding of how they were going to approach that pistol. Slow crawl through mid, very little reaction or response, nothing to keep them perturbed. And then as soon as they remembered that smoke, I think this was always the intention to actually finish on that B-bomb site. But God's Reign almost helped them out by providing the smoke as coverage. There was no way they had to worry about camera as they rotated to attack B. So a fun pistol, one that looked researched, I would say, from XDM.
Oh, Finn's trying to get a little bit aggressive on his own. MP9 with Rossi's 5-7 behind him will be the one to finish it off. Now, this full aggressive push through middle is going to be giving them an opportunity for a flank, one that they decide not to take. It's a return to A for God's Reign. Shadow moves over, Bubby's taken down. It's all about cover fire, and it's all about Dark finding this flanker. Rossi will be traded. Fired up at least gives him that. It's still going to be difficult for the CTs here. Might even be worth the save.
Yeah, I would wager even impossible. I mean, SMG at that range, I mean, Daidao started rather well, getting kills in the pistol, but also doing a lot of work here against the force buy of God's Reign. Even with that rifle down, I mean, Shadow should be the one that tries to bridge the gap quite quickly. And even with Finn on that AK, it should be retrieved for 2 rifles to deal with that force buy. Once again, I feel like we're getting off to a very solid start here for XDM.
Good to see, yeah.
Yeah, and this was a cute idea for God's Reign. I mean, nice aggressive flashes into B. I think when I look at lower levels of competition or teams that are sort of uninitiated to playing tougher teams, especially on Anubis, I think CT side aggression and facilitating that properly is maybe the part of the game that they haven't explored as much, and maybe something that XDM themselves are going to be lesser exposed to as a result. I think that's really the way that God's Reign get their edge into this map.
Fired up is put down. Honestly, the other thing that I'm impressed by, and it's early days, but XTeam have been very good about covering off potential flanks, watching out for each other. Just, the really raw fundamentals, which most teams do end up messing up, especially in pressured circumstances.
It's all very measured, which I think, so far from what we've seen from these Chinese Open qualifier teams, just in terms of getting to this stage, there was a lot of default late round finishes when we looked at that Chinese Open qual. It was either fast play or default into exec. And maybe when I say exec, I mean just like all the players are gravitating towards a bomb site and there's maybe a couple of smokes. To see them to play this, I guess, restrained it's really nice to see, and it's maybe just adapting to their opponent. When you're in those when you're in the weeds with other open qualifier teams, you're not going to be able to predict who you're going to play up next and, how much you're going to read into their game plan. With a team like God's Reign, they're far more high profile. You will be better prepared.
When you're in the swamp, you kick your way out. When you're in a pool, then you swim it.
Yeah, it is going to be a breath of fresh air, I'm sure, for them, especially with this 3-0 start. But now guns are out for God's Reign. AWP available here for Fired Up, but a good Molotov that will keep him away from the angle, but he just steps a few back and is actually willing to re-challenge, and they get punished for continuing that aggression. They're losing players around the map. Fired Up needs to find a way back in, but because they've lost that A extreme, yeah, he's expecting to have to chase them inside of the canals, and instead, XDM get a free plant on A. Rossi even just not prepared for them to fight towards camera. They're getting bamboozled, outmaneuvered, out-aimed right now, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, this is borderline depressing if you're God's Reign.
I would agree.
It really is just being completely lost in these positions. I mean, you're looking out towards Dark, where Fired Up and Finn are trying to play early on in the round as well. There's never really any threat. There's never really any question of, oh my god, they might be pushing us, we might be caught off on a timing, something like it. God's Reign, outside of that one force buy round, have never really managed to make XDM think, okay, there could be a player making a move. And there's only so many rounds you have left before just a round score is too daunting.
I think what's cool as well so far is that, you know, a lot of inexperienced teams will also give away information for free. You know, players making steps, rotating and running in within earshot of like territories they don't control. And right now, I think XDM are doing a great job of limiting that information. That's why God's Reign will feel like they have to make a move at some point. Just flying a little blind. It's a good ISO kill that they find, but Shadow is only one of many. It's that bomb that's in trouble. Okay, handled by Dark.
So far, unless Rossi changes it here, which on 14 HP I'd be very surprised, so far God's Reign have gotten 1 kill per round.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not great.
That's far from ideal.
I've heard that, yeah. And it's not like they haven't had gun rounds at this point. It's not like they haven't had opportunities, but this could be one of their last massive opportunities to turn things around before the game slips into a weird limbo state where it feels like even if you start coming back now, you still have to come back again in that second half.
I mean, they've had one gun round, really, so this is their second full buy. But I agree. You know, I feel like it has to start soon. Otherwise, XDM are just going to be breezing through this, and I just would not have anticipated that whatsoever. I don't think anybody would have, seeing the names on offer.
Finn is just not being given an opportunity whatsoever. Tidal is fully contesting with him, and with the grenade already being used, Finn sure might have done some damage, but doesn't now have the chance to try and threaten out late round info play.
I appreciate the change here for God's Reign. They're using a lot of their blocking util early just because XDM have been able to look in through A main and, you know, take these challenges in through Dark and not have to worry about that in the early moments. But now on this change of timing, a bit of aggression thrown out by Rossi and a lovely double kill inside of the canals. That could be the spark that sets it all off here for God's Reign.
And with Rossi being the one to push forward, I do wonder if XDM have given the call that, hey, maybe Finn started to rotate away. They are reconsidering. Rossi's now taken down. Finn's still nearby. Dark will be able to suss him out and spots out 2 players, in fact. So if they're going to be maybe looking to explore, the only thing stopping them is time. Dark in through the smoke finds another one, but Finn saves the day. A kill on the Kangao will give him control over the bomb. 20 seconds means that Dark is unlikely to receive it back.
R2B2's with him as well in the canals, protecting that bomb, and so yeah, very difficult for Dark to do much to recover this. Has to beat past 2 players as well as venture through a smoke. It's a complete write-off. I mean, no way that he can win this round. A fantastic counterplay there from God's Reign, and all it takes is just a couple of smokes being deployed early for them to then have a little bit a better understanding of what kind of pace to play at, because they take this off timing that is going to be a little bit more difficult for XDM to play into when they're so used to playing in the opening sort of 20-30 seconds of the round. Really well done. Sometimes all it takes is a timing shift, and you know, suddenly gunfights feel more advantageous. You just feel better prepared.
It's interesting to see how much mid is generally being neglected from both sides as well, outside of the pistol round. Molotov out from Shadow. He wants to make sure there will not be any aggression from God's Reign at all. And with them mitigated, retaking mid might be their only opportunity to try and have more control in the map. In the meanwhile, Finn and Daidao continue to have their little dark dance. Reinforcement of Bhavi. Back to B.
Yeah, smoke as well. Just the entrance to Dark. But I imagine they'll want to venture through this. They've thrown the exec util onto the bomb site. In fact, there's another smoke out at B main. They blow the con smoke, And they're still hesitant to make their move because they know that one prong of the assault is going to be delayed regardless of what they do. And yeah, they might even cancel from here. Bomb's making its way back through spawn, trying to be tricky about not giving those steps away. But they've run down the clock so low that they will have to sprint into this A-bomb site.
And at the same time, Fired Up is still nearby in middle. So as long as there's a call given over and soon, that means he can start to move over and maybe prevent that second layer of pillar crosses from happening. B2, though, still needs to provide defense. Tidao is low. He's the ideal candidate for a quick headshot, and that's a headshot B2 won't find, but a kill that he will regardless. Stays alive as well, but peeking out means River Lake can punish. Despite not having a Molotov or anything like it, B2 has his position taken away from him, and now suddenly things get even more dangerous. Fired Up died earlier on, so mid is not safe territory. Dark reminds him of that with one more around the corner. Finn will punish. River Lake ready, waiting. He's all been challenged too many times over, but even now, straight through the wall, Finn comes through. Kungao taken down, but he's not ready for Shadow to come in from behind. Bobby, 0 and 6 so far, a round which he would be gifted, because that's the only way he wins it.
Oh, I mean, he got tagged by the orb, and then this nade just... He had to eat it, unfortunately. An apple straight for his gob. I mean, a great decision, and the right decision to cancel from that B play. You saw God's Reign pull 4 players over. It was the late activation of Dark in through mid, where R2B2 is starting to call the contact on A. Dark kills the rotate, so R2B2 was just alone. He had no support coming for the next 10 seconds at a minimum, and just completely cut down. And the fact they had a secondary player, the one that was sort of hovering outside of Con, willing to go back up the stairs, back through mid, and then reflank it is crazy.
Yeah. XTM right now is just looking like a far superior team.
I guess I'm just gobsmacked. Because I'm, even looking at their previous games, you never really got to see the layers. Yeah. But they're playing with layers, and you don't want to say like, oh, the experienced team, they've lost their edge because they're playing a team that they don't really know anything about. No, I think XDM are revealing who they really are now they're playing to this higher caliber.
I mean, it's scaring me for the future, that's what it is.
It's precisely why, I think there's been really a conversation about we should have more open qualifiers.
Yeah. Fired Up right now is hoping to have a couple of open shots. Will get himself the one, but re-peeks back out. River Lake to punish, Rossi to be punished, and as Finn will be trying to make sure this B bomb site still has CT presence, it's still challenged by Kungao, who waits. Molotov will force Finn backwards. Finn will not win the duel, but B2 nearby provides distraction from Bubby. God's Reign will collect on that second, but it's expensive.
All right, I mean, after the timeout, what did they try and do, XDM? Just simplify. Let's just run through B and play completely differently to how we have been so far in any of these rounds. And they fall victim to the fact that, I mean, there's no smokes, there's very little util, the AWP is there, and they just cannot scale into the bomb site when they lose those first 2 players so rapidly. So yeah, a cute idea perhaps, but maybe oversimplifying when so much of the plan has been going right. And we talked about this when we were looking at the only 1 win game against Mantra.
Yeah.
Mantra started off really, really well, and then they had 1 hiccup, and they thought, let's change the whole system, let's change the whole game plan. But maybe XDM taking this time out now to discuss that themselves and think, listen, we've been playing to a really good pace, and they've been actually just outplaying them, genuinely. So why stop there? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Bovey, however, is broken down. Tidao finds 2 as Bovey and Finn push forward, but he's traded. The 3-man mid presence rectifies what was lacking before. As it turns out, there's 6 players on mid in total this time over. Rather 4 players dead now.
Cute play there for Rossi to try and get that edge back. Could have lost his life to a timing shot. It was very close. But did a lot of damage to River Lake.
This does still leave Fired Up alone on the B bomb site. And with Finn dead, Rossi revealed, XDM are just going to go into middle. They're assuming that extremities are going to be reinforced because of the players that are missing.
Oh, I mean, this position now for B2 is so strong. He can cover the bridge just for info in mid, and yeah, he even catches the player with the bomb. So that bomb is dropped inside of the canals. It ventured out the window.
That's rough. Kangao will need to drop, and the longer he takes, the more time there is for God's Reign to be able to get into position. Bomb will be recovered, likely soon to be peeked at by Fired Up. That's what they're hoping for, but the smoke will at least provide a little bit of space. The jump down is not punished. River Lake finds B2, and in the meanwhile, Rossi has to be the one to close the round. The one where he equalized initially will be the difference maker in the end. God's Reign are slowly making their way back in.
I'm going to be honest, I did not think they had any way that they could break into that round, but I actually thought they might have come up with a pretty good solution. You know, smoke down, break past, AWP still covering the other side of the canals. I got a little worried here for God's Reign, but yeah, I mean, just having that info on the bomb, they pulled everyone to make sure that they could trade off each other, make use of that man advantage. Well, a little bout of stability here for God's Reign. Listen, if XDM are completely contained at 6, you'll take that. CT side on Anubis, but
Ty Dow's not content.
Yeah, that's if you get there.
12 and 7 now, but Fired Up fortunately is here to clean up.
And an ambitious play there for Dark. Walk the A main smoke is as an A anchor. I'm staring at that. And when you have guns, I'm maybe looking at the wall because I don't want to get flashed by someone throwing a flash through the smoke. So, you know, I think a very, very astute but very ambitious play.
And for Fired Up, he's one of the more interesting additions to God's Reign for me, right? Because whenever I think of God's Reign in my head, there's a core that I think back to. There's these 5 players, and I wish I remembered, but oh, nice shot from Kangao. Maybe I can put a pause on that. Round's still very difficult, but if they go back to the B-bomb, so there is a 2-on-1 technically available to them and some guns on the way. And they could pick up. Still, it's A that they will contest. B2, close range. MP9, good for 1, maybe for 2. Yes, he is.
On a Deagle when you don't have armor,
yeah.
you gotta hit the first shot versus an MP9, unfortunately. But really solid stuff there from R2B2.
Yeah, but for Fired Up, this core of the God's Reign, which was sort of Bubby, Finn, and Revan, was the third player that everyone looked to. Revan was insane. He was just like highest elo on Face It. He was killing everyone in all of these online tournaments, everything. Revan never made it. And Fired Up was sort of looked at like, yeah, he's kind of good, but he's whatever, really. You know, he's not the very best. And he's been the one to actually help God's Reign move forward. Revan never made it, unfortunately. One of the lost talents, I think, of India, in my opinion. Dark right now, though, straight into mid, but with a flashbang, Bubby's found 2.
Okay. Yeah, they're basically trying to take the fight to XDM. You've seen it in a couple scenarios now. They had that triple push mid. Now as well, just Bobby willing to throw himself at the problem with B2 losing his life early. And look at how much they've reinforced that middle section because, listen, once again, the bomb has been one to lead. And that's maybe a bit of mismanagement here for XDM. Feels like for what, the 3rd or 4th time already in this half, they're having to try and retrieve the bomb from CT possession.
It's been one of the saving graces for God's Reign, for sure. Nice Molotov. Bubby's going to be able to immediately extinguish it, reveals position, so... Oh my god, Bubby and Rossi are both taken down. It's all on Finn. It's all on the big man. 1, 2, no, not even the second, and it's split between 2 players. Disaster. Peeking back into middle like that, trying to double swing versus 3 there.
Yeah, that's gonna sting. And listen, holding on to middle and playing around that bomb is complicated. You know, you give up all the ground on A and B. You can get flanked from behind. There's like what XDM did. You could put a Molotov down at those doors and eliminate some of the angles. So I can understand why they went for that play, but also quite a few teams, if they think it's that hard to hold the package, they just give it up. Your opponent is going to spend 20, 30 seconds reinvestigating that and trying to walk and flash their way in. You'll have indicators that they've got the bomb back. God's Reign were in full fight mode, but maybe should have engaged in some flight.
XDM, though, fine bare minimum. 7 was exactly what you're looking at to say, hey, it's an even half, but can they make it 8? And, well, they should make it 8 on paper with the money. But we've seen many a force by wins. perhaps this can be one of them. I do like how the 5-7s are playing double out towards A main. It's a very strong position, but it does leave the rest of the map a little bit dry for men.
Well, now the setup's broken down, and playing close like this is, especially in recent months, kind of bad. Like, a lot of players do nade, Molotov. They have to the flash. It's really best in like a 1-2 bait setup. But yeah, I mean, XDM are grinding a lot of time off this clock.
They're going to go back to B. They have to, because they've been spotted out in the same position and the same setup, according to God's Reign, that they had been a couple of times before. God's Reign have called for an A stack. It's over to B.
5 through canals.
20 seconds. Molotov now extinguished. Into the side they go. They're bumping and grinding into each other. Finn has a chance, but it's on one he can take advantage of. Finn and Bubby taken down. Bomb can be planted. It makes its way over. It was not interrupted. River Lake will have no real pressure other than B2 through the smoke. It's a 1-on-3. A man who's being watched out for. A man walking into his death. 8 on the board at the end of the half for XDM.
What an impressive half from XDM. Really, expectations were set, I think, reasonably for all of us here on the desk. You know, especially when we're talking about God's Reign, this emerging squad from the South Asian side. And we really do, I think, expect more from them. But I think it's hard to say that XDM have been playing much of a flawed game outside of the fact that maybe the bomb's been mismanaged a couple times. They get caught out by some of the aggression, but that will happen. Maybe the bomb thing won't happen as much to teams more experienced, but you know, getting caught by plays and making adaptations, that will happen in any half for any team. But they played with such a confidence about them. They understood that they were willing to play with the clock. They were willing to wait out these duels and let God's Reign sort of stew in discomfort at a lack of information. And I think that's why we saw God's Reign take more proactive approaches. They wanted to get far more done earlier, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And that's an unfortunate part about CT side on Anubis. But I just wasn't expecting them to get out-aimed in some of these pivotal moments. Like 5 players running through Con, through a Molotov, through a smoke, and you know, your B anchors or your B players in that last 30 seconds aren't able to really stop them coming out the smoke. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's really not a good look for God's Reign right now. Especially considering, like I said, they've really been looking to prove people wrong about, hey, it's really just online, there's server issues, there's this, there's that. We can frag with the best of them. They were really hoping to prove to themselves even.
Yeah.
That fact, right? And obviously there's still a half left. Obviously this is still just a best of 1 and you're going to have a lower bracket run even if you lose over here. But that is dicey.
And they've still got the better side to play, right?
Yeah.
I think that's always
true.
Unfortunately, it's weird to think that, you know, we've come from an age of CS at one point where it's like, oh, there were some heavily CT-sided maps, and there were some maps that were like, maybe 50-50, but now to have one that's T-sided, we still have to remember that they're, you know, they could also have as good a half, if not better.
What was the most T-sided map before? Maybe Cobblestone at one point?
Even Cobble was kind of team to team, but yeah, it was mainly like Drop that was, I think, was a problem for that map.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure.
Because I think at one point when the NIP smokes were made and everything, Cobble did become like really T-sided for a while.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's
until
like,
they added the stairs again.
Any brand new meta, everyone's going to be like, I don't know how to play against this.
I mean, they had to add the stairs to Cobble to make it a little bit more even again.
Yeah, but
on
you
the
could, you could still do those NIP smokes.
No, I know, but in general, I'm just thinking that's what I don't know. And you're right. This is the era of the T-sided maps in general.
I knew those stairs lineups. It was like the only thing I could do back then.
That makes one of us. I just refuse to play Cobble. I would get lost in it.
Yeah,
I'd just go up to the really high tower and sit at the top and be like, oh, this is a great position, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not a great position for God's Reign to be in over here as we head into the T side. First round is obviously going to be incredibly important, but even afterwards, I really hope that we can see something a little bit more, maybe from Finn in particular. Obviously, he got some of his numbers, but he was never really in sort of that playmaking position, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, at the moment, right now, it's just cool to see players be dynamic as well. You know, we have these role sheets. We got to watch some of their games as well before, and, you know, I characterize some of the players a little differently to the roles that they themselves have put down. Like, is the person that's taking Red Room or sitting inside of middle on Anubis, really like a pack player or an entry. You know, I'd characterize him more as a lurk, I suppose, but some players seem to have that the other way around.
He's a solo wolf back, yeah.
Yeah, and listen, it does seem like everybody's kind of able to do what they need to. You know, Dark was lurking in one round on through mid, and he's supposed to be like basically a pack player for this squad. So it is nice that they had that dynamic to them. Let's see if God's Reign also have that dynamic to them, or will this just be a day of disappointments for them?
We've seen a lot of underdogs in winning positions lose today. Maybe XDM will be another one, but they need this pistol round over here. Riverlake only good for the single kill. God's Reign. Oh, tied down.
He's so sharp.
He's incredible. He really is. Leaves Rossian fired up to protect the bomb that's just been planted. And although the smoke was there to provide cover for the plant, it will dissipate soon. Fired up, good for the first. Keeps on swinging, keeps on shooting. Another opportunity. Could be a triple around the corner. A flash to assist. And as Rossi waits up above, they will not peek. They will not give it up. They'll play it correctly. Kangao should not have a chance here. That's more and more dangerous. Peek out from Fired Up, 3 for him. All in all, God's Reign are given bare necessities.
Yeah, a lovely kill there at the end from Fired Up. I mean, just a quick jiggle one tap after playing so reserved and, like you said, playing off each other and playing it correctly. But those shots from Tideout did have me believing for a moment that man is 17 and 8. And I did worry that he was going to cause them some problems.
I thought you were about to say that man is 17 years old. Like, what, really? That's a young talent right there.
Yeah,
Advent?
I don't know that I have that deep information, unfortunately. We'll find out soon enough, though.
Yeah. Lots of USBs and a deagle. Creeping and crawling, we are doing the crab walk. Oh no, we're being shot at.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that finished quickly.
Well, Tideout continues to be able to find a couple of kills here and there. It's another $600. Pays off for the deagle he bought.
Funnily enough, that's not the first time today I've heard someone try to sing through an eco round. And
listen.
I'm
now
as dissatisfied twice.
Now you're just insulting me. Yeah. But I just saw how he pulls his hair back into the headset.
Yeah.
That looks kind of uncomfortable.
You don't want hair flocking in your face.
It's true, but just having it pulled back?
That's fine. People wear hairbands.
Huh. When you put it that way.
Right. Full guns now for XDM here on the defense. God's Reign have quite some ground to make up. Even if they start to win rounds here and even if they equalize, still some pressure to be applied that they get that confident start. But yeah, here on the guns, they've already found 2 important kills. Dark and Tideout, the 2 heavy hitters for XDM so far in this map. And even Shadow will struggle to get his one on A. In fact, everyone's ending up empty-handed. Just instant headshots being delivered here by God's Reign.
I have a feeling at the end of this round, Bobby's going to say something to his team on the lines of, come on, guys, I told you they're trying. Just push them and kill them. It's fine. And sometimes you do need to give your team that confidence, right? And this is also one of the things about Indian teams generally. Sometimes with their overdogs, they do overcomplicate it.
Sure.
Right? Historically speaking. So maybe this is God's Reign sort of returning to roots, and their roots are left click.
I think it might be everybody's roots, actually. It's like when we play a simple game, I mean, that's what people call like the Puggers experience. That's where you feel the most in tune with your own game. You know, you can play to your own pace. You don't have to worry about, you know, your teammates as much. I guess you have to be worried about them and what they're doing. And you know, you don't want to feel like a liability, but you can hang them out to dry a little bit more than playing in team structured Counter-Strike. But yeah, sometimes it is, you know, just simple rule of KISS. Keep it simple, stupid.
I thought the simple rule of KISS was kiss me, you fool.
Oh.
But all right. Almost the same thing, to be fair. Fired up. Oh. What a wall bangs with the ops. Oh, nades to finish up again. Bobby's taken down with the 5-7. That is less than ideal. Fired up also misses his opportunity. That means an AK can be recovered. Could that be scary? In the hands of Dark, certainly. Finn receding, waiting for the push to come through, but Dark has come in from behind. Finn's taken down as well, and now suddenly 4-on-3. Another kill found. Shadow puts B2 in the dirt. And with the bomb not there for God's Reign, it's all getting a little bit mumbo-jumbo.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone real hairy real quick. I mean, Dark has been kind of everywhere. From fighting close in middle to now just getting behind them. They were prepared for that. A hell of a swing there from Rossi. 2-on-2 now.
Kangao's position still really good at just playing control. Taidao can also start to make his way back over to the B-bomb side after he's done covering off Canals. Kangao will know that it's not going to be an A-sided hit pretty soon. The question is, does God's Reign use any utility over here at all? Means surely they do. Taidao, so good on the pistol, so good on the Deagle! Beautiful first. Lee's fired up to fight for 3 to try and equalize. Op's not the weapon for the job, but it's the weapon he'll have to use, and that's why it's not the weapon. It will not be equality that God's Reign find. They are still trailing.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a crazy round for them to have come away with. XDM playing off of pistols, and I'll be honest, you know, seeing that player get flanked out inside of Finn in water, I didn't even hear Dark drop behind him. You know, it's one of those moments where because there's gunfire one way as well as sound cues the other, it can be very easy to get frazzled in that moment. And to be honest, XDM almost kind of fumbled the 2-on-1 there, where they knew exactly where Fired Up was likely to be, but still able to trade. I mean, what a game Taidao has been having. Continues stunning. Just delivers on quick headshots.
21-10, man.
It's quite staggering. So humbled coming back into the second half. First round for XDM, and it's on pistols. But it does also put God's Reign's economy teetering on the edge of a save. Or, yeah, an eco round. Far more clustered towards the outside of A.
Dark is the primary person on A with utility. And I don't think he wants to use it because he didn't want to reveal himself. He does so just by swinging out. Grenade will find his feet and B2 will find his body. Shadow's been locked out by Util himself, and as he starts to make his way back over, B2's already inside the smoke right next to him. He has pushed forward and pushed through. They will not know that there's a man in the smoke, though. Shadow could still be problematic. Fired Up misses a chance, and he will not be given another one. He moves back, recedes, but a grenade that could find him. He walks into it. Finn now caught from behind. Once again, Shadow will reveal, but B2 does the same. Continues to swing. They don't know where the last player is. Rossi yet to show himself off, but Taidao will punish, and with B2's position known, they only have to play guard. The bombs are planted for him. The defuse is being committed to. The CTs keep on swinging. B2 cannot find it. B2 cannot find it.
And just a big mistake. He went through that smoke. He cleared all of storage, went to beach. He went too far. If you're playing for control, you actually don't need to clear all of CT, that deep rotate. The bomb's down. They're going to come to you. And because he didn't clear out that smoke, he didn't hover around in storage, his teammate dies on the bomb site. He had to rectify that situation, and it was too tall a task. That's a massive fumble. And there was a miscommunication on XDM on that hold. They didn't have their protocols down. People were throwing smokes. They were eating flashes that their teammates were throwing. It was really frazzled there for XDM, so it was kind of a gift that they were allowed to get these kills back on the bomb site so quick. Faster A play this time.
And it is going to be Dark to eventually give it up. He says, you know what, have the site, plant in, we will play retake. Yeah. It's hard to play retake versus Tech9 with these angles.
Also, this time he didn't have quick support from camera as well as close.
3 people swinging in right back to spawn. Shadows found 2. Make it 3. He's not done yet. He isn't done. And with Taidao coming forward, Shadows only using him as distraction. 4 kills to his name, 2 with a USP. He fights fair.
Dude, I mean, this is exactly what you want from an anchor. You know, not playing the same places, same positions, playing far more defensive. Your teammates are in no position to help you. So just give up the ground and make use of the fact that you have better weaponry as well as reinforcements coming your way. And these guys, the players on the rotate are going to have nades as well, but they didn't end up needing it really. They just ended up taking fights. Because God's Reign came at them. They wanted an opening pick. They wanted to retrieve a rifle and maybe fall back into a post plant, but they were never given that open chance.
This is last chance saloon over here for God's Reign. As much as they start to fight back into things with that one really nice round, just overwhelming through middle, God's Reign are stuck thereafter. The eco round loss, and now Taida, who's been a dangerous man, will remind them exactly why. 25 kills and just 10 deaths.
He's still climbing. I still expect him to get more as this game continues to develop in what could be the last couple of rounds we see. Oh my god, there's no fear in this man's heart. B2 finally puts an end to the carnage, but 3 men down.
Rossi has the embers of hope, but they're going to be stamped out at this rate. A 2-on-4 for the Indian side to make this work. And Rossi and B2 might just want to save here, Michael. I don't think there's an argument to be made to go for this one, unless you get given a freebie.
I hate that I actually wouldn't hate a save here. Because you're staring down the barrel of XDM holding control of the map. But now that Rossi's down, a 1-on-4 seems totally unattainable. I mean, players from A should start to gravitate over as well, so you're expecting to have to face 3 players on this bomb site. But that's a lovely shot from B2, Shadow advantage, and that's why he's called Shadow. Makes use of them, born in them.
I have to just say, Taida, the man on your screen right now, the kid on your screen right now, he is stunning so far. He's not limited by the player he's up against. He's not limited by the position he's in. The only thing he's limited by is the number of rounds in the game. He would keep on killing and killing and killing if he had the chance.
More than on track for 30 in reg, but yeah, there might not be enough rounds to play, it's true.
Well, he's in the right position to at least try and strive for it. God's Reign. A last attempt. A B bomb site that they are walking through their own smoke. Shadow will be having a player walk right by him. Taida adds another in, and as Shadow continues to spray through it, God's Reign are saying goodbye. XDM will not just upset, they will do it in style.
I cannot believe that that's how this game ended up playing out. it was so fast, so rapid for XDM to have taken control in this game. That T side was as impressive as it was previously. You know, a 9-3 half in the Chinese close qualifier, or open qualifier, sorry. For them to be able to replicate something like that against the caliber of God's Reign, this is a day of disappointment for them. We prefaced and had this understanding that they could be in a weird position mentally, and in a position where they don't have as much preparation as they would have liked to, I'm sure, when they're given an opportunity like this. But XDM, they ran with it. They absolutely capitalized on playing this slow, measured style, but still also having the punch to break into these rounds that, I mean, God's Reign may not have anticipated either.
I mean, this is not a happy-looking team over there on the God's Reign side, but for XDM, this is incredibly impressive. I mean, honestly, I kind of can't believe how convincing it is as well, because I did sort of expect that, hey, God's Reign could lose this one by courtesy of it being Anubis, by courtesy of all the external factors that we talked about as well, but I didn't think they'd lose it this one-sidedly.
No, I agree, and I think there were many rounds that were just out of contest. You know, they were losing opening duels, they were getting picked apart on some of the rotates, they were genuinely getting outplayed for the first 6-7 rounds of this game, and it was only when God's Reign started to shift things up a little bit and get a bit more active that they had a bit more variance and some success that stemmed from it. But yeah, that CT side would come back to haunt them, because they didn't even really get to re-engage the engine when they got on T, and even when they did slightly, XDM still had more fight to them.
And for XDM, up next for them is going to be a best of 1 versus Just Swing. I can tell you right now, I just saw Just Swing play a best of 1, and that might not be the best sample size, but XDM looked like the better team.
It wasn't the most confident looking Just Swing. You know, they had a couple of holes that could be exploited, but yeah, it's crazy. I really cannot emphasize how taken aback I am, the fact that XDM, you know, we sort of jokingly, I say jokingly, we sort of half-heartedly like, yeah, I mean, I could see them doing it, but then, yeah, just the fashion it happens in is still just, it's taken me over. I don't know what to say about it.
They outshot them they out-called them, they outplayed them, and a couple of times it felt like they outclutched them as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is the truth. And you know who it could be the truth? Ty Dow, the guy. What? I can't... All these highlights, we've seen a lot of them from him. Just so sharp, I think is the main thing. And you know, some of the previous games we've had in the best of ones, the aim's been a little sluggish. You know, we're getting more body shot kills. It's more positional play. Maybe they're playing off teammates. Nah, Tidal's just ripping heads, and I absolutely love that.
I mean, his name is tied down, but he cannot be tied down. I'll say that right now. It is stunning what he's managed to do with every pistols, deagles, rifles. He's done it with it all. 13-7, stellar performance from XDM. I don't think any of us were expecting it to be this good, and the fact that God's Reign have been knocked down to the lower bracket immediately, we've already seen how good some of the other Chinese Open qualified teams are as well. It doesn't matter who they're going up against, it's going to be a hard time.
They're playing up to their opponent, I think, is the important thing right now. As we've just powered down the engine, I think, behind the scenes, it does seem as though, you know, if China has other talents to look for from open qualifier teams, hell, I will advocate and I will continue to advocate for more open qualifiers across the circuit, just because you don't get opportunities like this very often for players like this.
And I mean, I'm just getting more and more excited about exactly what China has to offer, to be honest. I mean, we've already seen a fantastic city that I'd never heard about before. Now I get to see fantastic players who I've never heard about before. Now I get to see fantastic team play as well across the board.
You know what's so disappointing, though? Tai Dao, as much as he played great, you know, Shadow also had a really solid map. It's just overshadowed, and you know, unfortunately, yeah, maybe there's a few reasons why he's named Shadow. He lives in Tai Dao Shadow.
Hard not to. Hard not to. I do believe that we will have a man who lives in our shadow coming onto the desk very soon as well. I'd like to say that.
Okay,
I feel like all hosts live in the constant shadow.
Is that just rude, though?
Hey, yeah, it is. Honestly, it is. But we chill like that, and he can't reply to me right now, so I have to say, no. On the other side, though, for God's Reign, I will say this is where you don't really have too much of a leading light either.
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna have to try and recover when it gets into the lower bracket. It's kind of crazy to think about, but yeah, let's bring that guy back. Let's bring in the Shadow, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's one way of putting it, fellas. Tai Dao, what a performance coming through from him. I've got one word really to describe that performance from God's Reign, and probably the day, uninspiring. It's been a rough day at the office.
Is that what only one word is?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say so, but I mean, it is just been a bad day at the office, and you know, obviously, you got to feel for them in terms of the loss they picked up today, but they really just did not get going at all. And this is a team, if we talk about it, we spoke about many of the worries about them. The first one that comes to mind, and especially the way it played out, was the map, right? They honestly looked so unbelievably uncomfortable.
Yeah, the CT side really, other than a couple of mid pushes here and there, right? Like, especially when it got to the late round, it didn't feel like they really had that much to bring to the table overall in the God's Reign camp. It was standard positions. It was not really the best rotations in the world. You're not really getting the best holds in the world either. It's not like your util timing is great either. It's a lot of... Whew.
Yeah, listen, if your structure is not going to work, your aim has to be able to back it up. And these guys, I mean, they shoot. It's not like they're incapable of doing it. It's just they came in a little sluggish, and they very quickly realized the level that XDM were going to play to as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And Yumi, again, this kind of touches on what we talked about XDM. They were so crisp when it comes to close wallow. And it's brought again. This is now another really good show. We've got an interview to bring you before we get into our final games. We're going to throw it over towards the stage after an insane performance from XDM.
I'm here with Tai Dao on Team XDM. Now, you guys were off to a strong start, but in the second half, they made a comeback and the score got really tight. So what adjustments do you guys make? 你们今天的开局也是非常顺利的，但是在这个下半场他们有点追回来了。然后呢，你们接下来你们后面做的什么样的调整？
主要是还得是我们的队长领先指挥的比较好吧，见招拆招啥的。
So primarily it was our IGL and captain Shadow. He was able to read our opponent and make the right calls. So how is God's Reign different from the teams that you guys faced in previous matches? 那你们今天的这支印度的对手和你们上一阶段的对手们有什么区别呢？
感觉他们的整体性比上一个阶段的队伍整体性会更好，基本都是。 武枪会更快，
Yeah, so their teamwork and coordination was just better than the previous stages, and they were able to trade very quickly. So what is your team's goal for this stage and the tournament? 那你们队伍在这个阶段的目标，还有整个比赛的目标是什么呢？
我们的目标就是晋级到下一个阶段吧。
So our goal is to qualify to the next stage into the playoffs. Alright, so how do you use the deagle? 问问你这个沙鹰的使用方式是什么？
先瞄准后开枪。
Alright, you gotta aim first and then shoot. Alright, last but not least, you got what do you have to say to your fans and also everybody's watching in your mentor 张普才's stream? 最后有什么想对你的粉丝们，还有对张普才直播间的兄弟们说的？
关注张老师小课堂哦。张普才牛逼。
Alright, you gotta make sure to follow 张普才's stream. And alright, we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with Cube versus 集结号。好的，我们感谢太刀接受我们的采访，我们稍作休息，马上为大家带来 Cube 和集结号的比赛。再见。
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，东如雷震。硝烟散去，16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发，架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧，这种机会应该是比较难得的。
You're here for your community and to achieve deep results.
Хамгийн зүйлийг үлдээх юм бол стикерээ үлдээхийг маш их хүсэж байгаа.
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。当时机到来，它绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手，让他永远猜不透你的真实意图。在这场游戏里，欺骗不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves. 我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后一舞了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone.
带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术。现在破烟而出。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, to the fourth and final game of the day here at the Asian Champions League. Of course, we've already had some, well, crazy games and some pretty interesting results, as we've just seen with that God's Reigns upset by XDM. Now we head in towards our final. It's the Cube taking on GG Howard. Tea time. On paper, early offset vibes. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling amazing because before I had questions about, hey, should I be supporting the Indian team or not, this and that, whatever. I love this team. GG House, one of my favorite teams in the world to root for, but not to watch.
Okay.
No, expand.
Because
Don't just leave it on that. Like.
I love the players. I really enjoy watching Osamas. I really enjoy watching Minis. I like the idea of a Middle Eastern team going forward, but it doesn't happen very often.
Okay, well, fair enough. On the flip side, we also have a birthday here as well. So we've got a little video for you guys. Take a look.
我们和蒙古23哥约训赛的时候，明显能感觉到蒙古人是很喜欢磕枪的啊，他们是很喜欢抢起磕枪，然后进行接触的。那么这跟我们在国内约到的训练赛是不一样的。
We play some Mongolian team in scrims and we do like decent enough to play here. So I think I'm looking forward to play some strong Mongolian teams.
I did watch a bunch of Mongolian demos in the past, and it did influence how we played ourselves, and it was pretty successful.
但是蒙古人就是找你磕，找你干啊！他只有不拿分的时候，他才会点个暂停，扣个战术，打点道具配合出来。平时是没有的，都是枪法制胜比较多。
They just play very active Counter-Strike. They're very quick at rotations, very quick at their game plan, and even their set strats are very coordinated and strong. So I'm going to assume that carries out throughout the region of theirs.
其实多数都是能预判到蒙古队打法的，因为蒙古队的 demo 样本是很多的。 但是蒙古队，你即使知道他们在那个前点站的，你也是磕不过的。人家就是打交叉、打补枪，人家击杀效率高、补枪效率高，我们是即使知道也没有办法去破解。
За монголчууд бидний контр тоглох онцлог гэх юм бол маш өндөр потенциалтай тоглодог. Тэгээд бас буудалтай айгу сайтай гэж өөрсдөө хардаг да монголчуудаа.
Тэгээ монголчууд урдаа тэгээд буудалцсан дээр л тоглодог. Буудалч тоглодог юм шиг. Энэ бол тэгэхгүй зарим астрал үед бол сонир санагдав.
Well, I was told I'd be hearing something about a birthday. I never got there, but apparently it is. Let's take a look at Cube on the monitor, of course, for us here. This is a side that I don't think have lived up to the region's recent hype, but Mike, how are we feeling about this side?
Maybe this will be their birthday as a team.
Sure.
Maybe they can level up
We'll
like a team like XDM, for example. Like, listen, the Cube squad, the fact that they've been able to, I guess, make use of the fact that the Mongolian circuit is being given more and more respect. They've been able to carve out a little slice of that themselves, and maybe they don't have the most rehearsed strategies or the most complicated game plans, but these guys are, I think, as talented as a lot of the other teams that we've seen emerge out of that region in the early phases. I think that's very clear. We have to very clearly set that precedent. They are in the early stages of that founding.
T, I want to leave these guys for you. You've obviously already built them up a little bit. You like them. What do you like? Tell me. What is in the detail?
Let's go one by one. You've got Mini, the Lion of Lebanon, probably the best Lebanese rifler who's ever played, now into the AWPing role because he's been forced. You've got Boros, the controversial Boros, a man whose skill was so high that even Smuya could not contain it. Boros comes back to his region. The prodigal son returns. Issa coming through as an IGL, a player who was called frequently again and again that no, this guy's an all-aim, no-brain. No, he's here to prove you wrong. Then you've got Bibu, and I'm skipping over sounds for a reason, but Bibu, the Italian Iraqi prodigy who comes through, plays for NASA in its dying lives from in the early COVID days as well. And then you have the best player, the absolute best player to have ever come out of the Middle East in Osama. There is no one like this guy, and if you can get past a little bit of those stage nerves, things like that, he will be one of the best players in the region.
Recently, stats-wise as well, for GG Hao, Osamas has been absolutely flying. Boris not too far behind, but Osamas looked absolutely unbelievable. And Yumi, it's really safe to say when you look towards this GG Hao side, one kind of real culmination of words is firepower, right? They just are unbelievably strong. And actually, you know, they're one of those teams that they're quite lucky if, you know, a main player of Osamas has a slow day, Boris has a slow day, Mini will step up. And this is a beautiful thing. They've got so many different facets of firepower.
And that's why earlier I was talking about, you know, we're kind of in the era of firepower. If you're not building in that way right now, I feel like you're almost doing it wrong to a certain extent. And sure, there are some teams that can try and make it tactically and try and find the new meta, but I feel like a lot of people are getting up to speed with metas very rapidly. So firepower is your edge very often, more often than not. And to be honest, the most impressive part about the GG Hao rise is, to be honest, Mini. Like, I liked him as a rifler. I did not think he would take the AWP, but he's been doing pretty good with it so far.
And another thing to add to it, T, as well, is, you know, we like throwing this buzzword around our firepower, but another brilliant thing about them is experience. These are guys that have played in a variety of different teams, in a variety of different kind of regions, and also as well, they've kind of, I guess in Boris's case, gone all the way up to the top, right? But all of them have actually had their own deep runs at times too, so they're not only just an all-aim, no-brain type team, they've got a lot of depth behind them.
Okay, listen, I love this team. I'm going to disagree with you there, because yes, they have a lot of experience, but it's not like any of that experience was being like the brainy player in their team either, right? You're looking at Boros, Issa. It's weird.
Sure, fair enough. Well, we're going to throw it to the stage as we're going to introduce these teams to you. Take it away. They're about to walk out here in Yangchang.
First up on stage from Mongolia, the Cube. and their opponent from the Middle East, Ji Hao.
Well, I gotta say as well, Baseline J's pronunciation was considerably better than mine.
Yeah.
He made that sound effortless. But we're getting on the way into this game. We're gonna be running through the veto in just a second. I think it's safe to say, fellas, and especially in the way we built them up, that GG Hao coming in as the favourites in towards this one. So for the Cube T-Time on the other side, we're probably looking, hopefully, for a bit of a favourable veto to give them a bit of a chance.
Of course, that's what you're hoping for. I don't think there is a favourable veto, unfortunately, in a best of one at this point. So, look, the only thing I can say is please stay away from the pug maps. I know it might be tempting to say, well, maybe we pug. Do we want to go up against them? Don't ever play a Middle Eastern team on Dust 2 is number one rule. Number two rule is don't ever play a Middle Eastern team on Mirage. I'm surprised that GG Hao is actually banning it out themselves. I know they struggled on it a little bit on their own, but I was actually expecting to see them try and force Cube to be the ones to take that away.
I'm kind of feeling an Inferno here. I think GG Hao will want to steer it in that direction. It's one of those maps that's maybe not just all firepower, and they can play a little bit more structured, maybe around the mini orb to a certain degree. Cube, to be honest, are in a really terrible spot in the fact that GG Hao love doing targeted bannings. Like, they don't necessarily have like a typical permaban. They don't like Train, but they've also floated it a few times before. But we don't end up on Inferno. It might sit all the way to the end of the veto, and instead we have Ancient instead. So I'm maybe a little surprised that we still end up on a flatter map, per se.
Part of this actually could be as well, of course, recent changes for GG Hao, adding Lord, the coach, in towards his team. Maybe he's brought a bit of depth on towards that map and brought a bit of an understanding of how to play it. But also as well, I mean, maybe this might be disagreed by you guys, but I actually think Ancient's one of the puggiest maps we've got in the pool right now, especially with when those changes were made to the spawns, which I still in my mind like to say recently, but it actually really wasn't, when those T-side spawns were moved a little forward. But it has actually made this map a lot more, if you want to, you can actually make it super quick, super up in your face.
I do think we have been desensitized to Ancient because like a lot of the standard util everybody knows now.
Exactly,
so it's like, you know, Mirage window smokes, you know, we're thinking Ancient have spawn smokes from both sides, and then we have like lane takes. Everybody knows these util sets, so they're technically puggy because we're desensitized to those strats, but they're still, I mean, there's still strategies. I mean, still like taking territory and things in a way that is, you know, tactical in a sense, but it's just so standard now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, with that map, how you feeling, T, off the back of that one?
Cube used to be really good at this once upon a time, and I'm talking like a really long time ago when the roster was a little bit different too. Now they've struggled on it, struggling even sometimes to get double digits against their opponents. I think this is really what Michael's talking about how GG Hao like to lead into their opponent's weaknesses, and it does feel like they've definitely found one over here.
Yeah, fair enough. I was looking for some stats as well that recently, this actually, in the most recent S-tier tournament called PGL, off the back of it, this actually was like the third most T-sided map in the pool. So maybe that is playing into strengths in some sense. But we'll be getting on the way in towards this game sooner rather than later. Of course, Knife Round decides sides and all the rest, best of ones. The big thing here, I think, for GG Hao, if you come in as the favourites, probably in the same way that God's Reign would have, you just don't want to be upset on day one. You want to have a smooth start to a tournament like this on kind of foreign soil and just get those nerves out the way, I'd say, T.
I don't think they're going to be upset over here. Listen, I had my suspicions about God's Reign and everything, but GG Hao is very much a team that I feel like should just blast through opposition that isn't on their level. I don't think they have enough of a overwhelming reliance on structure in the first place to overthink it at all. This is a team that knows their strengths. It's shooting.
Yeah, and Yumi, if we're being completely frank as well, we actually have to look at this Cube side internationally. They've actually looked pretty woeful. You know, we look even at the most basic example, which is ESL Challenger League. They've won 6 out of 26 of their best of ones. It's not exactly the greatest stats, and it's not only just internationally, also domestically. They've actually looked quite weak comparably too. It's been a real rough ride.
Yeah, they're definitely still in the early foundling stages of these players getting experience and figuring out who they are, even as just players individually, because you can create game plans, but a lot of why people become role cells is that players' mentality sometimes is suited to certain strengths, and they have to try and lean into those strengths. They have to find out what those strengths actually are when they're in official environments. Because pugging is one thing, you might want to be a lurker, but you might actually be better as an entry fragger in a team environment. You just don't know until you actually play through those repetitions. I just think it's so, you know, if we were talking about the XDM upset, that was kind of crazy, sure. I mean, we can excuse God's Reign in a few different ways, be sympathetic to their situation, but if GJ Howe got upset, that would be far more outrageous.
What I will say on that note is that we actually came into, I mean, we were sort of already teetering, me and you kind of said, I actually think XDM are the favourites here. There's no way in my mind that I can see Cube winning this at all.
The way you have to think about Cube right now is if you're like a fan of football or whatever, right? And you might imagine, like, let's say like a Division 3 team suddenly makes it to the Premier League because they were dominating everything underneath them. They're probably going to get decimated. That's kind of what's happened with Cube. They absolutely owned the one season of ESEA Open that they played. They just stomped it. They came through to ESL Challenger League. They come through to like the quote-unquote tier 1 of Asia. And you know, someone's getting paid $100 million while you're on 300.
I've seen a lot of seasons of Open. There are some teams that do just dominate an Open, and then they stay in intermediate or main for seasons. They don't develop, they don't grow. And you know, I hope that doesn't happen to Cube, but it's hard to say that it can't.
Yeah, exactly that, of course. It looks like Knife Round's about to be started here as well, and it's pretty important on a map like Ancient. I know it's a map that has obviously it's no longer as seed-sided as it once was. At one point, it was the most seed-sided map in the pool, but I still think a lot of teams find a lot of comfort on that CT side, just in terms of how they like to start off on a map like this, especially in the best of one.
Honestly, I don't think it really particularly matters for either one of these teams. What it's really going to come down to is, more than anything else, I would like to see Cube come into it with 3 really good rounds just prepared and try and trailblaze. If you cannot front run, you are not going to catch up. That is just the unfortunate truth. And that's not to say that Cube can't make that work, right? Ancient is very set strat heavy. It is very, hey, you want to call from spawn? Ancient is the map to do it from.
Sure, yeah, exactly that. One Knife Round run, of course, there by GG House. Now they get that choice. I mean, we've already sort of painted the picture a lot here coming in towards this game. I think it's safe to say that Cube have got quite the mammoth task ahead of them. And we have actually already seen, in one case, the upset earlier today in the previous game, but actually even close games. Our opening game of the day, that one a little closer than we thought. We've had an overtime as well, which you never really expected. Just Swing made to work. So it is one of those where Cube have a chance to be able to prove something here, but we have to wait and see. Ancient of final best of one of the day is the Cube taking on GG Howe. Yumi, tea time, take it away.
Yeah, we talked all about how Cube are in a pretty dire circumstance, but we didn't even really talk about the fact that they've kind of had a rotating door on that 5th position. They've been playing with Anselmo sometimes, and then Exahem, and then now they've got Faline in here as well. Who's to say that they've got it all figured out? But I do think I figured out who the birthday person was. It was, I think, Kamoy, who was actually celebrating yet a cake delivered by Hero. So hopefully they can make that birthday present a little bit more than just a cake. But right now, running into Solo's dualies, it is turning up all Cube at the start of this pistol, and it's a simple B play that gets immediately shut out by GG Howe.
Listen, if that's one way to say happy birthday. The other way that I looked up is Dursuno Drin Men in Mongolian, apparently. So hey, happy birthday to you, Fairline.
No, Kamoy.
Kamoy. I got the language right.
First off, if I've read that right, but yeah, it's I mean, a really, really solid pistol from Solos, just brute forcing his way out through the smoke and just gunning them down with the dualies. GG Howe tried to keep it simple, but didn't work.
You are going to see GG Howe go for this very often, where they will just buy up Deagles because of their confidence in their aim. It's very similar to once upon a time French Counter-Strike, but Uncrown will just run you down in those circumstances. And this is exactly the kind of place where now, well, you're not going to have a bomb plant. Next round is going to be Galil's now because of this as well. It's not a good place to be.
They have also bought 5 SMGs. And listen, on second round buys, a lot of teams will go 2, 3 SMGs, a couple of rifles, because you know you want the SMGs to be expendable to a certain extent. Yeah. You know, Ancient is definitely a map where you can throw players towards that B lane area, especially if you can sort of conjoin that with the mid presence. But yeah, when rifles come out for GG Howe, they'll have a massive range advantage. Hell, even when they've got Deagles, they'll have a range advantage.
I'm just wondering about what the next round's buy is going to look like in general. If GG Howe loses up ahead, great timing on the Incendiary, comes out from BKC, will be able to keep these types of players away, and that's it'll Jump peek as well. In the meanwhile, calls over support. Birthday boy in the house as Kamoy will be coming through. He doesn't really get too much of a chance to get involved, but a couple of kills, and it is money made from the CT side. Now, is 5 MP9s with full utility better than 5 Galils?
I would hazard no, but also MP9s are kind of crazy.
Yeah.
People do love them and hate them simultaneously. It's a tumultuous relationship.
Okay, so we don't have the 5 Galils. We actually have a couple of AKs coming through from Osama's and Issa. They're designed to negate flashes, and that's never really fun, regardless of what map you're on. But maybe they're going to be slowing things down and hoping to catch out peaks made by the 5 SMGs, and that's exactly what's coming through. Solos, Uncrowned, out into the business of fire, but Bibu's the one with 1. He's the one with 2. He's the one with 3.
And that's where it'll stop. There are no more players to deal with. A really solid hold over on B lane after they tried to crunch. They tried to do exactly what I was saying with those SMGs and maybe tried a little too hard. There was a Molotov they were going through. They were getting flashed. It was far from comfortable. So they retained those 5 SMGs only to lose all of them and find no damage really onto the GG How economy. Yeah, it's not ideal, but because of all the extra cash they get because of the SMGs, they'll be okay for a buy. Just have to be careful that GG How don't start to run away with things.
Okay, 3 M4s, that's pretty good.
Yeah, the FAMASA's been seeing a lot more play as well. People are actually appreciating the accuracy buffs it got.
Oh, out in the middle though, Fairline will be good for the 1. He's fading away, and that's where Osama's catches not just him, but his teammate as well. BKZ down and out.
Yeah, a lot of good those rifles did for you.
We should have bought MP9s.
Yeah, that's the kind of fearlessness you want out of GG How. They should recognize themselves as the more talented or more, provenly talented roster. Not to say that Cube can't get there, but they've got just a deeper track record. Even if we're talking about players like Issa, very much a sort of brute force head first into bomb sites kind of player once upon a time, now redefining himself as, kind of a caller and maybe a leader for the squad. And he was also having to do that on like 100 ping. He was one of those players that kind of fell off the radar for a lot of people because of restrictions during the COVID times.
I'm not sure if it's quite that high, but yes, he was generally very high ping, yeah, for sure. It's very impressive what he managed to do in the past, and he hopes to do it now again.
I mean, to be fair, Donk was playing on like 90, 100 ping and dominating online Counter-Strike, actually.
We cannot use him as a standard.
I know, I'm just saying, people have done it. Maybe easier in CS2, maybe. It's a pretty open and shut round. Getting 3 entries in middle. Cuber really gonna have to be praying for some ways back into the round, but yeah,
these are important kills.
It's good damage, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Cube force buy into the next round because of it. If they can go back and recover some of those weapons,
it's not worth it.
It's not worth it, but I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I mean, it's not even justifiably worth it from their perspective. I mean, 5 Galils were saved in the opening gun round. It's not like you got kills. The economy will be fine for GG How. They can get AKs back. And it's not worth it, wholeheartedly.
I agree with you.
I'm a bit surprised that we can hear them so clearly. I mean, I don't understand Mongolian, but I just...
Do you understand Arabic?
No.
Well, never mind. Then
I only understand English, sadly.
Damn.
And maybe a tad of French.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you definitely did.
I forgot it then. There you go.
Well, we're going to have problems. It's like you don't know me at all.
God, Michael, come on. One wife is enough. Out goes Boros into the Ether, but the unknown does not pay him any favors. Boy's not feeling too good about that grenade coming nearby, but Uncrowned will be the victim of a quick little casualty. That's quite far away.
He'll be fine. Players usually clear right first and then hard swing left. So I'm expecting this to work. Okay, well, not Boros though. He doesn't do that.
Boros knows what it's all about.
The right side angles are easily clearable from the left side. The left side angle is not so easily clearable, so you have to like switch. It's usually how I would think about it, but no, he was on the money.
One of the cool things that's happened in... No, actually, we've got 3 MP9s now coming forward into this one. Cube will be with full utility on them, so you're really hoping that they make a move with it. So far, their moves have been out onto B lane, and that has been the focus.
What is this by?
Deep nade. Oh, great damage coming out. Osama's will be taken down, and as Uncrowning the Chaos was hoping to take advantage of Boros. Boros still gets the flick. CT side end up at a disadvantage. Cube will be pushed back.
They're kind of putting themselves in an economic hole. Like, even trying to make this work on the SMGs, I mean, it could work. I'm not saying it can't, but, you know, you're kind of getting the same mileage you would get out of a half-buy. With SMGs, I mean, 5.7s are utilized in much the same way, maybe more defensively. I just worry that they're not even going to get real chances to have all the bells and whistles that they could want, because right now, GJ Hao are making use of the fact they have the premier and premium weaponry, as well as the util to boot. So, yeah.
Well, it's really not the best to see, but regardless, Cube likely going to end up trying to save that second M4 if they can recover it over here as well, or an AK from Osama's, that's fine too. And I was thinking, what are the cool... Oh, are you really contesting this? It's a 2-on-4.
Yep. They tried. And they met Minizorp, who was killless until they decided to try and ascend ledge.
I mean, look afterwards some of these fights, right? You really needed Boros to be taken down over there by the MP9, and Issa is just having a field day. This is what I meant. GJ Hao are a team with so much firepower that they will be playing incredibly disrespectfully towards you. They will be happy to take those individual duels and whatnot until you force them not to. And right now, it looks to be maybe even a quick B for A. Uncrown, however, that's exactly what you wanted. Force Boros not to make that move.
Yeah, even found Issa as well, so
there
just ripping heads over at ramp.
Many will be able to take Uncrowned down, so that Deadly Deagle has been dealt with.
Not the woods just yet. I mean, they're completely contained. There is no out from B. They have to push forward or try and deal with these players that are serving to contain them. First kill's fine, but they are very suspicious that there's more where that came from. Kamoy sitting on top of ledge, but Shadow could give him up. No, Bibu turning away at the wrong time.
Bomb.
And that's the bomb spotted and dropped. Yeah, now coming in on the full flank. Osama's overwhelmed, and they will find nothing. No bailout. It is a crunch and a total shutdown over on that B play, courtesy of Uncrown's Deeg.
Well, if there was going to be anything to stop them and make them think about their decisions again, this would be exactly it. Look at the face, just look at Boros' face.
It's,
like, well,
it's
yeah,
kind of like,
honestly,
what do you do about that, man?
It's like, I've done that to people, I get it.
Yeah.
It happens.
Counter-Strike swings in roundabouts. You know, sometimes it's a bit of giving, sometimes a bit of take.
Oh. What's going on over here? Kamui's caught out in the open. Flashes galore. Molotov on the floor for Faline. Nades as well to follow up. He's trying to move out. He's trying to move out. Will barely do so, but Osama's is not going to let him escape.
Yeah, he really didn't think he'd make it to Donut. And even if he did, there would be 3 players Donut, no one red. And so they would have nothing to effectively stop that cross, and potentially they could have been siphoned from supporting the B players. It's a good response. A quick Molotov over towards the entrance of Cave. An immediate smoke.
Osama's.
Boros has the territory. And yeah, I mean, the fact that Osama's is creeping through spawn. These B players are in for a world of hurt.
Oh my god, Boros is moving through first. This is going to be disastrous because he's also found Issa in the back line, so Osama has to do it all now. The smoke that Uncrowned through earlier on will be extinguishing, and that's what Osama's will use to his own advantage. Solos, backs off, plays back Cube. It is still going to be a 3-on-3.
They have kits, but only a flash to really try and get themselves back into this. If the bomb goes down, they're they have to get kills quite quickly. Osama's will finally punch that in. They're getting flanked. Kamoy from ramp. He needs to get more than just that one frag, and he'll succeed. Even catching him through the edge of the wall, it's Bibu to try and clutch, and the low HP player dealt with an immediate headshot. Both these players were wounded, and BKZ on that AWP can do nothing to combat it. It's a Bibu clutch to get another round for GJ Hao.
I mean, Bibu really saves the day over there, because I have to say, I have no idea what Boris is doing moving through that smoke while they're waiting for Osama's to make a play. The fact that he makes it a play where Osama Zen has absolutely no support. They're fortunate that Uncrown doesn't realize that his back could be exposed, because Issa had died earlier on to BKZ, so they think they've dealt with a potential flanker. They're not ready for two.
Yeah, it's an ambitious play. I think maybe a bit of impatience there from Boros. Thought they'd be looking at ramp more than anything on the other side of the smoke, but not to be. More mid-play here for Cube. And just a straight fight being offered up, but an immediate trade. Faline playing behind Uncrowned in that moment. And that's usually one of the B players. BKZ actually dealing with another player that tried to get control of middle. They should recognize that this B bomb site is somewhat weakened. I mean, Uncrowned has just been stalwart on this B bomb site. But there's no immediate move to pounce. And this can be one of the drawbacks of GJHL, is that they do play quite spread, a little independent in moments. Sometimes in the default, they understand these players have autonomy, and they lean into that. But also, when you recognize that there's a gap in the defense, a lot of teams, they try and play in clusters so that they can capitalize on that space and still have trades. Took them a while now to rendezvous with one another, but by the time they've done that, Cube now have a secondary member in support.
At the same time, they are both playing very defensively, right? Because he's concerned about a potential red room presence. Ace is going to be able to smoke off short and allow the cross through. So Solos has to isolate the duel back into Cheetah. But if he takes that, there are two players there. This is not a straight one-on-one. And as he continues to jiggle it out, it's going to be a reveal of his position as well as his opponents. He peeks behind the Molotov, and he's got nowhere to go. This Molotov is not even going to spread. He's so fortunate, but Issa does not rely on fortune.
Wow, I cannot believe Issa got away with both kills there over at long. I mean, fantastic work from him. He was working on low health as well. And now Faline trying to clutch. Comes up from ramp, and they're sat in a double cave setup. They should try and allow Issa to take that first contact, all back into the hands of Mini.
I mean, Issa has to full swing in this one.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. Issa's too scared, but no, Phelan doesn't stick it. He comes around the corner, and the T side will win.
No, he stuck it fully. 5-second defuse, nobody swung.
I think my eyes just glitched for a second.
I really don't understand why they're playing as I mean, they're expecting a tap, but there's no spam in the spammable planting position, and neither of them decide to run out. I really thought that Issa was going to swing. Why wouldn't he?
I think he was probably calling for a spam or something like it, not realizing Mini still has it off. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
No shot. I mean, he watched Mini walk with the AWP through cave. I mean, if that's short-term memory, it's just a complete fumble in that moment, and pulling the wool over their eyes. They just go straight for a fast A play. They blow the smoke, and Osamas and Issa will farm them up. Hey, well, let's keep it simple, and they just frag out on this A bomb site. The Cube get destroyed.
I need a replay of what Osamas just did. Like, that's just getting caught up in a stampede. Uncrowned at the very least will be able to get another one for free, but just reveals his position, and now he's being chased down by the Italian Iraqi man. Bibu is, however, not really going to get to say hello.
Oh, just a glimpse. Well, they want to get this gun out of his hands. They will chase him. If there's anything I can expect this team to do, it is
hunt.
Hunt, yeah. Even if economically it's not the greatest, they know how much of a hurt it can do to their opponent.
Credit to Underground, he does stay alive over there.
Yeah. Got some distance.
All right, can we get some replays? The thing is, sometimes the kills are so fast that even the replay operator doesn't catch them, but no, not this time. Look at this guy, man. Dear God.
It's just nice and smooth, though.
Yeah.
I mean, first kill spawn, you know, they're maybe thinking, oh, they're going to try and plant now. They got a kill, they got space, they blew the smoke, and Osamas still has his gun ready, so. This is what you're talking about, though, about Ancient, is that it can be a map where you just go with on spawn calling. It doesn't have to be, or simplified. I think there is, ways in which you can make this map sort of multi-layered. It's usually in mid-rounds, but yeah, you can just go for these fast A hits, and there's a little bit of variety in like the timings you hit with the smoke spams and Molotovs. Do you have a lurker?
Hey. Not the cleanest of sprays. Uncrown in the meanwhile will find Issa, and now suddenly Osama's is caught in between a sandwich. No! He's whiffed it. Uncrown gets a second, and there are AKs to be recovered, but Mini to defend them. Boros as well comes over. Might not be the expected man, and indeed Fairline's looking away. Kamui will be finding an AK that turns back and gazes into his eyes. BKZ, last man standing, will be heard.
Well, this is a potential knifing opportunity if Mini doesn't just... Oh my god. Okay, yeah, let's just get the round completely in your hands. Bibu hit a fantastic timing, knew that you would have a back turn to him for at least the next 5-10 seconds. So I actually thought they might have tried to knife him if he didn't hit an unbelievable shot at the end there, so...
That is nice, actually.
I don't know if I like BKZ, just as by itself. This guy was called BKZ Cursed, and I kind of respect that. He just decided he was going to name himself like a bunny hop map.
I'm going to ask for context on whether that map was good, bad, everything after a bit, because right now...
I don't even know the map. I don't even... Yeah.
Are you sure it is a map?
I don't even know if it's a map. It's just... He's named himself...
That's underwhelming. I thought you were just like fiending BKZ Cursed on the map
like
at some point.
I said he named himself like a bunny hop map.
Uncrown right now has got a man on top of his head and he's hoping to shoot another one. Boros gets both!
You're not supposed to do that.
How?
You're not supposed to be able to do that.
This is why this man was scouted by the tippity top of the iceberg. Bibu gets another one. And JJ Howe, what a way to end the half. 8-4. There's a few losses in there that maybe they should not have had, but even so, it is dominance all the way through.
Yeah, even you see Boros' smile at the end there. He's like...
He's even waving his finger like, oh, they were up and down. They thought that's going to be enough.
They did the high-low setup on me, and I owned both of them. Like, that's not normal. That's not normal, but that's what Boros can provide. And listen, he's not playing to the same pace that people have characterized him for in the past. We're looking way back when we're talking about him on Monty, and it's like, oh, this guy just brute forces. He's got incredible sharp aim. Think about him on the Falcons and the limited opportunities, the Katowice that he looked sick at. We think about him as like basically a crowbar into bomb sites in a lot of ways, but you're seeing him being far more measured, sort of methodical about the way he's clearing angles.
I don't even know if I'd call him a crowbar. He's a sledgehammer into bomb sites.
But I'm just saying he's expressing a bit more finesse, and I think people would give him credit for when we're talking about just entering, because sometimes it did look a little bit like head down, just shoot people, and now it's like far more considerate, I'd say. But yeah, you could definitely tell that JJ Howe came in with confidence, understanding that they were the favorites in this matchup. They're playing like it.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the teams that is absolutely favored to get out of the closed qualifiers into the main event as well, into the playoffs potentially. This is a team that, to be honest, could make an interesting run. And historically speaking, Middle Eastern teams have really not done very well in Asian-only tournaments. It's actually, for the first time ever this year, earlier here in China, at Extreme Zone, that a Middle Eastern team won, and it wasn't JJ Howe, which is the interesting thing. So it was a stack with Oscar and Osama's, though Osama's would be one of the only players coming back in for that one. And if I'm not wrong, yeah, I just checked, JJ Howe are the only real team in the upper bracket who I look at and say, okay, maybe they should lose to them, or maybe they could lose to them, is Chingae's Warriors, and they will not face them unless it comes out to be the third match of the upper bracket that they're playing.
Yeah, but I have to say, I mean, it's still very impressive. Sometimes it is a little bit hectic, and they're spread, and they don't really know how to break past the gaps in the macro of their opponent. But I think also by playing this way, you do give yourself a lot of opportunity to swing back between bomb sites. You'll have flanks potentially. I think what the Cube really struggled with in this game was not knowing sometimes about the timings that were going to be happening behind them. You know, weirdly, I mean, compare them to XDM and the way that they were playing against God's Reign. It was far more, every back-end angle was covered, every time there was a smoke behind them that they ran through. Yeah,
wow.
I mean, that's absurd.
I've been waiting for this replay, I won't lie to you.
Again, he shouldn't win that. He shouldn't. They were not prepared for him to swing. But yeah, comparative to XDM, who always had their flanks covered and looked behind them in smokes, you know, the Cube actually got into a lot of flanking positions themselves, but they just, I guess, were caught off guard by some of these timings GJ Hao were hitting, even on some of the opening routes, for example.
It's like, if you're flanking, but they've already taken the bomb site, then obviously they're going to be checking their behind.
Yeah, no, precisely. So yeah, GJ Hao are not going to let rounds like that slip out of their fingertips. Not so simply. Except for that one ninja defuse.
I mean, that and, you know, Uncrowned being bing bang.
Yeah, but that's not slipping out of them. That's being yanked out of their hands.
Fair enough, fair enough. But listen, Cube at this point going into the second half are not really looking like they have all the solutions, because honestly, a lot of the times it did also feel like they're being heavily outgunned, right? In situations like when you're looking out towards that A site, when after they lost their ninja defuse out, there's nades to blow up in the smokes, or someone just shoots them down, takes those deals, wins those duels outright, right? Those are positions where you are generally having the advantage of, hey, I am prepared for the fight, he is not. But if you just get shot in the head, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that's certainly true. And these guys, you know, in terms of reaction time, I would wager we'll measure higher on average. So you need kind of these like cute set pieces, I think, for Cube. And you know, at the start, you know, they won the pistol, they're very assertive on lane, and I didn't think that was how they were going to get their edge, but then rifles came out and GJ Hao just never looked back.
True. If those set pieces were going to come through, it would be on the T site. To get to that, though, you need to win the pistol. Many Harris thinks he is moving back. He hears voices in the walls, and he has made the call. Push in through ramp. We've got 4 over here at B. But guess what? They're going to A. Osamas is under fire, but he is putting it out himself. It stopped, drop, and roll, but he only just dropped.
Yeah, fantastic quick kill there from Osamas, but them being able to wrangle this into a plant rather quickly will serve to their favor, because there's no kits available here for GJ Hao. They will have to brute force their way back in.
It might be something they're used to, though. Boros comes out with a dually, straight shot to the head. Issa spots out two. Oh my god! Issa is unreal right now. And as they are missing everything around Bibu, it reminds him that he's not obligated to do the same. Fairline caught in the back, and this is why they don't need the kit. Because they just have speed.
Yeah, nice smooth sailings. I mean, having those dualies there certainly helps, but yeah, that fade away from Issa definitely helped just completely destructure the post plant. Want some support, someone that can hold off the donut position, but yeah, I mean, not a lot that you can do in those types of circumstances. Some of these fights were not the cleanest, but GJ Hao will be all the more satisfied. Both CT sides winning their pistols. The Cube on the back burner, but with the plant, they do get themselves into some Galils, some SMGs, and a couple techs as well.
And any team that doesn't have a cute Tech 9 round for Ancient, that is a team that isn't prepared for the map at all.
Well, I don't know how to refute that, because the Cube might not actually have that much of a cute play. I guess jumping through the smoke is one.
Well, and right now they're going to be overrunning the B bomb side over here, and now it's solos to find Osamas as well, and Issa can't find anything through the smoke, so the bomb comes late to the party, but it will be there, and that's what matters. It can get planted, put down. 5 on 3 now, JJ Hao. How will they try and make this retake work? Will they try and make this retake work?
They won't, and they might even get caught on their exit.
The birthday man, Kamui, comes through, quick kill, and that's all.
Well, it's not entirely all. Bibu also falls, and they're quickly pursuing Issa, who will get his one, but traded immediately. I will be honest with you, when I saw them walking through the smoke, I did expect that to go poorly for them, but then the fact they get that kill, and then they had the short long smoke already lined up for that cave access, I have to say, I mean, that's a nice little set piece for Cube to have ran when they didn't have the weaponry to really facilitate longer, drawn-out mid-rounds.
Well, speaking of force fights, Are you surprised?
Oh, no, of course not.
Okay, just making sure.
If they win a force buy, we can win a force buy. That's, I mean, a CT Sun Economy getting reset after winning the pistol, you kind of are forced to force buy.
Of course. Well, retaking the A-bomb site will not be the easiest, but at the very least, these weapons aren't terrible for it, right? The 5.7's running through the smoke, and MP9 over there with it as well, potentially. This could work for them.
You need a lot of mileage out of these flashbangs, I think. Especially with that fresh smoke down to spawn. Because they won't have kits the longer they wait. I mean, 20 seconds already off the clock.
There's an argument to save now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going for exits. Once you get halfway through the bomb timer and there's still a smoke that lasts another 10 seconds, it's just not worth it, really.
Cube won't be cut off on the retreat either. There's no one outside of A main. For GG how it's just important to stay alive.
Yeah. I also am aware that, you know, when we say things like, oh, it's not worth it, they're 5-on-5, it's not worth it, you know, if they had a kit, there is an argument they should be going for it, but knowing that they had a quarter of the bomb timer to defuse it is, yeah, it's far from ideal, because, you know, I have begun to realize as well more and more, sometimes you say statements that make sense when, you know, you have watched and played a lot of Counter-Strike all the time, but not everybody always comes from that kind of background. Have to rein it in a little bit.
Thanks for explaining it for me, man.
You're welcome.
Also makes it sound nice. You're not a noob, you're just new.
That's actually what that is. Noob was short for newbie.
Yeah, okay, all right. Listen, I understand. I understand where the word comes from. I don't need to get into the origins of noob, but all right. Cube right now, though, with kind of full access to Red Room available, they are hoping to explore. Boros will be coming in, though, so if there's going to be any sort of play in from Donut, it could be interesting, but Boros will not wait for it. He will be foraying out all on his lonesome. This will be a collective swing to clear out middle, and likely Fairline's not going to find anything but death.
Got a lot of confirmation of bodies, though, so yeah, immediate pounce onto this B-bomb site. There was a player here in Bibu, but he was playing reserved, and justifiably so. Reinforcements is here. The cavalry has found another kill as well, even before that bomb is made into the site. And in fact, they'll boost over the smoke. Bomb doesn't not get even planted in this circumstance, dropped on the floor, and those smokes are not going to last much longer.
K-Flares are back over the ramp as well. They want to start pushing through Cuba, rethinking about going to the A site, but even then, you're going to have to face up Osama's in A. He's rotating before they've even thought about it, and Issa doesn't even let it happen. All 5 players kept alive. That is why you save.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly the value. If you feel like you've been outmaneuvered in a force buy round, why not try again? And this time they come up with the right solution. They get the lurker, they get there to that B-bomb site in time, and then this was a cheeky little play just to add some round security. The Cube basically had to do what they could to run away because they knew everyone was swarming the site. That one will sting.
Yeah. Could be a bit of last chance loon over here for Cube as well. If you lose this one, your money is in the dumpster.
Yeah, in tatters.
Boros, swayed away by fire. Osama's himself is just trying to play out the staircase shuffle, but he's shuffled away instead. Double peek in from Cave. Bibu and Boros trying to move through. It is going to be Boros who's trying to maybe even push forward. No, never mind. Smokes it off, shoots through it, and that's enough. And with 2 more players coming in from behind, Kamui is going to be caught between a rock and a very hard place, and somehow he's broken them both.
Maybe not the best birthday present, but some ways to get control of the round. Nice kill from Mini. Let's keep them on notice. I think we're attempting to divert, maybe expecting the rotates to have come through to that B-bomb site, but they're splitting 1-1 a pop. Some confidence in their autonomy.
Looks kind of like they're trying to clear out middle over here as well. And Cuba are also splitting up. This is where Mini could have made the perfect move, but he looks away. Yeah. If he only just found Solos, this round is right back on. Instead, Solos will stab Bibu in the back. Mini will not be able to trade. And once again, you are in probably saving graces.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication. I mean, they just didn't clear red with Mini on that ult, and then he started to worry about A. It's a good pickup. BKZ overstepping the mark, but up close, Solo's solid off angle, and they will be able to convert this round. They do not fumble that man advantage. And they don't have their economy ripped to absolute shreds as a result of losing here.
Well, the economy game does go both ways, I suppose, and GTAHOW are opening themselves up to a few more losses, potentially. For Cube, the only thing that I am looking out for is, are we going to have a standout performance? Is one of these players going into the later portion of the game going to be able to be the individual playmaker who just takes control of the CT side, as we know, rather of this T side, as we know players on Ancient very often can. Boros, however, is taking control of CT. Osama does the same, and they've found 3 kills already. Full buy or not, GTAHOW do not care.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the strength of having that B lane presence. I mean, they had a flash available, they had a smoke that was ready to sort of capitalize on the fact they find frags, and then they also had the ascent to ledge. I mean, just Cube get absolutely decimated, and they'll fall right into Mini's AWP all the same. It's solos to try and recover a 1-on-5, but not much he can do. Flash did nothing to deter Mini off the line. And again, it's another one of these rounds where GTAHOW come in with a pretty, I mean, far from optimal buy, and they don't even suffer a single casualty for their efforts.
That can't feel good.
It's just, I mean, those are the types of convincing rounds that, I mean, they're rare to see, to be quite honest.
I mean, CT side economies do not get built up exactly because of that reason. You don't keep 5 players alive. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, you are expecting 3. 4 is good. 5 is great. Exceptional even. A small moment here for the Cube. Seems someone's having a minor technical hiccup. But they've had a few problems within this game.
And I honestly feel like I'm not even sure what the solutions would be.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that in terms of playbook, in terms of the depth we've seen, you know, I can see a default round from GTAHOW and think they have a pretty good chance of winning this. You know, just mechanically, yes, we're saying experience, but you sort of, I think, correctly caveated the experience with, you know, they've not competed at, you know, big stage tournaments and you know, these massive hundreds of $1,000 tournaments. Really, I guess Issa, Boros are, I guess,
here's
the best ones for
Issa
that.
and Boros have competed at them, but even there, they were not leading presences within those teams, right? They're not the ones who are setting cultures. They're not the ones.
They were almost the ones that were, the teams were taking risks on these players, right?
Exactly. So it's not like you're getting, you know, someone like maybe what an NBK would have been thought of, you know, a couple of years ago, something like it. These are players who are still in their fragging years, not necessarily in their come along, let me teach you years.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, to sort of preface that with, you know, if they are in a bad spot, I could think GTAHOW will always find like a weird way to win the round that, you know, maybe other teams couldn't get away with just because of mechanics or, you know, the unconventional play that someone's willing to go for. Whereas I just don't see that out for the other team on the server, unfortunately.
And the thing is, we've grown so much in Asian Counter-Strike internationally to recognize the Mongolian scene, and so many people are so happy to say, I know we've got the interviews right as well, we're like, oh, you know, Mongolians, they play this sort of buggy style of CS and this and that. They really don't when you compare it to someone like these Middle Eastern teams like GTAHOW. Those are classic buggers.
Yeah, or Chinese teams, to be honest. Like,
that's true.
It's funny because, you know, now when we see the Mongols on big stages, people will be like, oh, is that representative of the whole Mongolian scene? It's like, in a way, yes, but they're much further along. Like, they have been through iterations. They have been through tactical overhauls in a way as well, where a lot of these other teams are just trying to find their legs out from underneath them. So it's complicated to say that the Cube don't have similar characteristics to early days Foundling, sort of the Mongols or IHC or something along those lines, but they still don't have their own unique playstyle identity that can actually cause upsets, I don't think, just yet.
And if they think they do, it's not strong enough to overwhelm the brute force, the Hulk that is in front of them. But maybe a B-Rush can. Over and out they go, and Issa's here to receive with that secondary. Oh, Bibu still alive at the back of the side. Good for 2. There and then. And with that, it's up to 12. Cube are not going to have money in the next one either.
Dude, another flawless round. Like, how many CT side rounds are we going to see where they just don't lose anybody?
Third so far, I think, right? Maybe fourth, actually.
I think third. I think you were right with 3. If I've missed one, yeah, sorry, I should have been counting.
Well,
from technical to tactical, and Cube did use one after the tech as well, just to see if they can get their heads screwed on straight. They tried to simplify in this round, and they got decimated, so... Alright, let's see. Page 17. Do we have another call to make?
But Coach, we don't have a page 17. Oh. Exactly, figure it out.
Yeah, you gotta write that right now. Riff that.
You got a pen? Oh, God.
I almost wish they could hear the beat that we play while they're in the tactical timeout.
Maybe they
be like, freestyle this one.
Well, the round will have to be freestyle. It's 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a P250.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what they came into the last round with, so they have to take 2 swings at it.
If B didn't work, go A.
Yeah, it's the other option.
Oh my God, they found a third option. It's middle and A. Aggression coming in together. Osama's has been forced back to temple, but he maintains a relatively aggressive position.
Oh, he's not scared whatsoever. In fact, taken down by Uncrown on that P250. Some good work on those pistols from Uncrown. But here's the AWP of Issa, funnily enough. They've decided to double AWP, and maybe that's why. Issa showing some prowess and even running them down with the 5-7. It's a 4K from in-game leader Issa, showing some flair to GJ How to finish off this game.
Look, this entire game was very clearly just an example of what JJ How came here to do, right? They came here to not be frazzled by anything. They get ninjured, they immediately rush A and kill everyone over there. They lose out against force buys, they immediately force buy back and they win on their own. They kind of call incorrectly with a 5-7 round. It's like, oh, it's all right. We're going to save and win the next one anyway with all 5 players alive. 3 rounds on the CT side with all of their players kept alive. All of these rounds won on 4 spies that look incredibly convincing as well. This is just by far the
And this is the problem, though. Like, GJ How did set the precedent early. They had control of middle on both halves of the map, and they were able to shut down and take control of B lane very frequently on both T and CT. So if we're thinking about the problems that you have on the map, those are 2 highly important positions. What are you going to do to try and compensate? Throw more men there, and then they left the A-bomb side exposed in a couple of rounds. And you know, that's why teams are so good at taking the right timing on an A rush, is that they know that teams are going to have to adapt to what's already been working, and the Cube were always that 1 step behind.
And there also really aren't any answers to this, right? There isn't a weak player you can target. There isn't like a site that you can go to and be like, well, as long as we rotate them all away. Because GG How never need to rotate everyone away because of how strong those anchors have been. They always had 1 player left behind, be it Mini in A, be it Osama's in A. They made sure that even when Cube looked like they're getting an interesting call, it didn't matter because GG How was able to rely on their multi-fragging potential to not have to gamble stack.
Yeah, I mean, just some really nice ideas, I think, coming out, but also leveraging the extra firepower that... And again, I'll say this word and repeat it with GJ How a lot. Autonomy that the players have independent of one another, even in the more chaotic circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, listen. 1 or 2 rounds from Cube, very nice to see, right? Yeah. You look back towards that set play where they're smoking off Cave themselves, the D-smoke, jumping through it, taking over B side with Tech 9s and whatnot, right? A couple of nice highlights. You look back to the uncrowned Deagle round as well. There are moments, but moments don't make up the clock, and that's exactly what GJ How had on their wrist. It just felt like they had everything they needed every time.
And let's be understood that this was the likely result, but I think because of match 3 and thinking, oh wow, XDM really... I know comparatively they're different in terms of the matchup, and again, we sympathize with Godfrey in the position they were in, whatever, but I think because of that, it's like, maybe there was a small chance.
Look at all of today, Michael. Match 1 looked like it could have been an upset and probably would have been. Match 2 looked like it probably would have been an upset as well. The lower ranked team ends up on match point first. Match 3 is an upset. We're like, well, maybe, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, there was a trend today, that is true. I mean, you're not wrong when you put it like that.
Well, listen, we've got a trendy man on our side as well. Naokai, what's the trend?
Yeah, it's a very good performances from GG Hell seems to be the trend. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see. I just think, you know, there's not really, at least from my perspective, I don't finish that best of one. I have really any question marks about them, right? They played to level, we know they can. We played at a level which we expect them against. What was not a bad cube side. I think for me, I definitely undersold, I think, a little bit. I really didn't think they'd bring a lot. I've seen a couple of their performances in their games recently. It's looked quite rough. That was a lot better, but it still wasn't good enough to get it over the line. 7 rounds is maybe more than I expected coming into this, but at the end of the day, GG Howl did what they came here to do. I mean, they're a team that I would probably prop up as one of those teams who are favourites to be top 4 to make it into our next stage of playoffs.
Listen, you say there's no question marks. I've got one question. When do they play next? I want to watch more.
True. I mean, look at these stats as well, right? You know, across the board, Asamas, Issa, Boris, all looking fantastic. Bieber at his moments too. And sure, Mini was a little quieter by his sense, but at the same time, he wasn't really called upon that often.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, he was just kind of chilling. The riflers were, like, walking through areas, and he was just like, okay, I guess we've won the round, huh? And then sometimes he's getting shot in the back, and he's just thinking, oh, man, like, is that my fault? somebody should have told me that was open, or I would have changed my position. It did seem like there was a couple of miscommunications for GG How. Thinking about the 1v2 that they they get ninja'd on. I'm thinking about the 2v3 where, you know, Mini gives up red room and someone gets shot in the back on that B-bomb site. So there were, it's not like this was a perfect, flawless game from GG How, but they definitely, I mean, they definitely shoot hard. And, you know, one of those leaders was the in-game leader, in fact.
Yeah, I think, I don't know about you guys, but from my perspective, at least watching it, it honestly felt like they just didn't need to really step up in a sense. I feel like, you know, this seems to be a side for me that at the moment, especially, and we'll probably get to know during this tournament, they play up to opponents and play maybe at times down to opponents. I think that's where those mistakes crept in. They were kind of cruising because that's what they had to do, right? They didn't really need to go into that 6th gear. I mean, it's what a job from him, right? You highlighted him coming in towards this game, T, and he performed perfectly. Brilliant.
Look, it's just like, it felt like it's a couple of boys out on a road trip having a good time, to be honest. Like, hey, maybe you make some bad decisions, but it's all right in the end.
Also, I will say, he might have highlighted him, but I'm pretty sure he highlighted everybody.
That's true.
He was like, I'm going to talk about
was I wrong? Was I wrong?
True. That is very, very true. Everybody kind of had their moments. And of course, this is now how our bracket looks, right? We've got GG How moving forward in towards that next stage. I mean, you know, the games are starting to come through. As we spoke about as well, the way this format works, you've got best of 1s for the first few stages here in this winner's bracket, then we get best of 3s later down the line. Of course, there is a lower bracket, so it's not the end of the world if things do go south in your opening games. But as we saw in a little pre-intro video, you lose your second, you're buried. And yeah, quite literally.
Yeah, that would suck. I mean,
it's not literally. I feel like I should clarify.
No. I will make it literal.
Yeah, you know, you guys don't know, Neo is actually supposed to be a third caster. He just took a shovel after he heard that video.
I'm placing dirt blocks over you in Minecraft right now.
I do 10 minutes on the desk and an hour in digging, getting ready to for that lower
Your
bracket.
shoulders are going to be crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm working them out. Here's how the lower brackets shaping up so far. We've already, of course, actually got God's Reign's game. That could be a little spicy.
I'm scared for God's Reign.
Yeah, I gotta say, CTG didn't look too bad. That was a very close game. They actually very easily could have won that.
It's also best of 1.
Yes, exactly. And we've seen them being in a little bit of a slump today. That could be a little rogue. We'll see how that one pans out. The rest of the teams are Cube as well, also kind of waiting to see who they'll be facing off against. We've got a whole few days to figure out how these early best of 1s are going to kind of pan out, but it's actually quite upsetting in a way that we're going to have to say goodbye to some teams. This is a real world that, like, you know, like an Aussie team, for example, has flown all this way, 2 best of 1s out and they're gone, but it's cutthroat here, right? We've got big things to be done. It's a big tournament with a lot on the line, and, you know, we ain't got time to mess around and waste
I'm not upset at all. Get them out of here. If they're going to lose, they're going to lose. I want the best of the best to be going forward. I want to see who the best is in Tier 2 Asia. That's what it's all about in the group stages. Because everyone's like, oh, I'm in Australia. I don't get to play against the Mongolian teams. Oh, I'm South Asian. I get bad. I don't care. I want to see who the best is, and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, and speaking of the best as well, Mike, we've got some of the best waiting in the wings, right?
Yeah.
And this is what it's all about. It's all about being that top 4 out of the 16 teams here, qualifying to that next stage, going to playoffs, and then actually being in for the chance, if you can, make it all the way to Shanghai in front of a crowd. That would be pretty sick.
And listen, some of those big dogs, you know, we're talking about God's Reign, feeling a little dejected, didn't make it out the MRQ. Some of them are living high right now. They're like, yeah, we've got that, and then we have this tournament to play as well, where there's a lot of money, a lot of VRS on the line as well. You know, for them, they're probably living on cloud 9. So I think teams are going to have a really hard time causing upsets when there's already proof of concept that these teams are successful, not only because of their track record, but because they've also won a very important qualifying route into an important tournament.
Yeah, I mean, let's be frank as well. If you're a team that is in, let's say, the middle of the pack of Asia, right, in that sort of tier 2 for the region specifically, let's say GG Hao, for example, right, if you're able to walk over 100k in first place, that's going to shoot you up the ranking. Then you actually start to be in that consideration for invites to tier 1 tournaments on a regular basis. That can carry and float you for kind of a while.
And look, especially when you consider that for a couple of these teams, like the ones who have the resources to go and boot camp in Europe potentially, that also means that you're eligible for invites from like these international European online events all the time, right? So if they give you those invites, you know, hey, if I plan out a 1.5 month long boot camp, I'll have 8 events to play off the back of this one tournament where, again, I will remind everyone, Mongols isn't playing. This is an open playing field.
It's true.
It's also, I mean, there's a lot of teams that even if they do get high up in the rankings, like if you're not in that part of the world, like are you going to accept the invite to play on like 300 ping? Probably not. And some teams don't actually have the facilities to always have these boot camping routes for to basically continue to shoot up those rankings. So yeah, you have to be able to take an opportunity like this with 2 hands. And you know, I think we've already seen some good prospective, you know, new names to look at potentially for the future. Even if things don't go right, I think we have to always look at this as a proving stage, not only for teams but also individuals.
Yeah, exactly that. I've always seen as well with tournaments like this, when you get an early stage, a close qualifier into the main event, some of these close qualifier teams can look sick. But we're going to throw it over towards the stage. We've got an interview off the back of GG Hao's fantastic performance. So we're going to throw it over there to Baseline J.
好的，我们来采访一下集结号的队长伊萨啊。集结号这都在过去几年里也是换了很多次阵容，那么你觉得这一次的阵容是怎么样的呢？So as you know, over the years, GG Hao has gone through multiple different lineups. So what are your thoughts about this particular lineup?
You are right. Like we changed a lot of rosters before. We tried to find what's best for us. But now we actually comfortable in this roster because we are 5 Arabians who like communicate in our language. It's much easier and it's easier for me to call also in the game.
我们过去确实换过很多的阵容啊，但是这次呢，因为我们现在是5个阿拉伯人，我们都可以直接说阿拉伯语，所以我们现在的交流是非常好。我觉得我们现在的这个阵容是非常好的。那么我们再问一下，就是 Boris 之前是在欧洲赛区，那么他刚刚换到这个亚洲赛区，那么他个人的都做过什么调整？然后你都帮了他做了些什么呢？So Boris used to compete in Europe, and now he's back home, competing in the Middle East, competing in Asia. So how has that been for him, and what are some things that you did to help him make the adjustments?
So I think it's nice to play first in top tier and against Europe teams and gain this whole experience. Like I had same on OG in Hellraisers, he had it in Falcons and Monty. So when you come here, you have all this experience, and it's much easier to play against Asia region, to be honest, because Europe a bit harder, like much harder teams. So I think it's really nice experience, and yeah, I think it helps us.
Boris 之前在 Monte 还有猎鹰的这个经验是非常的宝贵的。那么他呢，把这些经验，然后直接带来到了我们这些队伍，因为他们在欧洲的对手会更强嘛。那么现在呢，我们就会更加的有信心。那么你们队伍在这次比赛的目标是什么呢？So your team's goal for this tournament, can you just speak a little bit on that?
Like we are not only this tournament, we are looking to get invited to all the other tournaments and to prove that we are actually good, because it was not the best year for GG Hao, like as you said on the previous rosters. So our goal is to do our best and to win all our matches on the tournaments we are going.
不光是这次 ACL 的比赛啊，就在之后的各个比赛，我们都想尽力的去打好，然后向大家证明，就集结号是一支非常强大的队伍。好的，最后呢，我们请伊萨跟他的乡亲父老们说一句话。So you have anything to say to your fans back home?
I want to thank everyone really. I have been playing in this scene for a long time right now, and I know for a fact there is some people who's supporting me, especially, and there is a lot of also Lebanese Arab players, Arab fans who wanted this to happen. So I want to thank you all for the support, and I hope we will make you proud in the future.
非常感谢大家的支持啊！因为我在这个队伍也待了挺久了，然后有很多人一直支持我们啊，也是非常感谢。Yeah, feel free to speak Arabic to your fans.
It's fine. It's fine.
好。Okay, well, thank you, Isa, for joining us at the interview, and that concludes our day 1 for ACL 2025, and we'll see you tomorrow. 好的，非常感谢 Isa 来接受我们的采访。那么今天英雄亚冠 ACL CS2 的比赛暂时告一段落了，感谢各位玩家全天的陪伴，明天再见。
Nice. Go!